Okay. Linda, you okay if we go?
I am.
Okay. Mike, you can keep talking. You're not missing anything up here. All right, so I got your back, man. Watch out for that knife. All right. So we're going to have this meeting called to order. Could you do the roll call, please?
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Foy.
Here.
Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Parks. Did I say that already?
No. It's been a long 2 weeks off. All right. Let's do our pledge of allegiance. Supervisor Long, you lead us, please?
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So, Lori, can we remember the minutes of last week? Is that what we have? All right. So we have the minutes. Do we have a motion? Any questions on the minutes? No? Got a motion. We have a second. You all please vote. And then we have agenda review. Looks like there's a couple pages, Mr. Powers.
Just a few items.
Just a few items.
Item 30, Sheriff's Office, approval of a contract for the provision of inmate phone and related services with Securus Technologies. The comment letter from Jeffrey Heidinger with GTL has been submitted, and we request to hear this item as a regular agenda item. That's item 30. Item 37, Public Works, adoption of a resolution approving proposed increases to miscellaneous fees for staff services. A PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 40, Healthcare Agency, presentation announcing 2018 We Give Employee Giving Program annual campaign. A PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 41, Supervisor Parks, recommendation to consider and adopt a default renewable energy rate tier. A revised board letter. Comment letters from Karen Wolford, Christopher Ball, Elizabeth Rice, Jan Dietrich, Jeanette Welling, Karen Helen, Ron Whitehurst, and Alex Manriquez have been submitted. Additionally, a revised agenda page 9 has been submitted to reflect the change in the board letter. Item 42, RMA, public hearing to amend articles of the non-coastal zoning and coastal zoning ordinance to regulating accessory dwelling units. Revised Exhibit 12 and PowerPoint have been submitted. Item 43, Healthcare Agency, adoption of a resolution deleting 73 unfunded and vacant pool positions within the Healthcare Agency. A board letter and Exhibit 1 have been submitted. Item 44, Healthcare Agency, BCMC, authorization to sign an amended consulting services contract with Huron Consulting Services. A board letter and Exhibit 1 have been submitted. Item 45, CEO's Office, adoption of a resolution of the Board of Supervisors authorizing a partial termination and release of real property for the financing of medical mental health housing at Todd Road Jail. The board letter, Exhibit 1 and 2, have been submitted. Additionally, there's a revised agenda page 10, which has been submitted to reflect the change in the board letter. Item 46, Public Finance Authority, adoption of a resolution of the Board of Directors of the BCPFA authorizing a partial termination and release of real property for the financing of the medical mental health housing unit at Todd Road Jail. Board letter, Exhibit 1 and 2 have been submitted. And then there's an addendum agenda, item 56, closed session, a couple of closed session items. Public employee appointment, Agricultural Commissioner, candidate Susan Johnson. Closed session, public employee appointment, Director of Local Mental Health Services, acting, candidate Pete Pringle. And closed session, public employee performance evaluation, County Executive Officer. And that's it. Thank you.
That's it? All that? That's all that?
Not page 3 this time, yeah.
We could have a whole meeting for that. Anybody else have any comments, things on that? Then we have a motion to accept the revised agenda. We have a motion and a second. There. Okay. We're going to move on to our moment of inspiration. I'd like to introduce the Reverend Andrew Garcia, and he's from the First Baptist Church, Thousand Oaks, for our moment of inspiration. Sir, thank you for coming.
Good morning. Thank you guys very much for allowing me to be here. My name is Andrew Garcia, and I'm the executive pastor at First Baptist Church in Thousand Oaks, and it's my honor to be here with you this morning. But just 15 months ago, I wasn't sure if I was going to have another day of life. It was a Saturday morning when I walked up to our church to do some work around the property, and just walking alongside of the building, I stepped backwards and tripped, and as I fell, I tried to catch myself on the building, but instead put my arm through an old single pane glass window, severing my arm about 3/4 of the way off, all the way to the bone. Alone, I jumped up and started screaming for help and ran to the street, tried to run to the street to get help, but about halfway there, I started to lose consciousness. So I pulled my phone out and I called 911, and I told them, I cut my arm off, I'm dying, I need your help. I told them where I was, and just then a young man ran up and to help me. He heard my screams, and I handed him my phone, and I laid down on the ground because I was starting to black out, and all I could do was pray. I just prayed, God, please save me. I need to be here for my wife and my kids. Over and over, I said that prayer, and then everything went white. I heard nothing. I could see nothing. But then at that moment, in this white area, it was almost like I was standing up, and surrounding me was a giant movie screen filled with thousands and thousands of little squares. And on those squares were people and experiences that had happened in my life. And my life was flashing before my eyes, and I knew I was dying. And they were all in a distance, but I knew what they were, but there were a few that just kept popping up really close to my face. And those were pictures of my wife and my daughter and my son smiling with giant smiles on their faces. One after another would come up to my face, one after another. And then those went away, and an incredible sense of peace came over me. And I knew God was with me, but I knew I was dying. And as I took my last breaths, just then the paramedics showed up, and they put the tourniquet on my arm, and it was like life was poured back into my body, and I could see, and I took a big breath of air, and I could see them standing over me, and I knew what was going on. And they rushed me to the hospital after 7 hours of surgery and 4 blood transfusions. They saved my life. They were unsure if I was going to be able to save my arm, but they saved my life, and God had answered my prayers. And I have my arm today, and I could do quite a bit with it. And I've experienced quite a bit of extensive therapy and multiple surgeries. I've developed a chronic regional pain syndrome, which I experience pain every day of my life now. But in the midst of that, and in the midst of my recovery, and even till today, there was one thing that I could hold on to. One thing that I knew no matter what was going to be there, and that was hope. There was hope in life. This whole experience has allowed me to renew my love and my passion for God, and it's allowed me to always just remain in that hope-filled life. And I know that all of us will face trials, all of us will face struggles, whether it be the loss of a loved one, a sick child, a broken marriage, or a friendship. But all I would like to say to you this morning is you all do a great service to our community, and I appreciate that. But even you will face trials, and even you will come into work, and you will have difficult days, and there will be days where you probably just want to give up. But don't, because with the help and the support of your family and your friends and one another and the love of our God, there is always hope, and the sun will shine tomorrow, and you can wake up and take another breath in your lungs. So again, I thank you for allowing me to be here. And as I leave, I just want to say God bless you guys, and thank you for the work that you do, and always hold on to that hope that will continue with you as long as you live.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're well. Very inspirational. Thank you, my friend. God bless you, too. And some of these people wake up and I'm here, and then they go, oh, no, it's not that day again. Right, Kelly? No answer. Okay. Anyway, so let's move on to our consent items. We're going to pull number 30. Is that what it is, 30?
Yes.
30, yeah. So we can talk. Anybody else have anything else they'd like to do on this?
No, I'd just like to thank everyone for the efforts that we did for 16 with the solar facility. It's a great outcome, and we'll really appreciate everyone's effort on it.
Okay. So we're going to pull 30, and then who's going to speak on this?
Yes, thank you, Chair Foy. I believe the Sheriff's Office is going to, are you going to item 30?
Oh, the rest of it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll vote on
Consent
everything?
first, and then, yeah.
Okay, first, okay. Let's vote on everything else, and then accept 30? Yep. Okay.
I got a motion. You're welcome.
So we're going to pull 30, and we've got some, we've got some speaker cards on this. Do we have anybody who wants to speak from our?
Yes, I believe on item 30, the Sheriff's Office is going to present the item.
Right up here? Okay, here we go. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Cliff Kraust. I'm a purchasing agent for the County of Ventura. I'm here today to speak to you about item number 30, which is the award of the inmate phone systems RFP, which was a competitive solicitation done by the County of Ventura GSA on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. This solicitation was an RFP. We collected proposals, evaluated those proposals, had a best and final offer round, collected clarifications, evaluated those clarifications, and our proposal, award, and contract are all in line with the rules established in our RFP. So we recommend that you approve item 30.
Okay, appreciate that. Any comments on this at all before anybody else going to speak on that? No, sir, you're good? Okay, then why don't we have some public speakers. Let us go to some public speakers real quick. 3 minutes, yeah, 3 minutes. Ian Denton? Yeah, there you go. Dunnington, I'm sorry, Dunnington, there you go.
Yes, hello. My name is Danielle Newman. I'm an attorney for Global Telink. Here with me are Ian Dunnington and Veronica Vrankuta.
Okay, let me just, before you start with, are they going to speak separately? Because we have 3 minutes per person, so are you have a card in yet?
Yes, I do have a card in. My name is Danielle Newman.
Oh, okay, so each one of 3 minutes, okay. There
Sure,
you go.
thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to be heard today, to you, Mr. Chairman, and to the supervisors. We come here today, and we don't do this lightly, and we value your time and want you to know that, and we also respect the process that was undertaken here, and know that it was one that was taken seriously by the county. The reason why we're here is because we have real concerns about the final contract as it compares to the best and final offer of the awardee under this process. As my colleagues will speak to, there are significant divergences between the terms that were in the best and final contract, the best and final offer for the contract, and the contract that is submitted before you for your approval today. And they're significant and they're important because they represent an enormous amount of money in terms of difference potentially to the county, but also differences in terms of the actual services that will be received by the friends, family, the inmate population, and also the county itself. Most significant to us is the question about how long the process has taken and why the final contract is so different from the best and final. It is our understanding that the best and finals were supposed to basically memorialize the terms of this contract. And while there may be slight divergences around the edges where there are things to be worked out, the key terms that were presented by as part of the RFP process of here's what we're looking to have, here's what the system should provide, and here's what we're expecting, those should not have changed. And what we see is big departures, one in terms of the original best and final offer of the awardee under this contract called for an upfront payment of $2.5 million to the county. The final contract doesn't speak to that. It's not apparent that money is actually going to be paid. There's also a big divergence of perhaps 25% in the actual rates that the county will realize. And then another big piece that my colleagues will speak to is this tablet technology, which was spelled out in detail in the best and final offer, has now been switched over to a to be determined with the details of that to be negotiated now. Where that should already have been resolved. That's the questions that we want you to be asking here today. What we request of you is to please, if you would, make sure that you have answers to the key questions of why did this contract change, why are the terms of this deal so different from the best and final offer that was originally awarded, and what does this represent for the county in terms of the potential loss of millions of dollars to the county and inferior services that you'll be receiving. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues to speak to the specifics of the differences.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Yes, please. My name is Veronica Vrankuta, and I'm with GTL, your current inmate telephone provider. We've been your provider for about 15 years now, with a 99.9% uptime. The phones work. The reason that the RFP was put out is because there are vastly new technology in the industry, and things have changed quite significantly over the last few years as far as what's being able to be delivered into the jails and prisons around the United States. Please. Oh, I'm sorry. That'll do it. So part of the reason that we're here this morning is because the best and final offer that was proposed and accepted as part of the winning bid is significantly different than what the actual contract that you're being asked to approve today. Specifically, there's a 25.3% reduction in the commission. The original commission in the best and final offer was 91.3%. In the contract that's before you today, it's actually only 66%. What happened? Additionally, in the best and final offer, what was being proposed as a $2.5 million upfront payment, that's disappeared. In addition to that, the reason that that upfront payment was put in there was to ask for an exclusivity based on this contract. The upfront payment has disappeared, but that exclusivity portion is still in the contract with nothing to gain from it. Moreover, in the contract, which is kind of odd, is the fact that there is a requirement to retain the average daily population of the inmates in the Ventura County jails at 1,700 ADP. If it falls below that, if there's any reduction in recidivism, which is what we all hope for, that minimum annual guarantee actually goes down. Why? There's actually a calculation in the contract itself of how that minimum annual guarantee goes down. And then lastly, as my colleague mentioned, in the actual contract itself, there's still items that need to be determined. They're not actually spelled out for you. You're being asked to approve a contract with items that are still outstanding. So if you look at the PowerPoint that we have here, it's very clear. It was 91.3%. Now we're at 66%. We're asking you to ask the question of why. Additionally, the $2.5 million that was being offered, that's gone. Why? What happened between July 5th of this last year when the best and final, or when the contract was proposed to be awarded to another vendor, and now, where has this money gone? We ask you just to take it off the agenda today and actually answer these questions. Ask the questions. Get the proper information that you're entitled to. What happened in this contract process and these negotiations over 16 months of procurement?
Thank you. Ian Dunnington with Telmate, now acquired by GTL. What we have seen is an 18-month period of an RFP process. You guys put a lot of effort into this. Hundreds of thousands of dollars has been spent by your county to go through this process. Vendors bid on this, and an award was made, or a recommendation for award. The question to ask is this award inferior to what was originally offered by the vendors in their proposals? Is it inferior to what was put forward in the BAFO? And is this contract now ultimately inferior? There is no reason to ratify this contract. There is no reason to award this contract. There is no better deal on the table right now. Without the financials, every single vendor beat the one that is being awarded. The financials have changed so significantly, they must be removed from the process. That means you go back to looking at the scorings. Technology has changed in the past 18 months. How many times has our iPhone been updated? Well, guess what? Technology has changed in corrections. One key component is the inmate tablet technology. That key component is left off the table in this contract. There is no rates, no fees, no ascertainment of what will actually be delivered. It is all to be determined. I would position that you must leave this contract in its entirety to be determined because of that fact. We respectfully ask you to reflect upon the questions that we have provided to you, to get the answers to those questions, and to seriously reflect on what will impact your inmates, the friends and family, the stakeholders, and this county with the revenues that are up for grabs for this opportunity. We ask that you reflect on this order before you pass it.
Hang on a second. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just have one question that I always take seriously, questioning of these contracts before they go forward, and I take your comments seriously. Just for background information, you've had this contract for 15 years working with the sheriff. What is your evaluation of your performance with the sheriff? You feel like you've have a good relationship and you've been able to deliver on all of your promises with the sheriff? What's your evaluation of that?
With every single contract, you all have the opportunity to terminate for cause or with convenience. For 15 years, we have been your servant. We have been partnered with you, delivering service as and when you need it. Technology has changed. We have acquired multiple companies over the period of time that we've been working with you. I will tell you that we are now turning, we're transforming. With the acquisition of Telmate, which was a San Francisco-based company, with the acquisition of IDS, which is CDCR's inmate education company, GTL is transforming to be a company that will reduce recidivism.
I appreciate
and what is our service record with you? That we would hope that it is of an adequate performance and that you have received the benefits and the contractual obligations that we have signed up for.
My question was not what are you planning on doing in the future, and my question is not what you hope. My question is what is your evaluation of your track record of performance?
Sir, we have a 99.9% uptime with the county, which means that the contracted items, which are the inmate telephones, everything works and it works all the time. It's like flipping on a light switch. At this point now, if the question is why have they gone out to RFP, our previous contract was up. There were no more extensions on it. In fact, even through the FCC process that happened late last year or throughout the year last year, there was an extension that actually happened.
So if I could, is your evaluation that your performance was good?
I would say yes, with our 99.9% uptime, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The question I have is, do you have good references from other agencies that you're working for now?
Yes, sir.
So you have
And we
that
provided those in the RFP process
in the
as
RFP?
well.
And also I guess maybe for our staff, my understanding that the tablets you were talking about, that the new folks have similar tablets or maybe superior tablets to what you're using?
Actually, sir, if you were to take out the financial portion of the RFP and the scoring, we performed and scored significantly higher in every other area. The only portion was the financial portion where we scored lower. And
the financial portion is what? Describe
was
that.
the $2.5 million and the 91.3% commission.
Yep.
On that point, if I may real quickly be heard on that last point, I think it's a significant one. There's a number of different factors that are scored here. One of them is the financials, and there's others, the technology, service, all the rest of it. If you take the financials of the contract as it's submitted to you today versus what was in the best and final offer, they're essentially a wash. There's no material difference between the financials that the county will realize from going with the Securus as the awardee versus what you would get from Global Tel-Link in terms of the financial revenue to the county. And there's some analysis to be done there, but it's essentially a wash. So then if you take the financials off the table, all things being equal, then you would look at what are all the other factors that were scored. And if you take the financials out and you look at every other matrix that was scored as part of this process, Global Tel-Link beat the chosen awardee in every single one. And we'd either be one or two, with the other one being Telmate now being part of Global Tel-Link. We're one across the board in everything other than the financials. Now, it made sense. We could not fault the county for saying $2.5 million up front, that's very attractive. This rate at 91%, that's attractive too. We can certainly understand why somebody would say, okay, we're deciding to go another way, even if everything else is perhaps a bit inferior in all the other matrices, because we're getting this financial benefit for the county. But now, the contract that's before you, that financial benefit is gone. So everything else is inferior on every other aspect. And so what you're being asked to do is approve the fourth or fifth ranking deal out of 5 on all these other matrices, with the money being a wash. And we just want to have you ask the question, why did the money terms go down? Why are the financial benefits significantly less than what was in this BAFO that was so enticing that it induced the acceptance of that offer, looking at everything else being inferior? That's the question.
Is that financial 2.5 million and the 93% commission number, is that typical of the deals that you see around the country?
Yes.
That's a typical deal.
Yes. I mean, there
But
is
you didn't propose that.
We did not propose that. We
But-
did not.
but that
There's
is
a
typical.
move in California to move towards fairer rates and fees for the inmates' friends and family, low commission, low rates and fees. And we were trying to straddle this new environment that is post-FCC and what we're seeing in California as a result of.
So the other companies had moved faster, the ones that were quoted, than what you guys had moved, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. And so under that condition, you realized that you weren't competitive? And so you're not saying that you weren't competitive, you realized you weren't competitive, but because the contract didn't specify this now, that's the only thing you're saying here?
Is that correct?
If the regular things that you said were in there now, then you realize that we're still not competitive. We're just saying we're competitive if you don't do the financial side.
Right, if you were approving the BAFO, if what was before you for approval today was the other vendor's BAFO and the terms that were submitted back in July of last year, we wouldn't be here. We'd say, okay, we took our shot, they took their shot, we lost.
Right.
Fair enough. But what we're saying now is, okay, they've basically taken our financial terms or terms that are similar to ours before, but they're inferior on every other metric. Why is this the deal that's getting approved today? That's all we're saying.
Well, why don't we hear from the other, Mike?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you for speaking. I'll just ask our purchasing director, Cliff, to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
you
very
for your
much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Excuse me. Well, board, would you like to ask questions, or would you like me to speak directly to?
Well, I think that was pretty clear. I mean,
Okay.
it sounds like you went through your work. You did a very extensive job. They even said you did. And it came back and they said, based on what was presented, they did not, and other people did not come up to that standard of the 2.5 and the commission numbers. Based on the other stuff, they and a couple others were equal or whatever. Let's just assume that's correct. But what is the deal with this 2.5 million upfront payment and this? Is that gone out of what was originally in there or what?
Yeah, so phrasing it as 2.5 kind of glosses over some of the complexities of the agreement. So
Okay.
2.5 was not 2.5 million, here you go. 2.5 was pulling funds forward. So you're continuously talking about the same pool of money. And so another important piece to this conversation is the BAFO clarifications. So we ran the solicitation, we had the best and final offer, we got the BAFOs back, and then we had to ask some additional questions to help us understand what they actually meant by their BAFO. So in the clarifications, we came to understand that this amount that ended up being in the contract is financially, in the opinion of the evaluation committee, the same as the BAFO. So I think from our perspective, financially, we are the same with the 2.5 million or with what's in the contract today, which is a guaranteed minimum of 1 million a year, which was the highest of any of the offers. So even taking out this conversation about 2.5 million up front, the guaranteed annual minimum payment was still the highest with Securus, who is the proposed award today.
Okay, so it's, the 2.5, as they'd said, isn't really the thing anymore. It's really the guarantee of the minimum $1 million. That guarantees it.
Right.
And so is that a part of this commission thing too, because of that, or was the commission thing different? We're up to 60-something%, now it's 93%. What is that? This is hard for us to evaluate these contracts.
Yeah,
We're
I
involved in
understand.
these
This is
contracts, so-
difficult to do up here. So the percentage calculation has to do with an FCC court case, which was mentioned by GTL earlier.
Could you speak up
Yeah.
some?
Yeah, so the calculation is tied to an FCC case ruling, which has to do with paying fees on international, out-of-state calls. And in the course of the BAFO, the respondent Securus defined revenue differently than the others, and that's why the percent appears higher on the BAFO, but the dollar value behind the offer is the same in the BAFO as in the contract, which is still the highest dollar value offer of all the replies we received.
Yeah.
I'll try to translate a little bit. It just and this is secondhand for me.
Okay.
But my understanding of the terms. First, I'd just like to interject. I'm not really hearing that there's a legal objection. In our view, it's legal to award this contract. Now, whether it's inferior or superior, that's for you.
Right.
But as to these terms, and part of the analysis too about whether it was a legal process or not is, was there a material deviation from the solicitation? And you know, there was no requirement that it be low bid or anything like that, but it's unfair to put out a solicitation and you got to more or less follow your own rules or people waste their money responding to it. But you know, on these financial terms, my understanding of it is, there's a different rate that's chargeable for intrastate versus interstate calls. And so these are alternative rate structures that yield approximately the same. So under one system, you could have 91% of a commission versus 66% plus a flat rate component. So it's not 91 versus 66. It's 91 versus 66% plus 16,000 a year. So, and that's, I think the 16,000 a year is roughly to try to cover the interstate calls. The key is they're synonymous equivalencies.
Right.
So you can phrase it one way or the other. It's not that, you know, somebody reduced it from 91 to 66 and just got a better deal. It's 66 plus something else.
Right. So it makes up the difference.
And my understanding with the 2.5 million is the equivalency is, you know, you could have it paid up front, or it's basically an advance guarantee up front, 2.5 million, or a number I see is 800,000 a year. And it may be $1 million, I've heard this. But again, it's an equivalency. Is it an upfront payment or advance, or do you spread it over 5 years? But it's really for the purchasing authorities and the sheriff to evaluate those equivalencies and negotiate with the contractor and decide which is best. But that, on the financial terms, that's basically my understanding. So I just want to throw that out there. I think it's a way to analyze it.
So, Mr. Chair, so the...
You know, just when an attorney can explain it, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so the purchasing committee and also the sheriff thing came out to the same conclusion that your numbers were okay, correct?
Yes, yes, they did.
Because you have a committee made up of so many people, right, in the...
Yeah, we have, so the way the process works is we organize the solicitation, and the sheriff's office provides majority of the evaluators, and the evaluators evaluate the replies and select the most advantageous, and sheriff's office does agree that.
Evaluate it
they're
the same?
equivalent,
Yes. Thank you.
Based on that committee, are some of the members outside the sheriff's office?
Yes, we do have one member from procurement on that
Okay.
team.
Thank you. It's always good to check.
Just an overall question, Mr. Kraus, do you feel confident that the purchasing process was appropriate in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Steve?
I see the gentleman back there shaking his head vigorously in opposition to what he said. I'd just like to have him up, give him another day in court to respond to that, so that, because I know one of these things is, there's, around the state, there's a fair amount of controversy about this whole thing, and I want to make sure that we've got the numbers right, so just go ahead.
Yeah, I would just add it. I appreciate it. I think it's good to hear everyone, and just to kind of establish an expectation. It's normal that we go through this kind of process on inmate phones. It's common in the industry to have these kind of protests and have vendors engaged in the procurement.
I really, and because it's common, and because I know I've heard about this a lot, I just want to make sure I thoroughly vet go ahead.
And we should note, I understand that this is certainly not the first time that we've appeared in one of these, but also please know that there are numerous instances, and frankly, it's probably more often than not, that a contract comes up, it doesn't go our way, and that's the shakes, that's the game we're in, and we wouldn't be here. It's only in the context
I'm
of this.
asking a very specific question. You shook your head about the specific thing when he said that it's equivalent.
So respectfully, and I think the gentleman conceded that there was the impact of a court ruling that actually affected and altered the rate structure that was being offered during the process. After it was awarded, you saw a material departure from the rate structure, in part in recognition that there's something has happened in the law to call for that, to call for a reduction in these rates, and that making these distinctions between intrastate versus out of state, that's just factually incorrect to my understanding. That what the rates as they exist now are not the rates from the BAFO. They are materially less. The 2.5 up front versus spreading out over later and the guarantees, it's not so.
So your contention that our procurement evaluation, that we have equivalency, it's just in a different form than originally talked about, you're saying it's not accurate?
We're saying it's not accurate. That the numbers, the money that will be realized by the county as a result of this contract, as it exists today, versus what was proposed in the BAFO, and because of these changes,
can you tell me
it's a lot less.
what's materially different from your perspective?
Absolutely. The difference between 91.3% and 66 is materially different. That was what won the RFP process.
What about what we heard about the 16,000 a month or something?
There is a 16,000 a month that was added in. That comes out to roughly $200,000 a year. And if you're actually adding it up over the course of the 5 years, what it came out to was $5 million, $2,000 versus $5 million. They're exactly the same offer as far as GTL's BAFO and what was ended up in the contract. But what was awarded the most points was the BAFO that Securus put out, and that offer is no longer there. It's significantly dropped. Based on the amount of call volume that we're seeing, it was probably going to be closer to about $9 million. Obviously, we're just estimating there. But to go from about $9 million to about $5 million, that's a material change.
Great, thank you very much.
And the tablets are not included. They were in the BAFO. They were requested in the BAFO. That's $1 million in revenue that's not included in this contract.
Great.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'd like to have procurement come back up again. And do you have any response to that specific?
I have to hold my line. I have looked at the calculations that the evaluation team reviewed and the math that I've seen, based on the math I've also done myself, that what was presented in the BAFO and the clarifications are repeatedly left out of the conversation, but we clarified the BAFO, and the BAFO inclusive of clarifications represents the contract that we're entering.
So in your judgment, their allegations that it's different, it's just simply wrong because of the added clarifications that you have, et cetera?
We've worked with county council,
right,
and working together, we believe that the contract is substantially similar to the BAFO inclusive of clarification.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Good. Let me just, I think we can bring this up to a vote, but I just want to make a comment. I appreciate the comments here. I think going back to your comment originally, Supervisor, you had asked, do you believe they did a good job? I think the sheriff kept them there for the last 15 years. They must have done a decent job, and which is great, but there's new things changing, and for some reason they decided to go out and look and do that, and we're not involved in these contracts, but I think it was a good explanation of what's gone on and what's been clear about this. So I think they've done what we've asked them always to do, is to go out and look, and appreciate your comments. We don't usually get a lot of people, and like the people said there, sometimes we lose and sometimes we win. That's just part of the business world. So I appreciate that. So we have an opportunity to vote on this, and do we have a motion?
I move recommended action.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Bennett, and a second by Supervisor Long.
And seeing that it isn't really a legal issue, but one of, the determination of our staff and the quality of the different, and finding one better than the other, I just, if it were a legal one, then I would have more concern. But
Sure,
at this point,
and-
it's more of a judgment call on the
Right.
ones that have reviewed it.
And our sheriff has the right to use who he wants to use. It's his department, so.
And Mr. Chair, I want to thank the purchasing committee and also the sheriff and county council getting all together to finalize this contract and make sure that the numbers are correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do we have everybody voted? All right, thank you. All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time. All right. We got something else? You want these? You want these? You do. Okay. All right, so let's move on to our public comments. And we have Marjorie Bartles.
Good morning. My name is Margie Bartels, and I'm a certified organic Valencia orange grower in Bardsdale. You were recently presented with a 2016 Ventura County Crop and Livestock Report by Henry Gonzalez. He may have told you, or it may be your understanding, that the information and statistics compiled for that report came from Ventura County growers. That is probably true for most of the report, but it is not true for the section on organic farming on page 14 of the report. All growers receive an annual questionnaire from the Office of the Agricultural Commissioner asking us to report basic crop data, including acreage, yields, and sales proceeds. The cover letter for the questionnaire sent in January 2018 says these forms we fill out will provide the necessary information to complete the 2017 crop report. Yet nowhere in the questionnaire have growers ever been asked to distinguish between conventional and organic production. Page 14 of the crop report breaks down organic farming by type of crop with corresponding acreage and production values. I wondered what the source of the information was, since it obviously did not come from growers responding to the questionnaire. The cover letter suggested contacting Ms. Corinne Bell, the Chief Deputy Agricultural Commissioner, with any questions. I had an interesting email exchange with her over the source of organic information in the report. In that exchange, she admitted that at this point in time, we have not asked growers to separate the organic from the conventional, but that they did use other sources to capture information. When I pressed her on what those sources were, she refused to reveal them, saying, individual information is confidential, so I can't go into more detail about these sources. This is very troubling to me. It is of paramount importance to organic growers that the integrity of the organic label and process is upheld. Ms. Bell's refusal to reveal the source of the organic farming information on page 14 of the report makes me wonder if this information was from a reputable source. If it was a legitimate source, why not say so? Hiding behind confidentiality doesn't cut it, especially when the crop report implies that all source information comes directly from Ventura County growers. This lack of transparency shown by Ms. Bell indicates to me that the Agricultural Commissioner's Office has something to hide, and I believe you as the Board of Supervisors should demand Ms. Bell disclose the sources that were used to prepare the organic farming information on page 14 of the report. It is critical that these sources are legitimate and reputable for those who rely on this data for publications and decision-making purposes. Please hold the Agricultural Commissioner's Office accountable to reveal and publicize the source of their organic information for 2016.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, thank you, Ms. Bartel, so much for coming this morning and sharing that information. We will look into this and report back to you and to our board.
I have a copy of my statement and my contact information. If you'd
Thank you.
like
Please
to
leave it with
provide
the clerk.
And
Thank
also,
you.
I have a question too, and that is, if you are a certified organic grower, that's something that the state has information on, is that correct? So the state has all the information of all the certified growers in Ventura County, for example?
Yes, the state requests that information from us, as does the USDA, but it specifically says in the Agricultural Commissioner's letter that This request for crop information is not in conjunction with any other survey you may receive from the United States Department of Agriculture. The USDA does not forward crop information to Ventura County for use in the annual crop report. Whether CDFA does or not, I don't know, but if that's the case, that's perfectly legitimate, and I don't know why she would hide that.
Correct. That would be something that you would disclose easily. Okay, thank you. We will follow up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. William Lind?
Good morning. My name is William Lind. I work in the oil industry, and I work for California Resources Corporation. I've been an engineering specialist for 10 years in the industry. Working in the oil industry has given me so many opportunities, including a stable way to provide for my family. I know from firsthand experience that the industry provides good paying jobs with benefits for working families who may not otherwise have them. Shutting down or further limiting oil and gas production would severely undercut economic activity and result in the loss of millions of dollars in tax revenue for the county. The costly energy shutdown jeopardizes thousands of good-paying jobs for working-class families and would negatively impact the local businesses that rely upon the oil and gas industry. Please take into account the need for good-paying jobs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming out. It's Daniel Mora. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Daniel Mora with the Central Coast Labor Council. We represent about 70 unions, 100,000 members and their families. I'm here in support of a fair contract for the home care workers. And I actually want to thank them personally. I would say we've had a couple of members of our family that have needed home care. I have a grandparent that currently has it. I have a grandparent that formerly had it. He was a World War II veteran. He was able to live his last few years with dignity. So what they did, we can't really put into words how much it meant to us. We can't really put a price on it. So I'll admit I was a little bit thrown when I started to pay attention to this, to see that they were making wages that were 89 cents below the livable wage in Ventura County. That's unacceptable. I know the latest offer, I think, from my understanding, was 9 cents, which is a pittance. And they deserve a livable wage. This is skilled work. This is career work. It should be career work. Right now it's not. There's a 33% turnover rate because people, they leave. They try to get other jobs because they need to support their families. But this is skilled work. And I'm afraid of a healthcare crisis coming up in the next few years. We have an aging population. There's no real incentive to hire and retain additional workers to keep up with our population. And yeah, I'm here as a union representative that wants to have our members and wants to have working people. 80% of the workforce are women in this industry. And we want them to be able to afford to help us while also making a livable wage. But I'm also here for selfish reasons because I have parents that are retired. They're at that retirement age. I don't know if it's going to be necessary, maybe in 10 years, maybe in 20 years, I don't know. But I'm highly concerned, regardless of if I'm here as a member of a union or anything like that. I'm highly concerned that in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, there's not going to be enough workers. I'm afraid for other members of my family. I'm afraid for myself, and in 20, 30, 40 years. This is not going to, the way it is right now isn't viable. It's not going to last. We need to negotiate in good faith. So I'm here not only to say that the Central Coast Labor Council, the unions here in Ventura County, support their efforts and support a fair contract, but I'm also here because we're looking at a healthcare crisis and we need that to be averted, so we need to negotiate in good faith.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, sir. Yeah. So you're You're a union representative for this group?
I'm a mobilization coordinator for the Central Coast Labor Council. And so I'm on staff with them. I'm technically a member of the Laborers Union, Local 585.
So is this group coming to the table? Are they negotiating at the table?
The council, like the Central Coast Labor Council, or?
The IHSS representatives, are they at the table negotiating with us?
That? Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right. Number one, that's a fundamental question. I just want to make sure that we're clear that, I don't know when the last negotiating session was that they attended, but that's something that I want to make sure we have an accurate answer to before we finish here today. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Crillo? Danny here? Oh, there.
Morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, CEO Mr. Powers, county staff. Danny Carrillo, Tri-County's Regional Director for SEIU Local 721. Represent the largest bargaining unit of members that you employ here in the county. I'm here today because we stand united with our brothers and sisters of SEIU Local 2015 and all labor groups. We're also here to lend support and ask that you bargain in the best faith that you can to deliver a contract that reflects the respect and the hard work that these providers perform. I'm sure you either have family members or you know of others that have either been in this program or have need services in their elder age or at any time. And if you haven't, count your blessings. Many of these members and clients are constituents that you all represent. We ask that you all look at your internal moral compass and bring to the table a resolution that shows the importance you value for these providers and their clients. Thank you.
Mr. Carrillo,
Yes.
are you doing this at all the boards of supervisors in Southern California?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you doing this similar effort with all the boards of supervisors in Southern California?
I can't answer that because I don't know what our
Okay.
other regions are doing. I would imagine so. But, you know, I stand here again today to try to get a contract for our Ventura members here of 2015.
Thank you. And I do note that we do pay higher than everyone in Southern California and at Ventura County. So that's what I was thinking. If this is an effort, it should probably be statewide instead of focused on Ventura County.
Well, my understanding is that what you've offered at the table is no longer going to be the highest paid. It'll drop them down way low. So that may be true today, now, but it could change based on what you're offering.
Mr. Chair, Danny, I just want to thank you and thank everybody that's here today. I really appreciate the work that the IHSS folks do. In fact, Danny, we had last meeting, we had an explanation in English and Spanish for the individuals that are doing this fine work for the community, and I hope that they understand that. And I think it's important, Mr. Chair, that information be given to the union so they can understand exactly what we're doing, Danny. But I want to thank everybody for being here, and I really appreciate your work that you're doing, and thank 721 for assisting those individuals too.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Valdez? Who's going to, there you go. And then Peyton up next.
So I will be translating for her. My name is Nancy.
Buenos días, señores.
I love this guy. He's always moving fast.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Alejandra Valdés. Yo soy una persona que necesita la ayuda del condado para que nos apoyen más al sindicato, a los trabajadores.
My name is Alejandra Valdez. I'm here to tell you that we as caregivers and clients need the support of the supervisors.
El tiempo que que la persona que me ayuda, que es mi pareja, el tiempo que le dan, las horas que le dan son muy pocas para todo lo que él hace. Él, desde que yo abro los ojos, yo ya tengo mi desayuno, mi medicamento, para que me tome el azúcar, para que me tome la presión, porque si no fuera ayuda de él.
So the hours, the pay that my provider has, it's not enough. He, as soon as I wake up, he's there having everything ready for me, my breakfast, my medication, everything that I need.
La presión, me necesitan tomar la presión, bañarme, cambiarme, acercarme los alimentos, llevarme a citas, llevarme a terapias.
So take my blood pressure, have to take me to my doctor's appointments and therapies.
A medianoche, si me da más fuerte el dolor de cabeza, yo vivo con el dolor de cabeza las 24 horas del día. Hay veces que 2, 3 de la mañana andamos yendo al hospital porque no resisto el dolor si no tuviera alguien a mi lado.
So I suffer from very severe headaches, and that's a 24-hour thing, and he's having to be there for me all that time, and sometimes it's in the middle of the night. Sometimes we'll be in the middle of the night, 3 in the morning at the hospital, having to deal with this, and he's there for me.
Él más que cuidador es más enfermero que otra cosa, porque él es el que me asiste en medicamentos, como les vuelvo a repetir, en tenerme mis alimentos a la hora, a tomarme presión, tomar de sangre.
So he doesn't just do caregiving, he does work that a nurse would do to make sure that I have the right medicines, to make sure that I have everything that I need, everything that a nurse would do, he does.
¿Quién haría eso por tan poco dinero? La verdad, lo que pagan la hora, la verdad, si tuvieran que pagar una enfermera, ¿a cómo les sale la hora de una enfermera?
She said, who would do this with so little pay? Imagine how much it would cost to have a nurse, somebody to care for me, who would be paid more than my caregiver is.
Las personas que nos ayudan, a la mayoría de los enfermos, hacen doble función de cuidadores y de enfermeros, y casi muchas veces de psicólogos, de terapistas,
So caregivers like him aren't just caregivers. They are nurses, they're psychologists, they're therapists. They're so much more than just a caregiver.
Yo tengo muchas ganas de vivir, pero si no tuviera yo a alguien a mi lado que me ayudara a las 24 horas del día, la verdad no sé, yo creo que yo ya estuviera muerta desde hace muchos años.
If I didn't have somebody to care for me, how he does, I think I would be dead years ago.
Simplemente con el aliento que te dan de seguir adelante, échale ganas, no te deprimas, vamos a hacer esto, vamos a hacer lo otro, un detallito que vamos a asomarnos a la ventana, a cualquier cosa que nos distraiga nuestro dolor como enfermos, como los que estamos prostrados en una silla de ruedas, en una cama.
So he motivates me to want to, get out, to not be stuck in depression, especially for someone who's bound to a wheelchair and has the issues that I have.
Es muy triste para mí ver todo el trabajo que él hace por tan poco.
It's sad for me to see all the work that he does for so little.
Yo fui una persona muy trabajadora para mi país. Yo trabajé mucho para mi país. Me abrigó este país y para él le serví y con él estoy, pero yo necesito también alguien que me ayude más.
She said, I worked really hard for this, the U.S., and, before this, but now I need somebody to care for me and somebody, who's going to be paid, right?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I too just want to thank you for your testimony. We had the first speaker saying, what are we going to do in the future? There are a lot of senior citizens now, and there will be more in the future and less people available to take care of them. I'm so glad that you do have the care that you have, and I wish you the best in your illness.
Yes. Okay, Ronald Payton. Payton?
Good morning. My name is Reginald Payton, and I'm a provider. I am the only man that really is a provider. I love my job, but some of us have to have two jobs to make it out here because y'all don't give us enough money to take care of people. We go out our way to do for our clients that some nurses wouldn't even do. I take money out of my own pocket to spend on my client. A lot of, won't y'all just get out of yourself and put yourself in our position? Put yourself in our shoes for one day. For one day. And the 9 cents you're giving us, we can't even buy a bag with that. You can't buy a bag a day today with that. It costs 10 cents to buy a bag if you go to the grocery store. Now, you got to look at people today. You got baby boomers coming up now. A lot of people's coming in this world today that's going to need health care. And Ventura County doesn't have rent control. A lot of us got to have 2 or 3 jobs to make it and stuff. But, y'all really act like y'all really don't care, but I know y'all do care because one day your family might need it. Or your kin, or anybody that you care about might need health care work. We need this together, this raised to make us living, to make living for us, to provide for our clients. Because a lot of, like you said, a lot of us, we do more than doctors do, and nurses. We are psychologists, everything. They love us. And I would go out my way to help one of them because I don't know when I might be that way. I might have to go need them, That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir, for your passion for what you do. Was it Pilla? I don't know how to spell it, how I say it here. How do you say it? Rodolfo. Rodolfo. Miguel Beniz.
Good morning, boards. Good morning, everyone. The Board of Supervisors are not responsible for the rest of the state, but they are responsible for the residents of Ventura County, which include seniors and caregivers. The proposal from the Board of 9 cents increase does not help improve our turnabout rates for our caregivers. Caregivers are living in poverty and are living in the most rent-burdened areas of the county. The most home care providers are part-time workers. They're living in the wage in Ventura County is a full-time for worker at 37.18 in 1 adult and 3 children. I have 5 children, so I don't know what. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miguel Beniz. Here he comes. That's our last speaker.
So I heard a couple times reference a PowerPoint that was given a couple weeks ago. So I just wanted to reference a couple of those points. So in 2014, the wages in Ventura County were $9.50. At that time, the health care that they had was not ACA compliable, so we had to do something about that. At that time, 60 cents that went to health care got moved over to wages. So that's not new money. That was just money that was shifted from benefits to wages. After that, the county provided a 23% raise over 3 years. That brought us to $12.50. That seems like a big number, but Ventura County providers started with low wages to begin with. So that's one of the points I wanted to hit. Another one is that California's nursing homes provide a major source of personal and medical care for the state's most vulnerable residents, the elderly and the disabled. The number of people required nursing care will increase far over the current capacities. Basically, there will not be enough beds in Ventura County to care for them. And the fact that providers don't make enough money to live in this county. This will force our elderly and disabled to be sent somewhere else. Also, we heard reference talking about how Ventura County is one of the highest paid counties. So currently, they're the 9th highest in the state in total compensation. And I want to hold up a graphic. So with the proposal given by the county, in 2020 in total compensation, we will move to the 30th in the state. So let's think about the future and not about the present. And this is assuming that no other agreements are reached in other counties. And this is very unlikely because we just reached another agreement a couple weeks ago. So in this graphic, you can see that in 2020, San Diego, Los Angeles, Riverside, Orange, Imperial, and San Bernardino County will be making more than Ventura in total compensation. So if you don't mind, I'll show this. Since we showed the PowerPoint last week, I want to show this to the audience here. You can see that Ventura in pink would be 30th by 2020. And I just really wanted to hit those points to make sure that we got both sides of what was talked about a couple weeks ago. ¿Sí se puede? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you again for your testimony, and muchas gracias por estar aquí en el testimonio. Gracias por venir.
Hang on, hey, don't leave. Tell them to stay.
We have something else.
Do you have just a moment?
Yeah, please stay.
Thank you.
Yeah, before you go, I want to make a few comments. Number one, I'm glad to hear that we're going to be negotiating in terms of moving this. The things I want to emphasize that I heard today is I really agree that these workers deserve a living wage. I strongly agree. I agree there's going to be a shortage of these workers to take care of seniors in the future. And I agree that you are doing, I think, just about the most valuable work in Ventura County. It is really important what we do for these seniors. And that's why we pushed last time to give a substantial increase to try to move ourselves up. And that's why if the state of California and the federal government, but particularly the state of California, had not changed the rules so that in the future we have to pay millions of dollars more to support your wages that don't go to you. There's a transfer of money from the state to the county in terms of an expense. I would love to give all of that money to these workers here. And our challenge is the state changing the formula in the future so that we have to pay millions of dollars more in the future just to keep your salaries where they are. And so I'm as frustrated as I hear the frustration and feel it here, because I've constantly tried to say this group of workers needs to be paid better. It's just that the county of Ventura is not completely in control of the revenue that is used to pay these workers. And so I'd like to have Mr. Powers present here about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett, board members, IHSS workers, and SEIU. Thank you so much for coming today to share your stories. As you can hear how important it is, the work that you do is to our board and our community, caring for some of the most vulnerable in our community. I want to share a little information with you, and then we're also going to present it to you in Spanish as well. So some of which we've touched on, and there's a few new bits of information, but just in terms of how much this board values the work that you do, as you can see in the last contract, this board approved over a 32% increase. And I think that shows how much this board values the importance of the work that you do. As you can see, that moved us up into 5th place statewide, and the highest in Southern California. But as Supervisor Bennett mentioned, the state in 2017, as you know, because you were our partners, SEIU, IHSS workers, with the state, saying this is not right what the state is doing in terms of shifting the cost for this program to the state. They made a massive shift, and just as you can see, $11.4 million in 3 years that's going to hit the county on these programs. What that means is it limits our ability to provide greater increases to you, and it also forces us to look at reductions in mental health and child protective and social services. At the same time, we urge you to come to the table. So far, I believe our team has offered a 2.25% increase over 3 years, but we're in the middle of this negotiation. So we've got some work to do, and we want to do that with you. So on March 13th, I believe that's the next meeting. We really urge you, I believe it is SEIU and IHSS's turn to make a counteroffer, and we look forward to receiving that counteroffer and working through that with you. Wanted to just show you sort of graphically what that cost shift looks like. So you can see in this year there's a bit, but next year, $800,000, then $3.5 million, then almost $7 million. As you can see, those are real dollars out of the county's general fund, which really really ties the board's hand in terms of how much they can offer, because it impacts not just IHSS, but those other important mental health and social services that we spoke about.
That last slide,
Yes, ma'am.
that was funds that the state had been paying.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Oops.
And that's the money that's being
Can you
shifted
put it
to
back
the
up,
county.
please?
So if I could reference that, the union.
Sorry.
One moment.
Please, if you could get the slide back up, please. So I'll keep reading the slide as soon as they get it back up there. What you've talked about before, too, is the savings that are created. Not only is it the right place to provide the care with the respect and the dignity in the home, that also saves funds, right? It's cost effective. The problem for us is the state is the entity that reaps the benefit of that, not the county. I'm sorry, I just don't want to. So part of what we're saying to you is we share your feelings on this, and we're struggling with the same hill to climb that you are. And so those savings are really accruing and going to the state that are not being shared with the county here, in which case we would be able to share those with you in terms of your wages. So I think hopefully what you can see is that we have collective goals, and you were so effective with us last time in working with the state to say, don't shift this much cost to the counties. And they did. They reduced the amount of cost shift. It's still a shift, as you can see. But you helped us with that. And so the two things I would really urge you is to help us collectively with our joint voice to the state to say, please don't shift these costs to the county so we can provide better wages to our IHSS workers. And please come to the table. That's the second point I would urge for you. Come to the table with a counteroffer March 13th, and let's get an agreement that is really appropriately values the quality of the work that you do. And with that, I'd like to, if it's okay with you, I'd like to have Alejandra Taez, a program manager in our office, walk through the presentation for you in Spanish. There you go.
Aumentos recientes de salarios para los proveedores de IHSS en el condado de Ventura. Los salarios de proveedores de IHS en el condado de Ventura subieron más del 32% gracias al acuerdo más reciente en el condado de SEIU en el 2014. Como resultado del acuerdo del 2014, el condado de Ventura pasó de ocupar el 20º lugar entre condados del estado al 5º lugar en enero del 2018. Los proveedores del condado de Ventura reciben actualmente el salario más alto de IHS en el sur de California. Impacto de los cambios en la financiación de IHS sobre el condado de Ventura. En el 2017, el estado recortó significativamente la financiación para los servicios de IHSS y trasladó el costo a los condados. Esto fue a pesar de un aumento significativo en el número de los casos de IHSS. Durante los próximos 4 años, se estima que el incremento de estos costos para el condado de Ventura será aproximadamente de 11.4 millones. Los costos más altos, puesto que el programa de IHS no se puede recortar, pueden obligar que se recorten otros programas como salud mental, servicios para niños y otros servicios sociales. A pesar de los actuales recortes en la financiación, el condado mantiene su compromiso de mantener los salarios competitivos actuales y ha ofrecido a los proveedores de IHSS un aumento superior al 2.25 para el próximo periodo contractual de 3 años. En esta gráfica pueden ver el incremento de los costos que será para el condado de Ventura. Sobre los próximos 3 años será un 11.4 millones de dólares sobre el fondo general. ¿Cómo crear un programa de IHSS que es sostenible? El programa de IHSS permite ahorros globales, al evitar otros tipos de atención más costosos, como atención de enfermería a domicilio. Los ahorros en programas redundan directamente en el Estado y no en el condado de Ventura. Para avanzar necesitamos objetivos colectivos para permitir que el condado, los proveedores de IHS y SEIU Local 2015 defiendan un programa y una fuerza laboral justa y sostenible. El condado de Ventura está ansioso para acelerar las negociaciones con SEIU Local 2015 para alcanzar un acuerdo justo y equitativo.
Okay, to
Thank you,
reference
Alejandra.
those points, the union did a lot of work with the state budget.
This isn't a discussion back and forth. We already had our time, and so, Mr. Powers.
Well, 9 cents is not enough, and we'll have counter proposals, but it's not going to be anywhere near 9 cents. Si se puede, yes we can.
Thank you.
Everybody else get 1.5. We only get 1.75. We should get 1.5 like everybody else.
Okay, we're kind of behind here. Can we put off our board comments for a little bit, maybe? Let's move on to our 9:30.
I just, as Mr. Powers was stating in his presentation, I wish the doors to Capitol and Sacramento were like next door so they could go over there too, and we would join them because it is something as a result of what the state has shifted, and it's, in our lap, but I think part of it is because it's more accessible to come here, but it certainly is something that is in the lap of the.
And Mr. Chair, I want to thank all the people that testified. I know it's frustrating to the individuals, but I just want them to know that we support them and we've been working with them, and thank them for the testimony today in Spanish and English.
Yeah, I appreciate it. There's no question, and the governor's doing what he's doing, but I appreciate he's trying to be financially, but it seemed like every month we see $1 billion extra going up there.
And that's strictly, a really important issue is the cost of it, but also looking at what we can do as a county. We know that respite workers actually have shorter lifespans too.
That's right.
What other kinds of support are out there too? I think we should looking at from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. We're looking at a potential grant to assist with helping to identify people who are suicidal. But the fact that we have resources that we can look at to help them advance understanding of psychology, for example, and how they can work with their clients. So I'm just wondering if there might be some opportunities to assist with training and maybe working closer with respite care and understanding that the respite worker also needs to have support systems too, in addition to the costs. We certainly want to make sure we can pay what we can.
Right. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next item, which is our file and brief, our Cal recycling debris. I'm excited to hear about this program. It sounds like some great things were going on. So who's going to take this on? Ms. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Foy. Yes, we have Todd Thalmeyer, who is leading the Cal Recycle program here, and we've asked him to come and present the status report today. So, Todd, thanks so much for being here, and take it away. I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. My name is Todd Thalheimer, Operations Chief, State Materials Expert in debris. And fortunately or unfortunately, depending upon how you look at it, I'm also the author of this cleanup program along with Melinda Stair, who's with me from OES. She's the incident commander. I wanted to just give you a brief, and again, if you'd like me to give you another brief in March, we can. Some good news, we're on track to pretty much have the debris off the ground by April 15th. That's our goal. I believe it will meet it, or will be really close to meeting it. When I say the debris, there's going to be all sorts of other things we have to fix once we get the debris off the ground, obviously, but here's the presentation. So just a quick overview. Next slide. Oh, I have the clicker too. Wow, technology. I love it. Okay, just want to give you a brief. You've probably seen, or if not, we can provide tours. But our crew are in PPE, which with the white suits and respiratory. Again, that's for asbestos and heavy metals and other things that we bump into at the night, as we say. Right now, we have completed about 230 parcels with debris removal. And throughout the project, you'll see air monitoring. So we consider our community our first priority. We don't want to impact the community a second time from our debris operations. So being an environmental engineer and a firefighter, I've brought all the tools to the trade. So we have dust control, water tenders, air samplers. And for the first time ever, we are sampling more school sites than we've come across. We're currently at 15 sites that we're doing air sampling at elementary, middle schools, preschools, high schools. Any school that we asked is in green. Any school that we asked and they said no is in blue. So we tried to make sure that we covered that particular scenario as well. To date, we have found a few asbestos fibers, and those areas were either background or it was one fiber which was underneath the standards. And we'll have a full report on that when we're done. A little note on that is the data, we do have real-time data that's up, but it's only for dust. Asbestos and metals have to actually go to the lab to determine what we actually find. But it's been going very well at the school sites. So we currently have 41 teams working, so you'll see 41 crews. That means 41 excavators and associated trucks with that. We've cleared 230 lots, so we're finally up to what I would say full power. The engine room is making it work, so we're about 100 sites a week. We hit 91 last week, so I believe this week we'll hit 100. A little quick view of what we have before and after. And there are certain areas in the community now, you can drive through a whole entire street where the debris is gone. It's kind of just a view of the Pacific Ocean, the fact that the lots are done. So like I said, some areas of completely streets have been done and ready for rebuilding. We have to, of course, wait for our soil samples. Those have come in, and so far I think we're at 80 sites approved. And as of yesterday, 3 sites were officially approved for redevelopment. They waived the last step, which is the erosion control. So just by the numbers, so if you have any questions, we have 661 assessed, 230 that are done. We've spent $15.6 million to date. Again, there's our air sampling. Approximately 75,000 tons have been removed. To kind of give you an idea what that is, if you took a Nimitz aircraft carrier, that's about 100 tons, 100,000 tons. So we're about 3/4 of the way through an aircraft carrier. By the time we're done, I believe we'll have 2 aircraft carriers out of your community. Approximately 3,800 truck trips. We're somewhere around 400 to 450 truck trips to the landfill a day. And we have 2 commercial properties under the removal operations. So that concludes my presentation. I always want to make sure that there's any questions that I can address. I just want to say, first of all, from operations chief, for a person who's been doing this for 10 years, as somebody who's been doing it for 3.5 years straight, throughout the state, your staff has been phenomenal. Both county and city. We've worked with many jurisdictions, and I have to tip my cap. I just have to say thank you. They've done a phenomenal job. They've been able to get us everything that we need. Been able to work through issues that we have. As I've told people before, we're going to have issues. We're going to break things. We're going to find a fire hydrant that we didn't know it was there, but we'll fix it. But working with your county, honestly, has been a pleasure to work with. I can say from Melinda's perspective and my perspective, from the command staff perspective, it's been rewarding to come down here. I know there's some trust issues and other things in community meetings as far as what was going on up north and the other incidents, and so far I'm hoping that you've heard positive reflection back from our team. So, any questions?
No, I appreciate you willing to come out here, and we've just heard nothing but great stuff from what you've done and what you're, and Mr. Powers has been very instrumental in letting us understand that you guys were designed this. And in one sense, I'm glad we're not the first, because it sounds like you've perfected this and you're doing a tremendous job for us. And so we really appreciate what you've done and given us a lot of confidence in what you're doing for our community too. So that's been helpful. I know our staff has worked really hard to be as good as they could, and I'm glad to hear you're confirming that. It's great. That is one question I had, is how are we dealing with getting to the landfills, all that working out okay? They put staff on to take on all the additional materials and stuff, or what?
Yeah, we're throwing a lot at Tolan.
I know, that's what I was going to say. I've heard that, so.
Tolan's bent a little bit, but bending is good, and we're holding up. So we're putting on a number of other landfills online because we're going to reach their maximum daily throughput.
Well, that's what I was curious. I know that you could go across the county to other different
Yes.
locations and different parts through Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley and all that.
Simi Valley's going to come online in the next couple of days.
Okay.
Can that be an exception, with the tonnage that goes into Tolan? I know that Tolan has a capacity, a daily capacity, I think. I'm just wondering if.
Yeah, but I just, that's why I was curious, because we got all this happening,
Yeah.
but the regular haulers have regular things they have to do, and I know that you could put some of them at some risk. So, right, I guess that's what you're talking about, trying to balance this, right?
Yeah, so again, we have to look at the system-wide impacts. We're fortunate that you have multiple landfill here. Most of my counties that I work in, say for instance Lake County, which unfortunately has burned 3 times in the past 3 years, they don't have, there's one landfill. So we have to figure out how to get that in here. But so in this particular circumstance, we've been able to work through those problems relatively painlessly.
Good.
I appreciate everyone's questions on the landfill, Tolan Road. That has been a specialty for our office to ensure that our community is taken care of as long as the needs of the road. I know that we have been working very hard with our county counterpoint to ensure that the road is cleaned up, that the trucks are off on the side with the park, that we are making sure that the hours of operations at a certain time, and I know that there's someone in the audience if we need more details on that. And I want to appreciate also, I was at the Disaster Summit on the 16th up in Sacramento, and I spoke on behalf of you for Cal Recycle to say thank you, because it's been an efficient process and has been very much lessons learned from up north, and we've been able to apply that. And so Cal OES was there, FEMA, SBA, and so forth, and we talked about the successes that we're having here in Ventura County. Yes, there are some bumps in the road, but we do learn, and it's been a great networking of information from up north and south to make sure that we're doing the best for our community. So, Todd, thank you very much.
Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, virtually all those 700 homes are in my district. I'm having a lot of conversations with people, and on top of that, I live right across the street from where you've already successfully done 3 cleanups, and I just want to, everybody's talking about how great it is, but I'm working closely with my neighbors across the street. It's still an emotional issue for them, and the sensitivity that these crews have displayed to the neighbors just across the board, it's just remarkable that, you got these crusty construction guys coming up, and everybody thinks they're going to be, mad about cars parked in the wrong spot, and they told them don't park that car in that spot because we're coming tomorrow, and instead they just patiently handled it. They just have made it work. They came across a foundation that was 6 foot thick, for the whole, the size of this room, 6 foot thick, and they had to, they just make it work. And so there's something special going on with your crews, and I just want to say we've really seen it. People were concerned about the dust and all that stuff, and they said, no, we know how to do that, and they did. There just wasn't a speck of dust, and people right next door we're just stunned at that. So it's a special thing, and when I talked to you earlier, you said I've got people fighting to be on these crews because they like doing this work, and it really shows. They just have been remarkable. I'm repeating myself at this point in time, but thank you very much for. It's the leadership that, as we see over and over again, that sort of instills that kind of mission in people, and that mission's really out there, really remarkable. I have one question for you. why would any school not want to have the air monitor? Do you know? I mean, it may be something you can't comment on, but like, is there
trying to be politically correct
here. Is there an inconvenience or anything?
I'll never say I won't have a comment. I've been doing this 10 years, so I don't want to take up too much time. I mean, like I said, I'd be happy to discuss whatever issues. And again, if that crusty old guy does get out of line, please let me know and I'll fix the crusty old guy. But there are some security issues with some of the schools. They had said that they didn't feel comfortable with our technicians coming in and out, taking the samples.
Okay, sure.
There's some, we feel we're okay. Again, we're outside far enough, we're not seeing any impacts. The comment about the dust, if you saw some dust, I think you would hear more, we want our school sampled, we want this, those types of things. Again, it's a personal preference. Some schools just, we want no outside interference with our day-to-day operations. So we offered it to them, and they said no. And the best thing is right now the data's coming back clean, so I can make that engineering evaluation to say that we're good everywhere else. So we're going to slowly brighten that sampling down. The map, you saw 2 lines. We have a 2,000-foot line. We have a 1,000-foot line. So come here shortly, we're going to start cutting the sampling back. But again, it's a personal preference from the districts. I have a feeling if that got out to the parents and the PTAs, it might have been a different decision. But that's fine. It's all good.
The final thing I just want to say is, literally in our communities, people are changed in terms of how they're interacting with each other. And your crews are just simply complementing that. So as they leave, the neighborhood feels bonded together better. Everybody's feeling, and if we can keep that spirit of community, that's going to be a precious silver lining that comes out of all this. And you guys are really contributing to that. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Like I said, Melinda and I founded the program, and we've been doing this together for 10 years. And I'll tell you from Tahoe, which was the first fire, which burned technically about a third of what it burned here, but that community's changed forever. There are people now that know people and that have bonded together and rebuilt together, that it's a completely different community.
That's right.
And again, I see the same thing already happening here. Short is only 230 homes in, but I can tell you right now, you're going to have a different community here than you had before the fire hit.
It's got to feel good to be part of that.
Yes.
Great.
Supervisor?
I just wanted to say that, we were fortunate in my district that we didn't have these kind of fires and devastation, but it is really good to know that if that does happen, that you guys are there. And as I understand, that program wasn't available not too long ago, so that this is just a really appreciated program, and your work on that is also very much appreciated.
Thank you. Just as a point of information, this program doesn't exist.
That's
we
what
kind of have an internal joke that it's the pink unicorn, and that's truly what it is. It gets rolled out. You can't type in the email. There's no program. There's no staff. We drop everything that we're doing, and this program is literally created from scratch every time. So, lessons learned is hopefully, we can establish a statewide debris type program that county employees and state employees and other employees can be on this team, so that they can have that knowledge and they can have that process. So it gets really tough on our incident management team when you have to create it from scratch every time. I'm not one of those ones that likes to create new programs, but I think that seeing what we do and seeing what is benefit to the counties and jurisdictions and cities, this is something that needs to be in place.
I couldn't imagine what would happen if we didn't have that. It is definitely needed.
And that's the discussion we were having up in Sacramento also, is the resiliency, and that disasters will happen. We have 13 counties that have already had fires. And so this is normal, is what we're saying. And so we really need to be at our counties ready for this. And what are the programs and so forth that are going to be ready to go, so that we help our communities as much as possible. And that's what we're working on right now.
Count on us to join in that lobbying effort hard as this goes forward to try to create a separate program.
Thank you, Todd. Good work.
Let me have Mr. Powers to do some more things here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Foy. Todd, again, just a big thank you. You built trust. You did it when you first came down here in the community meeting. Those were traumatic times for our community and our individuals who were affected by this fire. And you just went right to it, and you really built trust right then in all the community meetings, and then with every interaction you've had since. Supervisor Bennett mentioned the I want to say sort of the customer service soft touch, and I've heard it too anecdotally from so many people where they went up to your folks and said, I know you're not required to take these other things while you're here, but is that okay if you do it? And they said, we'll just do it. We just did it time after time. It was just customer service. How can we help? And they couldn't have been more grateful and appreciative. So that's on top of the logistics of having 41 teams, on top of all the safety measures, on top of all the trucks having to go to the landfills. It's just amazing to balance those out as you've done. So just a great big thank you to you and Melinda and the whole team that you have here. Related to that, I also want to, that same theme of customer service, I think couldn't have been better exemplified than by our County Environmental Health Department. Bill Stratton is here. I'm going to ask him to come on up, and as he's walking up, just I don't know about you, I think some of you have heard the same things. So many people in the community have approached me to say thank you for the work that the Environmental Health Department did as they came in, those 680 families, to sign their rights of entry, to sign up for the program, something that they never wanted to have to sign up for, something that they didn't really understand during one of the most traumatic times in their lives. And these folks were like counselors and therapists and friends. So many times they ended the conversation with hugs and just that support for them, but walking them through the process and encouraging them to sign up and move forward. And just each one of you took that individual time to show compassion to members of our community when they needed it the most. So I just really wanted to take a moment. They're a humble bunch. I'm sure they don't want to be here, but I really thank you for letting us thank you on behalf of the community for the compassionate work that you did. Bill?
Thanks, Mike, and thanks, Todd. Just to follow up, to get this started, our staff was very involved with it. Mike mentioned 682 of those right of entry forms that were filled out and taken in by our staff. But we actually started with the local assistance center when that's set up. And the first few days we had people lined up behind our tables because that was the first phase in this debris removal process. That was to get DTSC down here and start removing those household hazardous waste. So all of our staff rolled up their sleeves, pitched in, what can we do? I can't go through the entire staff because I know I'll forget some people, so I'm not going to do that. I'll just kind of identify different groups that were involved in this process. We had the LAC staff that was up there. We have the DTSC staff. They have cleared about 987 parcels. We had to have staff embedded in each of those DTSC teams throughout the entire process. So weekends, they were out there, our staff was out there with DTSC, so they've removed that household hazardous waste. So they put in a lot of effort there. The right of entry forms, that's a 9-page document. We've talked about it before. We handed them out at some of these workshops. And true, the staff were, this is something that we're not used to doing. This is out of our comfort zone. We're not used to this. We're regulators. But we walk folks through this 9-page document. Many times the residents were told to come here, right? My neighbor said, I need to come down. My family said, I need to come down. We walked them through that entire process. I didn't do it. The staff did it. We had to change directions, and I know I talked to Supervisor Bennett at one of our workshops. We thought we could do that at those workshops, but it didn't work out that way. We needed to have the resources here in this building. And I have to, hats off to the assessor's office and the recorder's office, because staff was able to walk people down, get those documents, go back up, and complete those forms. So that was quite an effort. A couple people that are not with environmental health, I want to recognize them. There's Gloria and Toby from Public Works. They're kind of our honorary environmental health division staff because they sat with us through that entire ROE process. And so I thank them for doing that. A couple people that aren't here, Bob Gallagher, who was if you remember that name, he was a director before me, has been retired for about 7 years, and Reem Dejani was retired as well. They came in. They volunteered their time. They went to all of the workshops that we had in the evenings, on the weekends, and they were here 7:30 all day for 3 weeks, taking in those ROE forms. We have a staff that had to process all of those forms, right? We had 682 of those forms that came in. We had staff, part of our IT staff and part of our administrative staff. They had to create folders for each of those. They had to input all that data into our database from those 9 pages. They had to convert all of those ROE forms to PDF so that we could send them off to the Debris Removal Operations Center each morning. And I know I would come in here after those evening meetings and on the weekends, and they were in here putting those things together. There's one more person I need to recognize, and that's Sean Debley. Sean is our incident command for environmental health. He's been stationed at the D-Rock. He's our D-Rock star, if you will, since the first day. And if you call the D-Rock, you're going to get Sean. And I know that. And the next door neighbor, they posted his cell phone number. And so I know I tried calling Sean, and his voicemail was full because he's getting all the calls. He's going to be there until Cal Recycle leaves. So he is he's our rock star at the D-Rock. Sean, if you can raise your hand so you can see where he is. And of course, the management team. Each of the managers stepped up and they took each of the component. They took the ROE, they took the all of the different processes we had to put together, which we'd never done before. It was controlled chaos at many times, but I think we got it done. And the results is that Todd is here, and they're cleaning up these properties. So I'm very proud of all the staff that we have, and I thank you for allowing me to recognize them. So if they can stand up, all the staff that were involved from environmental health. That's it.
Thank you so much. You know, we really need to give awards of recognition, and the idea that we had actually employees who retired came back. You know, we can take the public service, take the person out of public service, but you can't take the public service out of the person. You know, they just are dedicated all the way through. So thank you so much. And the staff coming together is just incredible. As they say, the residents are so appreciative.
Finish it up. Yeah. Okay, Mike, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I think it's already been well said. Just a great big thank you to Environmental Health and Chris Stevens too. I know he's been there with them, supporting them every step of the way, but just 24/7, couldn't be more appreciative. So thank you.
And again, thank you for all you give for Cal Recycle. Thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you for the program. And I know it's hard to recreate. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this saying, great one for us, so we can try to do it. But it takes certain talents between you two to put something like that together, and appreciate what you've done. It's just been a blessing to our community, and thanks for being here. Hopefully they've been good to you, too. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Let's move on to, I know you guys are doing this on purpose to slow my meeting down here, but let's move on to item number 34 real quick. Supervisor?
Thank you very much. Really happy to have Elizabeth Thazia and Angeline McCormick Soul here for this presentation on Businesses with a Heart campaign. I have a few other names here, but I have a feeling that Elizabeth will handle the rest of the introductions. Is that right, Elizabeth?
That's right.
Great. Okay. But anyway, the opportunity to hear about some really good work, and we have some great business partners here with us to talk about this also. So thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Renner. Thank you for having us here. I want to give you a brief overview and where this fits in. So child welfare has changed enormously in the last 20 years. And today we realize that for children and families to be stable and healthy, we need to create a community network of supports for children, their parents, and for the foster and relative caregivers caring for them. And it's in these networks that families are strengthened. So over the last 5 years, Children and Family Services, we've committed to a robust foster parent recruitment, community engagement, and caregiver support plan. And I want to highlight some things as part of this plan and where this fits in. So in the last 5 years, we created the Foster VC Kids website, the social media platform, and the new brand to enhance our public awareness of foster care and provide caregivers with immediate access to information and our resources. And since that time, this has resulted in a 400% increase in prospective caregiver inquiries in Ventura County. We had 630 inquiries this last year of people that have learned about us and want to know more. Next, we rebranded our community and radio press messages through the relational lens between parents, youth, and caregivers. In the past, foster care was perceived almost as a rescue mentality, where caregivers come in, they rescue the child. Today, we realize that for families to reunify, we need a strong support network between the children, the parents, and the caregivers. And so we've changed that lens in how we communicate. We created the Faith in Motion campaign across our county, where we're partnering with faith communities to support families and recruit families from within. And soon we will have foster care chaplains located throughout the county. Next, we created the 21st Century Resource Family Pre-Service Training for all new caregivers, and this is now recognized as one of the state models for trauma-informed training. Next, we designed better practices and information sharing about the child between the social workers and the caregivers. We did this through revamping and recreating the child's needs and services plan. Our California director of the Department of Children and Family Services, Will Lightbourne, and the Youth Law Center has now stated that Ventura County's updated needs and services plan is the finest in the state, and they'd like to use it as a model with other counties. We created a system to provide greater and more timely communication and support between caregivers and families through expanding our caregiver support team. And we provided seasoned peer mentors to work alongside our families. And we improved the child placement process over this last year to increase the number of siblings placed together and reduce the number of children placed in congregate care, which is pivotal to our continuum of care reform. And we have learned that we are now at the lowest number of children in congregate care and the highest number of siblings placed together than we have had in 3 years when we started tracking this. And so the next piece that we've added, because again, it's a whole system to engage the community to really develop support networks. So we developed a robust community outreach and engagement program. And now we have 56 community partners across the county to support families, whereas 5 years ago we had 7. It's a 700% increase. And part of that enhanced safety network is around the businesses with heart. And so you'll hear from some local businesses today. They're helping our families, our youth, and our caregivers access discounts for goods and services, and they provided youth new job opportunities. So, businesses with heart. Businesses with heart is a three-pronged approach. One is we want to develop stronger resources for our children and our families, and we do that through partnerships with local businesses. Two is we want to develop community partnerships to buy in and to expand our localized networks. As we know our local businesses, they know our communities, they know our people, they already have built-in networks. And three, we want to reframe foster care through a targeted public awareness campaign, and local businesses that have now joined this Business with Heart campaign are part of that. They are advertising or they are linking to our Foster VC Kids campaign. They're talking about it and the work we're doing, and then we're highlighting them in our own work. So Businesses with Heart, they address resource gaps. According to a recent study by UC Davis, 52% of people that are considering becoming foster caregivers state that their biggest concern is lack of resources, lack of financial resources, because it's an added strain to the family. And so one is to address financial barriers and perceived barriers and enhance extracurricular opportunities to reduce costs for food and goods for our caregivers. Next is we see our businesses as our ambassadors. These are people who are working within communities that can talk about foster VC kids and the importance that the most vulnerable in our communities, we know that you can assess the strength of community and a strength of a county by how well the most vulnerable are doing. And so our businesses are going to be helping talk about and support our most vulnerable. Businesses, partners, they will be providing job training, mentoring opportunities, employment opportunities, discounted food, discounted extracurricular activities, discounted automotive repairs, free haircuts, furniture and support services, and other goods for our youth and families. They've already done these things, and every month we add more to our numbers. They provide food for our recruitment activities and for our caregiver training events. So Chipotle now has said every month they're going to provide us free food. So as we host this and draw people in, they're supporting us. Additionally, they hosted 3 job trainings for us for foster VC kids and hired 10 of our youth in foster care. These are our first jobs. They're going to be mentored and they're going to be trained and walked alongside of. We have many in the community that want to help. They may not be ready to be a foster parent, but they want to help. And this is a strategic way to help build those networks and those supports for families. They will increase the support through offering donations to organizations like CSA, Children's Services Auxiliary. Children's Services Auxiliary gives thousands of dollars to our children and our families for extracurricular activities, and so we're building that feedback mechanism of ways to give. And so families very simply get a card. They get a Foster VC Kids Business with Heart card. They will be able to show their card at these local businesses, and this is how they get those enhanced supports. And so I want to invite some people together that can talk about the program. Jackie? Jackie is a member of my team, and she has been really the brain behind the Businesses with Heart campaign. I want to be very thankful for her. And she's also bringing forward 2 of our partners and 1 of our recipients.
Good morning, supervisors. I would just like to tag on to what Elizabeth has already mentioned. And first, when I began working with the Businesses with Heart initiative, I thought this is such a great opportunity for our families to receive some discounts and to have an opportunity to participate in some extracurricular activities, and to maybe some of our youth will land a job. And while we've accomplished all these things and we've added to our successes and we continue to grow, something else is happening. And what I have found, it's very, very common when I go out and I meet with our business leaders, that very few really understand what foster care means in our county and in their very own communities. And so I take this as an opportunity to inform and to educate them. And I sit down, and it's kind of like the good old-fashioned handshake. You just sit down with them, you get to know them, and I have an opportunity to share what our foster care community looks like. And 9 times out of 10, they're just astounded to find out what that means. And they really want to help. They just never really knew how. And so they become a Businesses with Heart partner. And what really is happening is Businesses with Heart becomes the ambassador to educate the business community about the need for quality resource foster homes. And as I speak, I'm currently working with 2 families that are in the recruiting process to become resource foster families. And one in particular is insistent upon, she wants to work with older teens, and that is something that we dearly need. And so I will be meeting with her again at the end of the week, and she's going through the approval process. And so we're seeing that golden thread getting weaved, and it's just very, very rewarding. And as the Businesses Heart program grows, we'll be seeing more of that targeted recruitment happening. And we really appreciate our Businesses with Heart partners, the way they share our information, the way they're paying it forward. We appreciate all of the resources that we're providing, or that they are providing our families. And I just wanted to bring some names and some faces to what's happening out there, bring it real for you. So I had an opportunity one day to be out mattress shopping. And I was in Camarillo, and I walked into Rest for Less mattresses. And I immediately felt super comfortable because on the wall was this big TV, and my favorite college football team was playing, Michigan State Spartans, so I knew the guy must be okay. And so I met Anthony, and he became our first Businesses with Heart partner. He is, come on up, Anthony, I'm going to have you share a few words. And he's a great guy. And during the Thomas fires, I got a phone call and from Stacy here, who you'll be meeting shortly, and said, we really need beds. So I called Anthony and I said, Anthony, can you help us? I could barely get the words out of my mouth. He said, Jackie, how many beds do you need and when do you need them? And within 2 days, Stacy and Anthony were coordinating together, and he was able to provide what our families needed. So I'll let Anthony share a few words with you on what his experiences is like with Businesses with Heart.
Sorry. As you heard from her, my name's Anthony Smith. I'm the owner of the furniture store Rest for Less in Camarillo, California. We've been in business for 13 years. I became aware of it from Jackie Johnson. I think it's something a lot of businesses would become a part of once it gets out there. She contacted us about the Thomas fires. I think a lot of people wanted to be helpful during the Thomas fires. They just didn't know how to. We were actually grateful for the opportunity that she contacted us. We got a hold of our manufacturers immediately, and we actually partnered with our manufacturers to get the beds done that they needed, bunk beds and mattresses. I'm proud to be a partner of the Business of Heart with Ventura County, BC Foster Kids, and we're very appreciative for the opportunity. Thank you.
Next, we have Stacy DeWitt, and she is the Executive Director of James Storehouse, and she partners with our Businesses with Heart, and those are the businesses that choose to make donations to our nonprofits. And she is our first warehouse boutique in the county that partners with us since 2012. And last year, believe it or not, they were able to serve 3,262 foster youth and families. And again, she and Anthony worked together on these 16 beds. So come on up, Stacy.
Good morning. I'm Stacy DeWitt, Executive Director of James Storehouse. I just wanted to tell you very quickly about James Storehouse. Like Jackie mentioned, we're the first warehouse and boutique in Ventura County, sort of a model for the state and how to care for our foster community. We have everything in our warehouse and boutique, from preemie clothing for those babies that are drug exposed that are going directly to foster and kinship families that pick up the babies from the hospital and have nothing. So we have preemie clothes all the way till when children age out of the system in their 20s, even into their 30s when they're still needing help. We receive new and like-new donations from our community. And we give them out at no cost to our foster community. We come alongside the older youth relationally as well and help them to launch into independence. They're very vulnerable to homelessness, and we are able to come alongside of them and show them that we see them, we care, and we love them, and they matter. I just wanted to say thank you so much. It's such a privilege to be here, and our partnership with the county is absolutely beautiful. I wanted to say thank you to Jackie, who, with her Businesses for Heart, we were able to connect, as you heard, with Anthony during the Thomas fire. There are so many children that were without beds and were displaced, and he was able to get exactly what we needed. I wish you could have seen the joy on their faces as they received the things that they needed. They didn't need to sleep on a cold tile floor. They had a nice warm bed to sleep in, and they deserved that. Also, personally, I'm born and raised in Ventura County, and it is a total joy to be able to give back in my own hometown. So I just wanted to say thank you.
And finally, we have Dan Crawford. He is a relative caregiver, and he is a loving grandfather to his 8-year-old granddaughter, and I think he can best put it in his own words.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I think it's really important that you're aware of what the resources that are out there. I myself was planning on retiring 4.5 years ago, traveling and seeing the world, and I was asked. I was the only family member that was able to take care of my granddaughter because she got put in emergency foster care. She had some pretty bad things happen to her, and I was the only one that was able to be there for her. And I'm grateful that I was able to, I said whatever it takes for me to do it, and I didn't know how, but I knew that whatever I had to do, I was going to do it. And who came to my aid was a whole bunch of support, talking CPS. We're talking kids and family. We're talking interface, talking parent focus groups, talking about James Storehouse, iFoster, VC Kids, YMCA, and many others that were there. And there's no way I could have done it myself. And for me, the God, my understanding was there too. And that's a big part of it. But, I was facing something I didn't think I could do. And I raised 2 kids already. But what I had to realize real quick was what was my priority. And I believe, for me, it was God's will. And that was to be there I was there for my kids, and I want to be there for my grandkids. I experienced foster care at a young age, and that's one thing I said. I would never have any of my kids or grandkids anywhere near that. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, I'm faced with it. Well, the thing is that my granddaughter had a very good attorney, Jacqueline Smith, here in this Ventura County. Excellent. Numerous trips to juvenile court appearances to try to get everything figured out. Her kids and family mentor, Rose McKay, she's been really brought a lot of resources together for all the parents and grandparents that are standing up to caregive and adopt, because there's a major need here, as you know, major need. And the more resources that are available, the more people will step up and realize that they can do it. I never asked for any handouts or anything because I have always learned that I can do it myself. But Rose McKay and some others said, you know what do you need? And during the fire, I said, I got everything I need, but I can barely breathe. She says, well, James Storehouse has air purifiers. And next thing I know, I went up there and and brought a couple home, and that was great to be able to breathe in my own house, because I didn't really want to go outside. It was bad. The air quality was bad, as everyone knows. But simple things like that. And he says, what else do you need? And I really didn't want to ask for anything. That's just my pride. And then my granddaughter's growing up. She's kind of outgrown her bed, and I said, she was asking me about a bunk bed. So I said, well, maybe she could use a bunk bed or a loft bed. And what do you know? Within a week or two, went up there and got it. And it was, I kind of felt weird about accepting it, but to me, when I got someone, telling me, don't worry about that, and so I didn't. And my granddaughter is smiling, that she's happy, she's getting older. And then they said what size clothes she wears. And I was kind of reluctant, but I told them. And the next thing I know, I show up there, and they, giving away brand new clothes. They even asked her shoe size and shoes, and I kind of felt awkward. But then the thing is, when I took it and gave it to her, she was smiling. She was happy. And the thing is, and to me, I think that's pretty helpful. I'm not struggling. I got a good retirement, but the thing is when kids and family ask me if I need anything, if there's something my granddaughter does need, I'm gonna say, okay. But the thing is, I think there's a lot of families out there that may not be in the position I'm in, and that day to day they need things, and I think the awareness of resources in other companies and other businesses coming together to help out will help out a lot more, and help the caregivers and grandparents, letting them know that there's help out there, and that something they think they can't do. I tell you, there's nothing better than seeing a smile on your grandkid's face, knowing that they're taken care of and they're in a safe place. They're not going to, they're not in danger. They're not, they're safe and secure. And to me, there's nothing like that, because to me, when she's happy like that, I'm doing the right thing. And I got to thank everyone that's helped support that, and a lot of them are in this room, and I'd like to say thank you for all that help, and for Ventura, City of Ventura, and because that's been a big help also, with her attorney, stood fast, so I'd like to thank you for allowing me this time to bring this awareness to you.
No, thank you for telling us. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Steve.
So, Elizabeth, is that the end of your program?
Yes.
I just, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, you've already gotten it from us, but thank you very much. And Elizabeth really said it right. You can really measure society by how well you take care of your most defenseless, and certainly our foster children are some of the most defenseless citizens that we have out there. So thank you to the businesses with a heart. But I also want to take this opportunity. I don't know how many more times we'll have Elizabeth in front of us in this situation. I want to take this time. Did you listen to all of the programs that Elizabeth has kicked in gear? I mean, you know, start with, you know, this program, all the, it is a complicated task to try to engage the community in a way that they actually, the community starts to really take ownership of the foster children in a community. It's, you know, we're not a small village where everybody knows. It's a complicated task, and it takes an exceptional professional effort. And certainly Elizabeth's leadership vaulted us to a whole nother level in terms of doing this. And I just want to say thank you very much. I think we all owe you a real debt of gratitude. But on behalf of the foster kids that are going to be served because of this change that you've brought to our whole system. And so we have partners that are getting better service and more, you know, more support. And so we have a grandfather coming and saying, I can't be more appreciative of the support I'm getting, whereas there was a time when we had people just constantly saying, I'm having nothing but challenges in terms of interaction and stuff. So thank you very much. I just want to really appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, I also want to thank you, Liz. You know, I've gone to your programs in the past, and you've grown tremendously. And thank you to the partnership and the businesses, the people that care. Thank you so much.
And
Appreciate it.
we're going to get a picture of board members. Would you like to come down and grace this picture for us?
Sure. Come on.
I think we're going to have to make some more room. Yeah. We're going to turn around. Yeah.
I think we'll stay here in front. There's not so many of us. We'll have you stay
Okay.
right here.
Oh, like here,
Yeah.
face this way?
So you got to go up that way for the picture. Here we go.
So we
Oh, no.
Oh.
No. All right.
We stand
Shift over
sideways,
here
like-
against the middle, right? Here. Let's put you guys in the middle. There we go. I'm gonna move the pin to the outside, the limb to the inside. Come on in, Kelly, right
I can go in the
there.
back.
Just
I'm
because
so
it
tall.
balances the
All right,
picture
we're
properly.
balancing out.
Now,
Okay.
turn your shoulders, please.
Wow.
Right.
You got it.
There you go.
Oh, my gosh.
Like this? Just you two switch, all right? Here we go. All right, now you turn your shoulders. There we go.
Yeah. He's good.
That way you can get it nice and tight. There we go. All right, good. All right.
All right, where are we looking? Right there first? Okay. Where are we looking? Okay.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, here. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Keep up the good
Oh, no way, man. We can start doing like,
He was really excited. He's like, you work with such cool people. I go, I know.
That's right.
I know I work with cool people.
Oh, that's right, you're right.
Who's doing the damn thing? No wonder, we could just pass that up. Okay, go ahead, real quick, go. You got 3 minutes, not 10, you gotta make up time.
Thank you, Supervisor
You're
Floyd, for
wonderful.
giving me the microphone.
You're wonderful.
Today
Don't
is
take
my
it too rough.
honor to present to you the resolution proclaiming the month of March 2018 as the 90th anniversary of the St. Francis Dam Disaster Commemorative Month. As some of you might know, the San Francisco Dam failed catastrophically near midnight on March 12th, 1928, in its second year of operation. The resulting flood swept through the canyons, down the Santa Clara River Valley, and the cities of Fillmore, Santa Paula, Saticoy, and Montovia. Reached the ocean around 5:30 a.m. on March 13th, and the official death toll was 432 people, making it the greatest engineering tragedy in America. Its impact gave birth to the practice of engineering geology in California, professional registration for engineers, creation of a state agency of assessment of dam and reservoir safety, and a host of other outcomes. So today it's my honor to invite our recipients up to the dais, and as you make your way, I will read our resolution. Also take note, the slideshow that we've provided just gives you a little idea as to what happened that day and the results of it. So today on March 12th, well, not today, but March 12th, we have many events coming up to this. The St. Francis Dam, located north of Saugus in Los Angeles County, breached at 11:57 p.m. and 30 seconds, and during the morning hours of March 13th, flooded through the Los Angeles County and Ventura County communities in the Santa Clara River Valley. And whereas the flood waters raged through the floodplains, resulting in the loss of 431 lives, destructing the residential, business, and agricultural properties, and loss of livelihood, and remains the second largest disaster in terms of loss of life in California, surpassed only by the 1906 San Francisco earthquake and fire, and is eminently appropriate to pay homage to those who were killed, injured, maimed, dislocated, and or who lost family members, their possessions, and their livelihood. It is important to educate the public about this event of historic significance, and on the 90th anniversary of this tragedy, it is the intention of the communities throughout the floodplains path to join together to hold a series of events in honor of those who died, remember the suffering of the survivors, help people understand the causes of the disaster, and reflect on the response and resiliency of the communities along the flood path on March 12th and 13th of 1928. And thereby, it is resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2018 as St. Francis Dam Disaster Commemorative Month, and urges residents of Ventura County to honor and remember the victims on this 90th anniversary. And all of you here today, thank you very much for being here, and I appreciate your time. I know we have planned to have a couple of you speak, so if you would, please introduce yourself.
Diane Erskine-Hellriegel, representing the Santa Clarita Valley Historical Society. On March 12th, 1928, the gates of hell opened up when the St. Francis Dam ruptured and killed at least 432 people as it progressed down the floodplain. But many estimates of the death toll are much higher. A 180-foot wall of water left the dam and killed everyone in its path along the floodplain. It killed ranch owners, it killed ranch hands, farmers, Native Americans. The Southern California Edison lost 84 people just in one spot in Ventura County at Kemp Camp. DWP workers were killed as the powerhouse crumbled under the force of the water. And the immediate camp where their families lived was completely wiped out. One woman and her son and their dog managed to outrun the water. One man was swept away, and he was sleeping when it hit. He was a swimmer, and he managed to go through that 120-foot wall of water at that point. He managed to surface, but he lost his family. He lost his wife and his 3 children. And he made his way back by grabbing onto a floating house, jumping up on the roof, and jumping onto the edge of the river and walking back. And he found the woman and her little son and the dog sitting there and spent the rest of the night with her, crying over the loss of both of their families. In the morning, Otto Steen from Powerhouse 1 came down looking for any survivors, and he was asked how he found them, and he said there was a woman up there screaming and screaming and screaming. And in 1978, she was asked, you know, what did you do? What did you say? She said, I couldn't say anything. I could only scream. So after it left there, it traveled down from Santa Clarita into Ventura County. It took 5.5 hours to reach the ocean, and when it emptied out into the ocean, it was 2.5 miles wide when it hit Montalvo. It's very important to recognize this disaster after 90 years. The entire disaster had been swept under the rug. It's no longer under the rug. These people standing right here have done so much in the last year to honor the 90-year anniversary. And together, we've all put together, from Santa Clarita, Piru, Fillmore, Bardsdale, Santa Paula, we've put together this wonderful month of events. And I do hope that you will all come and visit some of our events, take part in what we've done. And Maria has handouts for everyone. Mm-hmm. And we'd love to invite you to come and even say a few words if you'd like at each of our events. Once our legislation passes, and it's really cool, our legislation is a memorial for the St. Francis Dam, in which we want to honor the dead, and we will have at the dam site a visitor center. That's our mission, to build the visitor center, to not only have the visitor center, but to have a memorial wall with the names of the people that died. And we also want to have an educational center so that we can educate not only the people in California and in our 2 districts, but we want to educate the entire United States. This is the 2nd largest disaster in California, but it is the first disaster in the United States that's civil engineering disaster as far as loss of life. So it's very important. It will be the 37th memorial in the U.S., and it's along with Flight 93, with the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial. So this is going to be a really big deal, and we're very proud that we've gotten it this far. You know how things are in Washington right now. We got it passed unanimously in the House, and now it's sitting in the Senate, and Alan and I will be going in April to push it through the Senate. So keep your fingers crossed. And we want to thank you so very much for recognizing this disaster and the commemoration. We truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I also, Diane, thank you, Dr. Pollock, Holly Cole, Peggy Kelly, Marianne Radcliffe. We have Carlos Juarez, Irma Torres, John Avila, Ari Larson, and Maria Christopher. Thank you all that have been a part of this. I know it's a huge to-do, but it's also so important for our community. And so I do invite everyone for January 25th, we have an event, February 15th, March 3rd, March 7th, March 18th. There's many times in which we'll be able to involve. So let me come down and give you this resolution, and we'll take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come in here. I don't have Supervisor Bennett to line us up.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
Move on to special item. And Supervisor, 36, Patrick.
Hey, thank you very much. It is always a delight when we're at the moment when somebody, it's not a delight that they're leaving, but it is a delight because we do these resolutions and it captures the 38 years of service of somebody. And there's all kinds of things that you had no idea about. And when you think about 38 years of doing anything, it's a real body of work. And so it's a real pleasure to get to read and introduce this resolution on behalf of the Board of Supervisors honoring Patrick for his 38 years of dedicated service to the County of Ventura. And usually I don't read all the resolutions, but this is the one time when we read the whole thing. So here it comes, 38 years, Patrick. All righty. And Patrick, when we do this, we like to have you standing up here so we can thoroughly embarrass you if that works, right? And we can say,
after all that time, I'm still trying to figure out the decorum. So, thank you.
So, whereas Patrick began his career with the County of Ventura in June of 1979 with a summer job as a counselor after graduation from University of California, Santa Barbara. His first position at the county was with the Mental Health Department, the precursor to the Behavioral Health Department in the 23-hour bed program of the Psychiatric Inpatient Unit. And he advanced to mental health associate in 1985 and would eventually work with the crisis team before taking a promotion at the newly formed alcohol and drug program to co-supervise the county's first dual diagnosis program in 1991. Patrick would hold at least 10 different positions with behavioral health, 12 years in mental health, and over 26 years in alcohol and drug programs. And while serving as the Alcohol and Drug Program Division Manager from 2006 to 2016, Patrick found his greatest reward in seeing those at risk or suffering from addiction turn their lives around because of the amazing and dedicated staff that work tirelessly to inspire change and recovery. And Patrick has held the title Behavioral Health Chief Operations Officer since early 2016 and has been the acting director of the department since fall of 2017. He successfully brought visionary concepts, strategies, and practices to our community, convened and chaired the Ventura County Prescription Drug Abuse Work Group to coordinate local response, earning recognition as a model by state experts. Patrick has been honored as the 2017 Fainer-Tauber Outstanding Behavioral Mental Health Professional for his contributions to the healthcare field. And Patrick's exceptional work in the field has been recognized by the U.S. Department of Justice, the the Office of the Surgeon General, the California Institute of Behavioral Health Solutions, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and numerous other organizations. Patrick's well-deserved retirement will allow him to spend more quality time with Laura, his wife of 27 years, and his 3 grown children, Megan, Ryan, and Connor. And whereas he'll spend a good portion of that quality time traveling internationally, reading, listening to music, hanging out with friends, and enjoying a good Belgian ale, right? Time permitting, Patrick, we, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we resolve to recognize and thanks Patrick Cerati for his decades of service to the County of Ventura, presented on this, the 27th day of February, 2018. And before I bring it down, I want to turn to my colleagues and Mr. Powers and see if there's anything they want to add to this. Thank you.
Powers? Go ahead. Oh, Linda, you guys, oh, go ahead.
Supervisor Derek, that's too. I just want to thank you so much for your service. You are a leader of an incredible department, and you have a lot of great team members who I know will miss you very much. It is a very well-deserved retirement. I wish you the best. I'd love to join you with a toast with a Belgian beer.
Got it. Sounds good.
Mr. Chair. Yes. I also want to thank you, Pat, for the good work that you've done for the community from Ventura County. And I'm sure all these people here to recognize you and to share with you your retirement. And I'm sure you're going to have a great time, with your wife and also the reading that you like to do. And you've done a lot for the community. And I want to thank you so much for the good work. And I know they're going to miss you at the Behavioral Health Board and also with alcohol and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But thank you so much for your good work.
Thank you.
Patrick, I just want to say thank you. You're truly passionate as to what you believe in, and I appreciate all the information that you've given to my staff and myself. And even though you're retired and maybe you're sipping your Belgian beer, if you have a comment or so forth, please feel free to drop a line. Our door is always open, and we appreciate all the work that we've had today out there. Thank you.
I would say 10 promotions. Well, that'll teach you to do a good job. Give you more responsibility, right? But so well earned. So many things to say about Patrick. The innovative, groundbreaking work he and his team have done in prevention and talking about the impact of drug and alcohol on the developing brain. I mean, what a community impact that is by itself. Dual diagnosis program and addiction. I've had the privilege of seeing individuals go through some of the programs that they have. And you talk about turning lives around. That's what you've done. They were on a destructive path, not good for them individually, their families, or their community. And your people have turned them around. And through your leadership, you've created a culture of caring and compassion. And I look at all these great professionals behind you, and you're a big reason why all that culture is happening, and you're helping people every day in this community. So, Patrick, just a great big thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd agree, Patrick. It's not, a lot of people can put 38 years in, 40 years in, and just work, but making an impact is the big difference. Having an impact that's going to stay, and what you've done to the people in this community, we appreciate it. And what you've done nationally, I appreciate that. So, that's what as somebody who's going to be retiring in 10 months myself, it's just what do people say? What do you think? It's the people you meet, the people that have impact on people's lives, and that's really what the value of all this is. So thank you what you've done, and I know you want to make some comments, but there's a couple people who'd like to say a few words first, and then we'll let you make a comment, okay?
Thank you.
Patricia, you want to go first? Where is she? There she is.
Thank you, Supervisors and CEO Powers. I'm so happy to be here and feel so fortunate to have worked with Patrick for a short period of time. Want to really appreciate and recognize him as a member of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board Prevention Committee, and particularly his work around the opioid epidemic. I feel very fortunate, along with Janice Gardner, to help secure funding for naloxone kits, which helped prevent lives, and Patrick's responsible for that. And on a personal note, just want to say how fun it is. This fellow has the best sense of humor. It's just so fun to work with him. I know the Oscars are coming up. Sorry that some of his media couldn't be shown, but some of his films are incredible. And I just loved always the T-shirt that Patrick wore, keep calm, carry naloxone, but keep calm, carry on. I hope you have a wonderful retirement. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Janice?
Good afternoon, Supervisors and CEO, Mr. Powers. I'm here to say a word of gratitude to Patrick on behalf of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Patrick has your leadership, your innovative ideas. Patrick always included the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. He would give very, very long and very informative reports as the Chief Operating Officer every month to the BHAB, and letting us know what is happening in alcohol and drug land, and also in mental health as COO. And we are going to miss you tremendously. You brought a lot of innovative ideas. You've helped the community in so many ways. I'm not going to even go into that because his commendation. We gave him a commendation from the BHAB yesterday as well. And I also wanted to say thank you so much for creating the prescription drug work group that you've helmed, and all the wonderful work with our partners and agencies that you've done. And you're an innovative man. I also concur with Patricia that you've got the most amazing sense of humor. And I know that this is very comfortable for you to be up here.
You're on, Patrick. It's all yours.
I guess I am outwardly, kind of a serious person. I have really enjoyed some of the comments that have come my way over the last several weeks, saying goodbyes both privately and publicly, like yesterday. One of my favorites was from Mike Planet at the CCP, which is the steering committee for AB 109. And he asked me if my retirement was public, and so he shared it with everybody. And he told Chief Varela, he goes, "Hey, we're going to have to get another guy in black." I am the man in black. And I wasn't expecting to feel any sort of emotionality, so forgive me for that. I just wanted to say how lucky I am to be part of something like Ventura County that makes saying goodbye rather difficult. I really believe in this county. So thank you, Supervisor Bennett, for reading those words, and the chair of the board for the recognition, board members. I've enjoyed working with each of you individually, Mr. Powers, obviously, over a period of time. I really appreciate the opportunity to have been of service. So, I think I'm going to have to lose these. And as I understand it, I get 5 minutes for every 10 years served, right?
See, I know you're trying to keep my meetings going on. That's good.
All right. So yes, it's hard to believe I've been walking through the door since June of 1979. I graduated on a Friday and started work here on a Monday. Robert Benedetto was my first supervisor for the 23-hour bed program. I have a app that had my retirement on it for the last couple of months, and I calculated that between June of 79 and February 23rd of 2018 that there were 9,600 work days, and then I added up all the overtime I put in on the crisis team and the inpatient unit. So I've been walking through the door for 10,000 times. So that's probably why I have Alice Cooper's Schools Out sort of going through my head. Yeah, my app does tell me that it's time to go. And while I do want to thank so many people individually, I know that would be a problem, not just for time, but because I know in all my nervousness, I'd leave somebody out. But I'll probably say it at least a couple more times. The Alcohol and Drug Program Division staff, managers, you're the best. Thank you. And I also wanted to give a special thanks to Vicki Busey, Janice Gardner, Dan Hicks. I told you I wanted to walk out the back door rather quietly, and I guess this is what that looks like. But I do want to take a few moments to thank at least groups of folks. Certainly the Behavioral Health Advisory Board has, and before that, the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board have been extremely interested in the work that our division has been doing. And their input and their support, along with their advice, sometimes directly in opposition to where we were going, was always good to have that critique of the services that we were trying to provide and the improved lives that we were trying to obtain in Ventura County. So I really appreciate Chair Harris now and Janice Gardner and all the folks on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I already thanked the Board of Supervisors and the CEO's office, but I want to say, certainly without funding, without direction, without authorization, there would be no mission. And I am a person that definitely believes in the mission. In fact, I think I've, in the last couple of years, sort of moved over from, being a bureaucrat and administrator to being one with a cause, which is kind of dangerous. But I do appreciate your support through time. I also want to thank our allied partners from other agencies, both private and public sector, as well as our collaborators from the community. And then our excellent alcohol and drug program provider programs, residential programs, methadone, detox, etc. We couldn't achieve what we have been able to do without their assistance. Folks at the agency level, the healthcare agency, and the support staff. There's fiscal folks here and human resource people. Thank you all for keeping me out of trouble and providing us with the great support that our division needed to make things go. And I want to say that in the 38 years, 8 months and 8 days, but who's counting, that I've been here, it's been my privilege to work with 9 mental health and behavioral health directors, each one of them providing their own different type of leadership. I know it's kind of odd that the department director is leaving at the same time that I'm leaving. Odd timing, I guess. But I really want to thank Elaine Crandall for taking the time, unlike some of her predecessors, to really learn about what it is the alcohol and drug program does and recognizing the contribution that we make in the community. Taking the time to really understand what addiction is and how important it is to address this problem in their community. She's created a tremendous executive team, and I think the county will be well served as she and I both move on with that core group of folks. So the exec team I also want to give a shout out. And I appreciate finally her faith in me to allow me to contribute to the larger department that maybe alcohol and drug programs, the way we kind of handle things, 22% of the budget, and we generally do land everything in the black, that she thought that maybe that could help inform other parts of the department. So her making me the chief operations officer was really a nod in that direction. I thank Elaine for that. I want to thank all of my staff, the line workers, the addiction treatment staff, as Mike mentioned. They're the ones that are really bringing forward the miracle of recovery. Many talk a big talk about that, but to see somebody pulled back from the devastating impact of addiction and to see them completely turn their lives around, go back to work and get reunified with their kids and their family, it really is certainly a miracle. But we do know what works. We know that there is a science to having this impact. And every day, these folks are using those resources and that knowledge to make a difference. My managers, Vicki Busey, Dan Hicks, Anna Flores, Kathy Mulford, Anita Catapusan, and all the managers that I've worked with in the past, I've been really blessed to have the best possible group, the best possible lineup of managers. None of what we've been able to do would have been possible without them. And I would definitely say to my managers and my staff, you are the most amazing folks to be able to kind of put up with me over the years. I got an award last week, and it said not only because your events and deliverables are first class, but it's also because you're a bite knee in the butt. Wait, that's a 4-letter word. Maybe ass would have been better. But it is. I've challenged them to not just do what's required, but what's possible. To really fight against the enemy of indifference and mediocrity. To not let activity be confused with results. And to be bold. To make it so good they can't tell us no. And in that way, they've definitely delivered. And some of those projects you mentioned, the naloxone overdose prevention project, Dr. Woods, we got that one done. Vivitrol, the anti-stigma efforts, bringing detox back into the county when we didn't have it. And thank you to the board for asking us to do that. So I would finally say that to my managers and the providers that work for alcohol and drug programs, we've done so much and we've come so far. But don't be sad, and I need to tell myself this, don't be sad because it's over. Smile because it happened. We really pulled it off. Finally, and especially, I want to thank my family, my wife Laura, and our kids Ryan, Connor, and Megan. Thank you for your support, both through the good times and the more challenging times, especially in the tough times. And thank you, Laura, for the love that we share. So, I would just again acknowledge the boards. I know without a mandate, from the board, that there is no mission, and I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to contribute in my own small way to the county that we all serve. Thank you.
Steve, before you say something, let me just say something, Patrick. You made some tremendous comments there, and there was one when you said, I served 9 mental health directors. I thought you were going to say there was 9 supervisors that were mentally challenged that you were serving. And so I appreciate you being nice to us, because one of them's out there, you know, one of them's actually.
If you guys would indulge me, we want to get a picture and you can see how many people showed up. The only way we're going to get this picture right is to take it from this side. So if the supervisors would go down, I'm going to direct from up here. And then I'll come down, right? So what I'd like to have is the supervisors in the front row with Patrick, and then everybody else just stand right where you are, except if you have a chair in the middle, if you're on the outside, if you'll come in, those of you that want to be in the picture with Patrick. All righty. So just if you stand right there, it works out really well. You're all one. You know, you gradually go up. Yeah. So fill in fill in front here. All right. Supervisors in the front. All right. Patrick, stand right in front of that podium there, or stand right in front of that.
Oh, I get it.
Back up, Patrick. 3 steps. Hold on. There you go. Back up a little bit more. Good. Supervisor going to stand right next to you. We can't have these empty seats here, all right? Somebody come down from the front. We got a couple empty seats. Here we go. We got a couple empty seats right there. Squeeze them in. Come on down. There you go. Good. All righty.
And when Supervisor Bennett retires, he can get a job at Sears working in their photo portrait studio.
Lori, can you give me the reference?
Turn your shoulders. Oh, there we go.
You want this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what this whole thing was about.
Yeah.
Maybe that, right?
Ready?
Magic, yeah.
Oh, you're supposed to
Over.
open it.
There you go.
One,
That's it. All right.
2, 3, one more. 1, 2, 3, one more.
Yeah.
They're not water rates.
$38. Somebody's wanting $500,000. All right, so, are you doing that? Okay, yeah, thanks.
Good morning, Chair Foy,
Yes.
Supervisors, CEO Powers, Paul Stamper with the County Executive Office. Ventura County Startups annually hosts a weekend where we bring together entrepreneurs and help them develop their business ideas, connect them to the people and resources that can make them be successful. Our CEO, Mike Powers, along with other prominent CEOs from across the county, have helped for many years with the collaboration with the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce to plan the events, act as mentors for those entrepreneurs, as well as judge the presentations and give feedback to everyone that participates, not just the winners of that event. So consistent with our Economic Vitality Strategic Plan and our goal to support entrepreneurs, bringing businesses and growing businesses and jobs right here in the county, we encourage you to support this event again this year. We have a couple of guests from the Camarillo Chamber to say a few words. Gary Cushing and Martin Chum, the driving force behind this event.
Okay.
So we have about an hour presentation? Just kidding.
Hey, Gary, I have the button that'll shut you off real quick.
Okay, Chairman Foy, Supervisors, and Mike Powers, staff, thank you for this opportunity for us to be here today. As you know, this is our third year of doing the Startup Weekend, and we thank you for your past support. From last year's event, we still have 3 teams in our co-working space, 2 in healthcare and 1 in the agricultural industry. After each event, we evaluate the program and make adjustments to ensure that the event will be productive and creating companies and jobs. So this year's teams must be pre-qualified to participate. We truly want teams that are ready to launch and not just participating to win the prize event money, okay? Because that's very frustrating to put all this time in and just think it's an event. We are raising prize money of $20,000 in cash, $5,000 in kind services for first place. Second place will be $5,000 in cash and $5,000 in kind services. And 2 companies, 2 of our sponsors, Semtech and Z Power, are each putting up $5,000 if the winning teams use their technology. The teams also will be able to use the co-working space for 1 year after the winning. So this year we are holding 2 educational seminars at the Camarillo Library for participants in March. And then after this year's event, it's our goal to complete the ecosystem by creating an angel investing fund to support the teams to get greater growth.
Great.
And thank you. And I have flyers for you.
So you said you're raising money to help this, what was that? Or somebody, they're putting up money?
We'd like to put an angel fund together.
Oh, I see.
With a lot of our companies that we have already there, they may be willing to put up some money to be angel investors.
Great, good, wonderful.
So-
Sir, you going to speak? Comments?
Gary,
Just
can
looking
you
forward
give
to
the
it, huh?
dates and the location of the event?
April 20th to 23rd.
Okay.
22nd.
And is that Rancho Campagna again this
No,
year?
we're doing it at the Camarillo Library
At the Camarillo Library?
on Friday and Sunday, and then probably Ace Charter High School on Saturday.
Wonderful.
It's such a great event, and
You
it
wanna
keeps
say
growing each year. I hope we'll grow even further, get the whole county involved. It's a great idea, and I'm so glad to see it moving forward, and how wonderful to have these cash incentives too. And it really will. It's an entrepreneur opportunity to get yourself started. We are still hearing from past winners, so I'm delighted to support this. If there's no other comments, should we just go ahead and make a motion? I know
Mr. Powers wants to say something real
has-
quick.
Just real brief, appreciate
Supervisor
it.
Fitzpatrick.
I'm sorry.
Thank you
Gary
for
and-
going and speeding it up.
That's working.
Okay, you said your comments, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all I had to say. No, it's a lot of work to put this on. There's a lot of moving parts, and it takes a lot of passion. So I appreciate Gary and Martin, who've been there from the beginning. They really made this happen. It's easy not to do this. Just not do it.
Yeah.
But that's not right for our economy, to create new jobs in IT, healthcare, and ag, and to support the really brilliant people we have right here in our community, and students included. And to take things from an idea to a proof of concept is a fascinating thing to watch happen. So I just thank you for doing it, and I'm thanking you for starting up this startup. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you for your
very
board
much.
support.
Thanks, guys. Okay, we have a
We've
motion.
motioned it.
Second, it's ready to go.
And thank you very
So you're
much for
good.
all that you're doing with the economy for Ventura County as well.
Okay. Okay, let's go to item number
39.
39. We're going to let you sit for a while, Heidi.
Thank you. I'd like to call Debbie and the Seroptimists up to the podium. Thank you so much, Debbie, and all the Seroptimists that are here today. It's almost an honor for me to acknowledge the important day of coming here, March. It's important to bring awareness on how this crime affects many of our young women and also young children in Ventura County. I've been doing this for the last 10 years, Debbie, so I'm definitely going to be walking with you here in March. So I'd like to read this resolution that I have now before me. This is declaring March 8th, 2018 as Seropton's Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery Awareness Day. Whereas March 8, 2018 is the 11th annual Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery Community Awareness Event in Ventura County, an event by the Camino Real Region Seroptimus Club of Oxnard, Camarillo, and the Conejo Valley, and Ventura, and Fillmore, whose mission is to increase community awareness and provide education and empower citizens to stop human trafficking and sexual slavery through the national action of You See Something, You Say Something. Whereas the goal of Seroptimus to stop human trafficking is to raise awareness within local communities, advocate for stronger laws, and take enforcement, take action to empower women, and ultimately end modern-day slavery. And whereas Seroptimists worldwide are gathering in transportation centers, airports, bus depots, organize rallies, vigils, walks, and host educational workshops to bring awareness about sexual trafficking and slavery. And where Seroptimus helps victims by providing them with direct aid and education, and to develop essential economic tools and skills to achieve financial independence in order for them to have the right to live free from violence and exploitation. Now, therefore, let it be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors hereby has proclaimed March 8th, 2018 as the 11th Annual Seroptimus Stop Human Trafficking Sexual Slavery Awareness Day, with special recognition to Seroptimus International of Oxnard, Camarillo, Ventura, Conejo, Fillmore, and Camino Real region for the continuing commitment to educate and bring awareness to the citizens of Ventura County on the human trafficking and slavery and sexual slavery. This is today's date. Debbie.
Well, good morning, Supervisor Zaragoza and Board of Directors. Thank you for once again acknowledging our event. It is our 11th year. It's hard to believe 11 years have gone by since the first time we had the event at the Oxnard Transportation Center, but here we are. And I want to introduce some of my comrades here. We have Holly Nash from Seroptimus International of Oxnard that you may know, and Brooke Stevens also. She came down from Carpinteria. She's in the Oxnard Club, and Ari Larson is in the Fillmore Club. So I'm happy to have them here. A lot of our other Seroptimus sisters they're very busy ladies, so they couldn't be here, but they're here in spirit. So we acknowledge the Camarillo and the Conejo Club as well, and Ventura. So again, this is our 11th year, and we will be having the event at the Museum of Ventura County on March 8th, starting at 5:30 for the walk, and I understand that Supervisor Zaragoza will be on the walk with us. Absolutely, yay. He's been a real supporter from day one. And then we will come back to the museum at 6:30. Our panel of speakers will begin. I do have some little flyers that I can leave that have our guest's name. And also I'd like to give you all a button so that you can wear your buttons. As you know, there's been a real forward movement on human trafficking since the beginning of the year. Starting January 11th, the Seroptimus Club of Simi Valley, you may remember, they were here in your chambers giving a presentation of their event that they had. They were with us for 2 years and then decided that they needed to reach out to the other side of the county, so they started their event on January 11th. And then a couple of weeks ago, the Acorn Project did a movie film screening called Break the Chain that was also at the Museum on Human Trafficking. And then our event is just a week away, so we're really excited about that. And then the end of March, there's actually going to be another human trafficking event on the other side of Conejo that will be presented by Assembly Member Jackie Irwin. So there's all this community awareness going on, and people, I think, are finally learning that human trafficking takes place here in Ventura County and in our own communities. So with all the work that the law enforcement agencies have been doing and the social service agencies and our agency, our association, the word is, being heard that there's trafficking flowing in and out of Ventura County, and we need to put a stop to it. So we hope that you will come out and support and participate in the walk, or just come and hear the speakers, because there's going to be a lot of good information. The DA's office will be there. We have a doctor who is an ER physician at Los Robles Hospital, and she's going to be talking about victims that may come through the emergency room and how doctors can look, and see if they're under the hands of a trafficker. We have Interface will be there, and also we have a very special guest who is a victim survivor. So their stories are always moving. And we want to thank you again for acknowledging us. And I open the podium to any of my other comrades here who want to say something.
We do have Bill Nash's.
Bill Nash.
We do have Bill Nash's boss right here.
That's right.
But I do have.
And he knows it.
We do have some resolutions for every single club. So let's stand over here so we can look at Jordan's, and we'll take the. I'd like to see the.
So again, thank you very much.
And by the way, I've been working with Debbie since we started over in Oxnard at the Transportation Center many years ago.
2007.
2007, right. I was just 59 years old at the time.
I will add that my husband tells me that I am not very aware physically of noticing things, like he'll say, "Did you see that rabbit in the road?" And I'll say, "What rabbit?" But I am trying very hard to be more aware of the see something, say something, and to start to notice, to train myself to notice. And I would encourage you to do the same thing. Thank you so much.
Good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Did you notice his new tie on there, what?
Yeah.
I'm using this today. If you see this come up, shut up. When it comes up, shut up. Ooh.
Thank you, David. I also want to thank the DA's office, Greg Totten, because the DA's office always helps us out with this program too. And thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Michaela wants to sit. Michaela, hang on, here, sit down. We're going to do 40 first. We're going to do 40. Okay, the employee giving program. Who's doing this?
And then after 40, we can do 41?
Maybe. As long as you recognize this when this comes up.
Yes.
You don't talk. Don't yes. Johnson, good to see you, sir. You brought your wow. Kathy, good to see you. How are you? Did you miss us? I do. That looked really sincere.
Good morning, Supervisor Foy, members of the board, CEO Powers. My name is Johnson Gill with the Healthcare Agency. This morning, I'm here in front of your board for continuation of the Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County, Inc.'s We Give Employee Giving Program annual campaign. And there are three requests before your board to receive and file an oral presentation announcing the Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County, Inc.'s 2018 We Give Employee Giving Program annual campaign. Approve and authorize that we use county's communication system for distributing the information promoting the We Give campaign to county employees, and to approve and authorize the Auditor Controller's Office to process payroll deductions for the We Give campaign. We do have a brief oral presentation that I would like Amy Towner, the CEO for the foundation, to come up and share with us. Amy?
Thank you, Johnson, and good morning and almost afternoon, Board of Supervisors, and Mike, thank you so much for the time. We're here to kick off 2018 We Give. It's hard to believe the first We Give was April of 2015. I was just looking back in my notes right now. So, I need to probably get the advancer. There it is. Okay, let's see. So Healthcare Foundation for Ventura County was founded in November of 2014. It is the nonprofit that exclusively serves the healthcare agency. It serves to enhance and augment and actually just exclusively for our healthcare agency and for the things that go above and beyond to take us from really good care to great care, along with all of your help and support with the mission. Right now, the We Give program, we have 8,000 county employees, and we actually have retirees that also participate, and we're the only county in the state of California that actually has retirees that are a part of the employee giving program. Many counties across the state actually have employee giving programs and have been around a long time, but many do not. In Ventura County, we're lucky enough to be able to have a strong employee giving program. Here are just many of the way that we all make a difference. These are some of all the different agencies that participate. And really, this is all about us coming together and creating a culture of philanthropy. I think we've all seen in the Thomas Fire and different challenges that our county faces, how we all come together as a county and be able to show our support and show how we care about our county. And this We Give is another way that we can come together to be able to show that collectively. So impact. I like to kind of give an analogy that, you know, if we have 8,000 employees and each one just gave up one specialty coffee that was worth approximately $3, that would be $24,000. 26 pay periods in a year would be $624,000 that would come in just by giving up one specialty coffee. There are many things like a draft bed and NICU, things like that that are extras, that are a lot of different equipment, which we'll go over, that actually got purchased, things that might go above and beyond that can be useful equipment for caring for our community, especially since we're the safety net system. Over the past 3 years, we have gained 6% county participation. That's been an increase of 1% every single year, so that's a nice participation. Pictured is Dr. Cheryl Dickstein and one of our other doctors, and they were part of the summer student scholars, which we'll talk about as well. There is a correction on this slide. We experienced a 37% growth, and that was since 2016. So I will get you corrected slides to put into the records, but it is 2016, not 2015. And again, we are the only county with retirees that lean in with our county employees. So the impact last year, in 2018, we strive to increase our active employee participation. Anyone can participate in We Give, but we plan to increase our active employee participation by 10%. Again, we definitely increased this past year, but we want to continue to increase. And our impact from this past year, this was a great slide because it talked about some of the things even that we heard earlier from behavioral health. One of them was a node detector for Dr. Steen, our VCMC oncological surgeon. We are the only hospital in the county to have an oncological surgeon, and we're very, very lucky to have that. That also helps with our breast cancer, which, as we know, is a growing concern in our county as well. Stipends for the VCMC Summer Student Scholars for 2017. And this has been around for 40 years. And these are for students. This stipend is for students who are on a health track that are in a bachelor's program currently. And so this is their way to come back during their summer and be able to come and work along with preceptors on our hospital campus alongside surgeons, doctors, providers, et cetera, to do meaningful use projects. We had 4 ICU chairs that increase mobility. So these are all things that are adding value to our system, which is great. Pediatric transilluminator vein finders, and this is what they use to light up the veins for our little ones before they get poked, so we make sure that they don't have to get poked more than once. So this is, again, patient experience, which is great. Boppy breastfeeding pillows. As you know, Ventura County Medical Center is a baby-friendly hospital. This promotes breastfeeding and the connection between mother and child. So these are all really great things that add value to our system. And I think most important, like behavioral health was saying, was radio frequency ablation equipment. And what that is that helps reduce the opioid use in our community. So when people come in for back pain, our providers can use this equipment on the spine to help ablate nerves, I suppose. I'm not clinical, but this is what I understand. So it's a very, very important thing for the fight of opioid use. So again, with the Thomas Fire, we really don't know what the outstanding effects are going to be. We know we have an increase in valley fever in Ventura County, a tremendous increase. We have lots of lung infections and diseases that are a result of the ash, and we just don't know yet. But again, these are all things that will help to enhance and augment our system and getting resources towards it. So as you walk around the county today, you'll notice that a lot of our county employees are wearing red as a show of solidarity for We Give, and we want to appreciate and thank everyone, and also all my colleagues here, especially in the healthcare agency, but you can see them all. And Kathy Long, my board member, one of my amazing board members, group of board members that was here today to show support as well. So thank you so much for your time, your support, your ongoing support, and looking forward to seeing you actually again soon, because I'll be in again soon to our end of year report. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor, you want to say anything? You've been here before.
It's nice to see Kathy here.
It's good to see Kathy.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, board members, good to see you, Mr. Powers. Amy has said it all, and certainly the leadership of Johnson with the healthcare agency. The board has for decades been outstanding leaders in helping make sure our system is the strongest in the nation, and it truly is, provides quality care. And that is because we have outstanding county employees who historically have been givers, and with this program they give back, they give locally, they give in support of one another. As Amy mentioned, with the Thomas Fire, we know we're going to see more incidences of healthcare impacts from that fire that will come into our system. And by giving back locally with our county employees, we're sending a message that we do care. So thank you for continuing this We Give program. Thank you.
See, the good ones just can't stop, can they?
I have one more thing to share that sets us apart from the rest in this county, and that is that 100% of the donations from county employees go straight back into it. There is zero administration fee as a result of how we've set up the foundation collectively. So that's a nice thing, because not every county can say that.
Mr. Powers.
Chair Foy, just thank you, Amy, and all the board members for being here today, and thank you to the county employees. As the supervisor mentioned, such generous spirit, and you really help capture that spirit. And I like that you're listening to the clinicians as they're telling us what we need to be really successful. You mentioned Dr. Steen, the oncologic surgeon, who's from City of Hope. He's able to do cases here that otherwise would have to go outside the county. And super high quality, and that's for everybody in our community, insurance patients, uninsured, underinsured, you name it. And so the idea that county employees are helping provide that care right here in our community is really wonderful, so thank you.
And again, Johnson, thank you so much. Amy and Kathy and the rest of the staff, thank you for the good work. This is fantastic, like always. Always do good work.
Great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor, do you want to say hello?
It's time to vote, yeah. Not used to seeing you down there.
Some people enjoy some time off. Oh, great. That's wonderful. All right. So, Supervisor, you would like to go to 41, and Michaela wants to listen to that? Is that what you're asking her to do? Okay.
I don't know how long Michaela's is going to be.
How long are you going to be, Michaela? You're good? She only has you for 10 minutes. Usually when people say it's 40 minutes, but.
No, she's quick.
Okay, come on up. Okay, let's go quick. I don't want to treat her like the judge. If you see this happen, you know what that means, right?
Yeah, if we just had it.
I got it.
If we just ran the meetings on time, we would have this controversy.
Yeah, some people have things that just go on and on.
So it's still, good morning,
Yes, there you go.
Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, I'm Michaela Brown, Director of the Public Works Agency, Department of Water and Sanitation. I'm here today to discuss Waterworks District 1 through 38 miscellaneous fee increases. The fee increases were based on a thorough analysis and evaluation of actual costs to ensure that there was full cost recovery and to ensure that there was no, that the rate revenues
weren't subsidizing the fees associated with these administrative functions. I do have a presentation if you'd like me to quickly go through that.
And we've, because we're all involved in these rates, but Michaela and her staff have really done some real good work here, so we appreciate this.
So as part of the comprehensive rate review that we did in 2017, we also evaluated all of these administrative miscellaneous fees. And we analyzed them, what all the fees are that we're currently charging, and ensuring that we're getting full cost recovery. They are non-rate related, considered unrestricted revenues, and all of the citizens advisory committees both heard detailed presentations on these fees and were unanimous in their consent.
So the citizen committees were all unanimous in support of this?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is the list of the fees that we evaluated. So kind of a busy chart. I've broken them out into some different categories of what it is that the staff is recommending. The first is the 4 items that we are proposing no change. The late payment fee, the meter inaccessible fee. This is basically if somebody has built a fence around our meter and we can't get to it, then we have to send somebody back. Basically the NSF return check for bouncing fees, and then the pending shutoff fee. That is when we go out, people are so far behind that we are going to send them a notice. We're going to shut them off in 48 hours. That generally will have a certain time of the month that we go to a particular district and do all of these at one time. The proposal is to remove 2 items. The printing of the rules and regulations, we really have not gotten any requests in the entire time I've been here. We post these online. We are happy to print out excerpts on a case-by-case basis, but we really don't receive any of these requests, and there's no reason to continue to have this as a charge. The other is this average water consumption letter. Again, we provide all this information electronically. And then here's kind of the heart of the recommendation is where we propose some increases. And all of these are related to actual analysis of what was the work and the effort, and looking at the average time it takes and the type of labor, whether it's operation and maintenance labor, whether it's administrative staff. The after-hours fee, this is based primarily where this happens is we had to shut somebody's water off for non-payment, and they want their water turned on after hours because they came home at 5 o'clock and realized they had no water. Normally, we would do that during the working hours. This is not related to any emergency services. And furthermore, we understand, I tell my staff life happens, and so on a case-by-case basis, the water superintendent has the authority to waive this fee if they feel it is unreasonable. But we call somebody in after hours, it's minimum 2 hours worth of overtime. So this is barely recouping our costs. The others, the backflow prevention devices, this is this whole certification process that we require for our agricultural customers. So we do this in partnership with the Environmental Health Division. And why this is more expensive than a normal shutoff notice is we actually have to comb through, administratively look who has actually submitted their certification. And by the time we have this $90 charge, this is actually their 3rd notice. And then when we go in to shut them off, again, it requires us working with Environmental Health Division. So there's quite a bit of administrative burden related to noncompliance with these efforts. And then the return check fee and shutoff notice fee. The shutoff notice fee is the last and final time we shut them off. We put a tag on their door to say, sorry, we've shut you off. Again, it's higher than the pending notice because we have less of these, but it's not the same amount of people. This last one was basically a further redefinition. The scenario for this fee is we've shut you off and you've trying to tamper with a meter to regain water service. And so this is kind of the administrative. We were doing it on a cost basis. This fee ended up never getting charged. There is a cost incurred. And so we felt it was clear to just have a fee associated with that. And again, I want to reiterate that this was based on a thorough cost analysis. This is recovery of the actual cost by the district. to ensure that there is no subsidizing by the ratepayers.
So that's what would happen. If these, the way we had it before, and some of that was, you incurred the costs, and so we just had to raise rates across the board to cover those costs. So
Right.
now the people that are causing the issue pay for their issue.
Right.
Well, and I appreciate if you notice many of those dates where last time we looked at it was in 1990. I mean, so I appreciate you bringing this up. I think it's important that we do raise our, modify our fees to the today's costs associated is extremely important.
And the after-hour fee, that is only when it's something that's caused by the resident, certainly not if there's an emergency situation that we have to deal with. Okay, right.
Great.
So I stand by for questions.
I don't think there's any questions up here at all now, so I think it's good. Yes, this is a public hearing, so I do want to open the public hearing. And do we have any cards on comments or anything? No?
Do also appreciate the fact that our citizen advisory committees have reviewed it thoroughly and they've given their unanimous support.
Yes. I appreciate
I'll
it.
go ahead and make the motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. We don't have any comments. I'll close the public hearing. We can vote.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you. Thank you. Sorry for making you wait. But you got to listen to a lot of interesting stuff, so. All right, so we're going to go past 41 and we're going, no, I'm sorry. Supervisor.
Okay, this is an item that's coming back to us as a result of our decision to join the Los Angeles County JPA, which is now called the Clean Power Alliance. We have an opportunity as the county to determine what the default rate should be for the amount of renewable energies for the customers in our jurisdiction in the unincorporated area. I know it was a 3-2 vote to form the alliance, but I am thinking that we have an opportunity here to, now that we are in it, to step up to the plate. We currently have, since we decided to join, we have many cities in our county have joined. The entire East County of Ventura County has joined on unanimous votes of their city councils. That's Thousand Oaks, and that's Moore Park, and Simi Valley, and if Camarillo is in the East County, it's Camarillo also. They all supported joining unanimously. And in the Conejo Valley, we also have Calabasas and Agoura Hills that are part of it. West County, as of last night, the city of Ventura has agreed to join. We also, tonight, Oxnard will be voting, and we're pretty sure that they have already supported it in previous motions. So that's great. And then, of course, the city of Ojai has been leading the way also. They're joining, and that just leaves a couple of the smaller cities. I think Santa Paula is going to be considering. They had a presentation on this, and then are also looking at potentially joining Lancaster because they also have one of these community choice aggregators. So it is something that Supervisor Foy had mentioned, about 85% of California is going to be in these eventually. So we are, and I'm delighted to see that we are doing that, and it is working well. The committee structure is getting in place. So now what's before us is trying to determine what rate we should have. I know the city of Ojai has already made a decision to go 100%. This again would just be in the unincorporated area, and it would be for non-residential customers. That's our first one that we'll be voting on. In the fall, we'll come back with residential customers, but right now we're just talking about non-residential in the unincorporated area, what the default will be for renewables. If we were to choose 100%, and you just look at the county alone, because the city of Ventura has joined, that is where the predominant amount of our facilities are, so that's where all our energy users are, if you will. So it's great that the city of Ventura has joined. If we were to select, for example, when it comes to the time, and it's not today, to be 100% with the city of Ventura, that means our city of Ventura facilities could be 100% renewable energy. And if we choose today to be 100% in the unincorporated area, we would cut our greenhouse gas emissions by half, about 47%. That is really significant. Over 40,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions Overall, the total would go from 40,000 to 20,000 metric tons. And that is, when you think about it, by comparison, out in our parking lot, we have the solar arrays, the solar panels. The solar panels in that cost us about $4.8 million, and they remove 532 metric tons. 532 metric tons compared to what would happen if we went 100%, it would be 20,000, almost 21,000 metric tons would be cut. So just giving you that scale of things, there is obviously a cost associated. If we were to choose we have 3 tiers in which to choose from, 100%, 50%, or 36%. I believe on the next slide, if we could move to the next slide, it does show what the cost would be. It would be an actual savings in both the 36% and the 50% renewable category. It would be an actual increase to cost. To be in the 100%, it's still less than being in the 100% of the what Edison would charge for their 100% renewable option. Something, by the way, they didn't even have prior to the beginnings of these community choice aggregations. So it's just one more slide, if it works. Okay, I got 3 buttons, so if you just move to the next slide, that'd be great. And these are just the costs, so you know. Yes, 719,000 would be. That's if we went 100% renewable throughout the county and within the city of Ventura. But understanding too that if you will excuse the expression, the bang for your buck is considerable when you think about what it costs to put up solar panel projects. And the kind of savings we get from those projects is this just knocks it out of the ballpark and would really jettison us to achieving what we have as a county decided. We want to get to a 20% reduction of our greenhouse gas emissions from 2005 by the year 2020. This would get us not 20%, but actually 50%. So I really like that potential. I know we have some speakers before us. It is something that I think is probably one of the most important issues of our time, trying to do what we can and really being a leader and setting the stage. And when you think about the unincorporated county, which is what this vote is before us, there really aren't too many businesses to begin with.
Supervisor.
But it does have like our Saticoy plant and other county facilities in there.
Yeah, that was the question I was going to ask. This unincorporated and commercial only and county facilities.
Right, government and
we're talking about 600 county facilities.
Mm-hmm.
The one question that I have is probably going to be answered. Whatever number we pick, whether it's 36, 50, or 100, can we go back to?
This is so much. This is so much. The word is choice, community choice center, and it is so much a choice. Not only do we have a choice of, which tier we want, our residents have a choice, what tier they want, the businesses have a choice, they can change. We also, as a county, can change. We can decide at 100% now, and, if we want to in the future go, instead of doing 100% renewals, let's just do 50%. We have these choices, and I just think that is remarkable, and I like the idea of, as I mentioned, of stepping up, and we have the opportunity to see how it works.
And people can opt out.
Absolutely, and there will be essentially a campaign. I think 3 or 4 mailings will go out, so customers will know that they can reduce. Like if we choose 100%, they could reduce to 50. If we choose 50, they can go either way. So they have that choice to change how much percentage of renewables they want. Several mailings, so they know that they have a choice there. And they have the opportunity to go back to Edison if they want to and pay more and have dirtier energy.
And the city of Ventura joined last night.
City of Ventura joined last night. So we have approximately a third of all of the Clean Power Alliance with Los Angeles County. We're about a third of it now because of so much participation by Ventura County cities And our biggest cities, all the bigger cities too. So it's great to see the support, and why not? Why not have that choice? Because you can always go back to what you have.
Linda, let me ask real quick. John, you asked a question. That's why I went over to Leroy. Leroy, just quickly, if you could, just give a quick overview, because I want just what we're doing and where we're at.
Yeah, well, my understanding is, like advised Supervisor Foy, just to distinguish our role as a customer, which we'll have choices, but that's not before us today. And our role as the entity sponsoring this in the unincorporated area. So as the entity sponsoring it, we have to make the decision on behalf of all the customers in the unincorporated area, what's the default rate of conservation? And then when we have three choices laid before you, and then when we decide that, then when the program is implemented, customers can opt out altogether, and if they do nothing, they'll stay in and they'll get the default rate that you choose today. So if you chose 100% and they did nothing, they would stay in and they'd get the 100% tier and they'd be charged that. But they could opt out, or they could opt for another rate. They could opt down to the 50 or the 36. So everybody has full range of choices. This is just a number that would apply to somebody that does nothing, despite all that, and they will get plenty of notices. But if they do nothing, they would get the rate that you choose today.
And not only will those notices go out regardless, I think it's 4 mailings. We can also do extra, what we want to do. We can put things in our water bills or whatever. We can just make sure that the community knows. We can do press releases, we can do mailings, we can do it on our county website, so everyone knows they can change.
Okay,
they have a choice.
Hang on a second. Let me just get one more piece. Leroy, we talked about the other piece. So the assumption, these rates we have here, this is an assumption, because there's no guarantee yet, because we don't know what they are, but they're probably pretty good assumptions, I would imagine.
Yeah, the actual rates for the energy are not set yet.
So we don't know where these are. So this is why I wanted to ask another question over there. Because depending where we go, or decision, is this correct, Leroy? The alliance has to go out and purchase energy. So if I decide to go 100% and all of a sudden the rates aren't quite what we thought, I opt off. Now, is there a personal responsibility to me, and I know we talked in that before out here, so what do you mentioned something there, and I just want to make sure we understand.
I have to defer to Supervisor Parks to know exactly the timing and why they want it now, but I think they want the information because they need it for their planning.
Well, yeah, right, I understand it, yeah.
But as far as the long-term liability, I just remind back to our original discussion, the exposure to the county is if at some point we want to withdraw from the system, there is a withdrawal liability you're potentially liable on the long-term contracts that the Energy Alliance procured on your behalf, and they will try to sell those contracts. But if they can't sell them for the same price, you're potentially liable for the difference.
That's kind of a separate topic.
And excuse me, we're exposed as the county if we want to opt out of the community choice, but we're not exposed as the customer if we want to switch from 100% to 50%, for example.
I don't know the answer. I don't think so, but I haven't studied that. I don't think we're exposed, but I don't know what the rule is as far as.
Our staff could answer that question.
The question that I have is if the county chooses 100% and I get my bill as a non-residential customer and I decide to go to 50%, is anyone going to get charged, or is there a duration of time you have to pay 100% until you go to 50? I don't know. I didn't see that information as to.
That's why I was.
You get in advance of it occurring, you have the opportunity also. They have a different billing, different cycles of the letters, so it's like 60 days in advance, 30 days in advance, 60 days after. There's, I don't know if no one's jumping up there, but if you would like to come up and speak, but you have in advance of the billing to not be in it or to change the rate, which tier you want to be in. So,
good point. Yeah.
And there's no charge to that.
Okay.
Does she have something to add to?
Hi, Sue Hughes with the County CEO's office. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Sue Hughes.
So what's before you today, essentially, because the board, the JPA board of CPA, Clean Power Alliance, will go out the first part of April to procure power to start this process with municipal governments and non-residential. They're looking for, generally speaking, for example, let's say 6 of our 10 cities in the county. So we have seven population here in the county. And some are at 50%, some are at 100%. They need to know that going out. Like we are looking for, we need 80% of our customers are going to be on 100%. We need to be looking for that ahead of time. So it's more about the contracts there going out for these short-term contracts. Are they looking for 100%? They need to know about how many counts they're going to be looking at that will be at 150 or 36. So, and as Supervisor Parks said, if let's say, for example, the county unincorporated says we want to be 100%, we want our municipal and our unincorporated, they're going to count CPA, fiscal people, and those that do procuring will count those accounts. They'll look at what the consumption rate has been over time, and they'll say, okay, for all of those accounts, it's 100%. Now, what happens in the real world is they've procured that, but given the fact that you might have customers that say, I want to go down to 50%, there's not going to be an impact to us to say, well, you all said 100%, and they drop down. You just really need to know for these short-term contracts, at what percentage do they purchase?
Do they normally run for how long? Maybe 6 months, a contract, year? Or
They're looking at potentially, what I've been told is a year to 2 year contract.
year to 2 years.
So with that, are we seeing what they thought would join, like we saw how many cities in our county joined? Is that what they thought was going to happen? Or is it more or less?
I don't know the answer for that as far as LA County, but I think they were surprised at how many joined out of Ventura County. Because essentially we could have, it looks like 9 of our 10 cities in the county unincorporated be part of that. And as Supervisor Park said, that gives us 1/3 of the votes on that JPA.
Well, I understand that. I'm just thinking of economics. So if all of a sudden there's been a problem in one sense out there because of some environmental issues that have happened, permitting a lot of this new solar in the deserts, and we've had some issues with that. At what point does this get to a point where all of a sudden, like Leroy said, these are estimates of rates where we don't have real rates and something changes? That's my only concern is this isn't a guaranteed rate, so what are we getting? Do we know anything? And since more people are asking for that, like, I said I want 100%, so that means they're looking for more renewable energy. At some point, do we suck it all up and there's nothing if LA's doing it? I'm just curious if this stuff is coming up.
So
because we're doing a whole lot of assumptions here, and it's hard. I mean, it's not something we usually do.
So I asked that same question yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I said, okay, so what would happen if all of your jurisdictions said we want 100%? Is it available, and is it available at the right cost? And their answer to me was, we might be big, but we're not that big. There will be power for us at 100% to be able to procure, even with as many entities that are participating in CPA.
And all 9 cities are in right now.
Pardon?
All 9 cities are in except for Fillmore, I think.
The only city that I know that voted not to participate was Port Hueneme. Everybody
Port
else is
Hueneme.
in some form or other of joining.
And since you're up here, can I ask you about the annual savings? We're here to ask the savings, but I was told there's a franchise fee, and does that play to the savings, or is that a different cost associated that we get or don't get? I don't know.
So the County of Ventura, I just discovered this morning, in 2002, we have a 30-year agreement with Edison. It's a very complicated formula they use. Essentially, it's a 1% fee. We collect about $1.2 million a year in that franchise fee. It goes to the general fund. What it's spent on, I haven't been able to figure that. I don't know if it just goes in that pot of general fund or if it goes to some, I don't know. I haven't figured that part out yet.
The reason why I asked is just I know that going to a new program, or just looking at it, we need to understand all the fees and charges and so forth. So when I heard that, I just was wondering if there was anything else that we're going to need to assess
And does that change what the estimated savings here? If you said that was 1.2 or so?
It's 1.2 million, and the folks from LA County have said in the period of time we've had these conversations, and in their PowerPoint presentations, it says now, this is what they've documented. Your franchise fee will not be affected.
Okay.
That's
And
all
then
of the information I have.
the other question is, if we make this choice today, whatever it is, will there be, community town halls or information sessions, places? Because these decisions are being made by city councils in our county. But are we doing any stakeholder engagement on these items?
So the CPA folks, the JPA, well, both the board and the staff of the JPA have asked us not to get out ahead of their campaign. So they want us to use all the same campaign material. So as soon as we have that available, we'll put together some information to make sure that we get the word out.
And that's one of the committees, too, of which we have Ventura County representatives on. So the whole community outreach is really key. I know we have a lot of speaker cards, or a few.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Dietrich? I had Kelly Long ahead of you, but
I already spoke. Thank you.
Thank you, and I understand this is a deadline we have to meet for this choice. I don't know if that was clear. And I am so grateful for Supervisor Park's leadership. This has been really fun following her galloping ahead on the campaign for clean power. And I appreciate, Leroy, too, your really clear explanation about the implications here. So I hope you'll choose what Supervisor Parks recommends, the 100% tier as our default. It affects me in the county, in an unincorporated area. I see this through the lens of running my business, and my business is in a competitive industry, and we have to get it right with quality and with price when we introduce a new product. Pricing, I learned, starting to run my business, is an art. For getting a good margin by marketing the product's uniqueness, and also my uniqueness and the unique value of my business and my mission. So people get a lot of long-lasting and intangible value from buying from me. And I can charge a little more than my competitors. So I'm confident that the Clean Power Alliance, and also really proud and confident of the VCREA staff, that we will pull together and do the necessary outreach to make the 100% default work. Let's brand our county as the leader in resilient, self-sufficiency through local clean energy. The VCREA staff will likely play a big role in marketing this. And I wanted to give you this. Sorry, clerks, can you give these flyers that your staff, Alejandra Tellus, did for me yesterday at 3 o'clock so that I would have them to take to the Ventura City Council meeting last night. Look at that beautiful graphic design that we needed for our next clean energy campaign to have a big response to the SoCal Edison RFP. So I just really am excited about this collaboration. I think it's awesome. And I hope you'll give us a chance to prove that we can market this 100% default and be an example for the whole state in a large and diverse community that can shoot for the highest possible clean energy performance and make it work in a just and equitable way for everyone. Thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, Karen Wolford, and then Ron Whitehurst is next.
Okay, I want to really encourage you to vote for 100%. renewable for the reasons, mostly I feel like, for, like, we want to be advanced, we want to be, oh, sorry. For my grandchildren, I mean, I would totally be happy to pay a little bit more so that my grandchildren have a better life, are able to breathe better, able to, live better. And also, I feel like if we go for the 100%, then we are encouraging renewable energy. I mean, that is, we want to get jobs that are renewable energy, and I feel like that's good for my grandchildren too. And so I'm really strong proponent for and I'm a low income person, so I feel like I know that I would be willing to pay just a little bit more to have something that's really good for my kids, my grandkids, and my whole community. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks, isn't there a special rate for senior citizens?
I think the state requires a program called CARES, which provides low-income residents with less electricity bills, and it would carry forward with this new program too.
So that'll help too.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I'm Ron Whitehurst.
Thank you.
My wife and I run a small business just on the north side of Ventura here. And we got choices. We got paper, plastic, or you can bring your own bag, to the store. Now we will have a choice of different levels of renewables in our electricity. And I, as a small business owner, I'm working on reducing the amount of fossil fuel energy. We're about 100% on solar for heating our facility, and working towards 100% on electric. But if my bill is now $60 for electricity a month, and most of that is from polluting fuels, and by the end of the year, I will pay, if I'm going on to 100% renewables, I will pay $4.20 a month more to be fossil free. That is a phenomenal deal. I will no longer be responsible for the high rates of asthma around power plants, the fracking earthquakes in Oklahoma, the people in Colorado not being able to graze animals because they die from the drinking water contaminated with fracking waste. So this is a matter of branding. We can brand our county as 100% self-sufficient, resilient in the face of disasters and such as we experienced lately, and that is committed to a solar or a fossil-free future. So I urge you to go for the 100% default. We will be helping to educate consumers to take the 100% option if that's not a problem financially. And then if they have a problem with finances, to opt for the lower rates. It's very simple, and I encourage you to go with the 100% option as the default. Studies show that setting the default 100% results in 10 times more people staying at 100% rather than if you set the default low and then encourage people to opt out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle Ellison.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Ellison. I'm a resident of Ojai and recently appointed to serve as Ojai's alternate director on the Clean Power Lines Board. As Supervisor Parks had shared, just a couple of weeks ago, our Ojai City Council voted unanimously to make 100% renewable as our default plan, and I urge you to do so today as well for the following reasons. Climate change is having devastating effects everywhere and only getting worse by the day. The time to act was yesterday, so we must move with urgency away from polluting fossil fuels and to clean, renewable energy. I have 2 young children, and I think we all believe that we want a habitable planet for our children. Setting the default at 100% is an immediate and effective way to make substantial progress on the county's climate action plan and cut greenhouse gas emissions. This is an opportunity to demonstrate your leadership in sustainability. If you do 100%, you'll be the first county in the state to do so. How remarkable would that be? A decision about the default is one of the most consequential decisions you will make, as defaults significantly influence behavior. It's the so-called default effect, which means setting the default affects how likely people end up with that option. Look at retirement plans in which employees are automatically enrolled. There is a much higher participation rate in those plans than if employees have to voluntarily opt in. So by setting the default at 100%, you will get much more participation at that level than if you set it at a lower level. You might get a small percentage of customers opting down to a lower tier, but still a vast majority will stay at 100%. Whereas if you set it at, say, 50%, only a small percentage might opt to up to 100%. Which would you rather have, more at 100% or more at 50%? For only 7% more cost, customers get 70% more renewable energy than they are currently getting with Edison, up from about 30% to 100% renewable. That seems like a compelling return. So for example, if a household has a monthly electricity bill of $50, it'll cost just $3.50 extra per month, a coffee at Starbucks. Most probably won't notice the difference, and for those that do, they can opt to a lower tier with cost savings. Again, customers aren't locked into anything. That's the beauty of this. It's choice at every level. Every resident and customer can choose to opt down to a lower tier and benefit from cost savings and more renewable energy than they're currently getting through Edison, or they can opt out of the clean power lines altogether. And finally, while there is some flexibility in changing the default at a later time, let's get it right from the get-go and encourage clean energy by setting the default at 100%. Thank you.
Whoopi? And Arturo after that?
I'm hard of hearing, so I apologize.
You
My
jumped
name
up
is
real
Lupe
quick.
Anguiano, and I'm from the city of Oxnard. I highly recommend that you listen very carefully to the recommendations made by Supervisor Parks. I want to assure you that she has studied the issue genuinely and taking the interest of everyone in Ventura County. And so I want to somewhat apologize because I'm very impatient about this issue. And I don't know, what we have to gain to support the drilling of our ocean, the continued pollution of our fish, of our marine life, the continuing recommendations of 17 waste holes that are being proposed for the city of Oxnard. I just want to, I don't know what all of you are looking at when you don't see that Limonera is already looking at reducing energy 50%. Agriman is eagerly looking at what, and I want to say that some of the questions that you had, I've heard that the risks 10 years ago, we're over that. Hey, come back to 2018. We're there. We are already looking at TELSA, the thinking of a car that went to space, calling the celestial car. And we're California. We need to protect and we need to honor our intelligence, our innovation, the clean energy that we already have. And so I urge you to support Supervisor Park. I cannot add one word to her recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And excuse me.
Thank you.
No excuse necessary.
Arturo, Gideon, go. And then Ron, McCord.
Good afternoon. My name is Arturo. I'm a resident of Oxnard. And I believe that right now is a pressing issue to move to renewable energy. I mean, I think it goes without saying, we see what's going on with this presidential administration, without calling names. What do you call it? You know, pretty much he got out of the Paris Agreement. So what we as residents can do is just act in our local level and move towards more renewable energy. And moving to the 100% renewable energy leaves us with a more better option, the best option. That'll, you know, make some residents perhaps just leave it at 100%. And the good thing is that, you know, some of them can have the option of moving to 50 or 36%. But, you know, maybe some probably won't. And just keep it at 100%. And by 100%, we mean, you know, solar energy. And, you know, we do have more alternatives for renewable energy. We have wind power. And, you know, we ourselves can move, you know, to purchasing like electric vehicles or hybrid. But as far as the county or as residents in our homes, you know, to live in our homes, we can already make the change to be living in 100% renewable energy. You know, I personally think it's a very good option. You know, why would we want to continue polluting the planet? We already see the scientific data, and I don't know how much more we want to see. We do not hear it in the media. I'm sorry to say this. We do not hear it in the media because it's pretty much not to their advantage. So let's just show the county, the state, the nation, that California, and more specifically Ventura County, can move to this 100% renewable energy, and we can pretty much take it from there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it much. Ron?
Hi, my name is Ron Mercord. I'm a ranch owner over in Bardsdale, and I'm also a high-tech business owner in Santa Paula that uses a lot of electricity. Now, back in the 1980s, I was a research scientist for Arco Solar, developing solar cells. Now, within the time from the 80s till now, the technology has really not changed. The funny thing is, I've got the same solar cells powering my ranch right now, charging my electric cars, that we had back in the 80s. The only thing that's happened now is people have started to say, okay, we're going to do this. It's time. Now, what's happened? The price, of course, has come down, but that's really just an economy of scale because people have started going, we want to do this. Now, in that time, since the 1980s till now, we've seen the level of CO2 in our atmosphere go from 340 back then to 410 now. And this is going to have serious repercussions for my boy who's in high school right now, for everybody else's kids, and we really need to start doing something about this. So I would like to encourage the 100% renewable on this because it's the right thing to do. Now, I know there are a lot of arguments that, well, it's going to cost people a little bit more. Now, my business in Santa Paula, though not directly affected by this decision today, will be affected by the Clean Power Alliance. And we use power measured in megawatt hours every month. So it's an issue for me how much it's going to cost. I do not mind paying an extra 7% or even 10% for clean power because it's something that I want to do for my kids and other business owners that I know also want to do for their kids. And I'm hoping that we'll vote to do that, and that in the future, other people will see what we're doing here in Ventura County and will also vote to go renewable energy. And once again, the economy of scales will continue to bring that price down and have a real effect for our entire world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. I think that was our last speaker. Nobody else speaking on this? Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor?
Yeah, I would like to move that we do 100%. And again, the way it's being rolled out, it does give us that opportunity to look how it works. And then when we're back here again in the fall to determine what the residential default should be, we'll have that opportunity. And then also what we want to do as customers in the city of Ventura's portion of it. Just doing some rough math, looking at, for example, what it takes to reduce those metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. As I was saying, the solar panels out in our parking lot, about $4.8 million, reduces 532 metric tons. If you wanted to get anywhere close to that with the benefits you would get with doing 100% renewable for our county, it would cost about $900 million. So while it's only, we're looking at $700,000 or so a year for this, just the sheer magnitude of the amount of reductions that we're going to get from doing this really makes it the right decision. And we live in California where the sun always shines. So the majority of this will come from solar. And if we can't do it, nobody can. So I think this is a good step. And again, it's nice to hear the businesses want it. If they don't, they can just decide to go to a lower rate. And that's what makes it so good. So we're starting off at the best and then seeing where we go from there.
Supervisor Parks, what is the percentage of renewable that we receive from SCE right now at our bill? Do you know what that rate is?
Pardon me?
The rate of renewable for SCE, because we're looking at this as a 36, a 50, and 100. What are people purchasing currently or receiving?
Is it the 36? 28. We're getting it at 28. So all three options would be better than the renewables that Edison's providing.
Okay. And then just remind me, I know this is close to your heart, but what have we been telling the community about this? Are we providing a savings? Are we telling them that it's 100% is what our goal is? I just want to make sure what have we been stating out there?
Well, I know that when we decided to join, we did, I know Supervisor Bennett was saying, when the push here isn't saying that this is the cheapest, but it is how much of the renewables that we are able to do, and giving the choice being the most important. I like the fact that it is cheaper than what you would get from Edison. If you wanted the 100% renewable option from Edison, it would cost you more than what the CPA does. And a lot of that is the ability to do that because we can buy as a large customer because we have so many cities in the CPA.
So then if we provided them with a 36%, it's at the 4%, which is a better savings for them, and also they get more renewable. And if we choose the 100%, then we're telling them that actually the savings that we told you you're not going to get, but you're going to get better on savings of the renewable.
I think we will definitely make a point of saying that they have these other options and they are less expensive. There's no doubt about that. Okay. And that will happen before they make their selection. They will have that, and we will also be communicating that, and we can do that as well as a county in addition to the CPA doing it.
So that's why I'm wondering I'm wondering the option of going at the 36% and letting those
who
opt up.
choose to opt into a higher rate. So we're already providing a savings at 36%, but if you want to get even better for your businesses and your home, you can go to 50 and 100, and if we can provide you a better savings at 50 and 100, then we will. But right now, we're providing you a better option at the 36. I just want, this is our chance to discuss this, so I wanted to find out what your thoughts were.
And I feel like I think it's kind of pessimistic to say that our citizens aren't capable of, deciding to opt down, to go to a lower rate, and part of that is the pessimism is that we can't do our job. And I think our job is communicating, and we need to do our best to communicate. And we were doing that through, as I said, 4 separate mailings that they will receive. We can also add to that, but I'd like to be more of an optimist, put it out there and let them have the information that they need to have, and they can make that decision. Than to say that they won't know enough, or, I think we have to be able to provide that.
I didn't say that. I was just asking you the question of going in at a rate at a 36, which is your better renewable and cost savings, which is what your message has been, and then let them opt into 50 or 100. I just wanted to understand what your thoughts were.
Mr. Chair, I think of supporting Supervisor Parks because it's going to be for the unincorporated area of the county. It's going to be commercial. It's going to be county facilities. And the thing that made me change my mind here wasn't looking at 100% is because we can always change the default. We can always change the percentage, and also people can opt out. That's a benefit right there that I think is important. And also we have 9 of the 10 cities that are already looking into going into this program. And so I think that having the ability to opt out and having the ability to change the percentage in the future, I think, to me, it kind of works, So in fact, I think it's an opportunity for us to go that route, So thank you.
Thank you. It's going to take me a couple of minutes to get this out, but we're going to spend a lot of time on this issue. First of all, I think in my mind, it's just really clear we need to be leaders on carbon emissions. We need to be leaders on the whole issue of climate change. 30 years from now, our children are just going to look at us and say, you had some position of influence. What did you do? Right? And I think that we in the United States, by comparison to the rest of the world, we have been dragging our feet and not doing enough. So I'm willing to pay more to decrease our carbon footprint, and we committed as a board of supervisors. We set a target, and we really wanted to not just have that be lip service. We wanted to say we really want to do it. Personally, I've already installed solar at my house, so I'm not that affected by this at this point in time, and it cost a fair amount. Our electricity bill was very low, and so we're not going to recover that. But it was just the right thing to do. I just think people that they should do that. So I'm willing to make a statement with the decision that we make today, but I'm willing to make that for one reason, and that is because I believe that we have options. And we need to have options, and I don't just mean options initially. I mean options to change in the future, because we are exposing ourselves to risk that are down the road that we have to be aware of. And when we had the first initial look at this, I spent a lot of time trying to analyze the risk. What are those risks? And if you remember, we asked the CEO's office to analyze the risk. And the risks were too high with the Santa Barbara option. They just were too high. We would be putting up billions of dollars potentially. There was some $1 billion, just too high. This LA option dramatically reduced the risk. And I think the CEO's office vetted it. They came back and said, we're not finding any fatal flaw here. I feel like I vetted it as well as I could, and I didn't find a fatal flaw. And so I was willing to go there because the risks were down. But what I do want to say here, as we're getting ready to make this, because I want to get this out here, is that I really don't think this is the best decision-making process that we have in front of us at this point in time. This is last minute. We got to make a decision because Supervisor Parks has to vote. February 27th. And we don't have time to vet the facts even, before we go forward, right? And so the facts aren't clearly vetted. The fact is, all the way up until, I think, Friday, I was working on this being a vote today about the residential side, because the original letter that came from Supervisor Park said it included residential. And then it got switched to this, and that's not a fault of Supervisor Parks. This is a moving, fast-moving thing, and there's a lot going on, et cetera. And so we have this. It is important when we're making decisions here that we make decisions based on facts that have been vetted by the CEO's office. They have to get vetted enough. I want to make sure. It's just unfair to sit there and say Supervisor Parks has to have all of the answers to all of these questions, because I still have questions. I just heard today for the first time Michelle say, while there is some possibility to change your default option in the future, I spent the last 10 days operating under the assumption, once you make this default thing, I was told you will not be able to change that. Well, I was just told that. I didn't have any document that I got to read that in. I didn't have the CEO's office and the county council vet that. That's not an appropriate way, to make really important decisions. If we want to be what many of you out there are saying, we want to be leaders on this, then we can't also be, we can't also then make a big stumble because we got one of the facts wrong and then look foolish, because we won't have as much leadership credibility. So I'm not faulting anybody for how we've gotten to here, but I'm saying I'm making a plea that we bring this process to an end with this, and we need more vetting. This has all kind of happened. Remember last time it was, well, we had to decide before such and such because LA set an artificial deadline. We had to be in by a certain time. Then we found out, well, no, that's not really the deadline, right? So we keep getting those kinds of things. So it's something that I think is, for us to be the leaders, we should really be the leaders both in terms of a clean process that people can look at and say, hey, they got it right. They got it right from the very beginning and all of that. So I don't know for sure whether there will be any penalties for the individual, like if the county government opts into 100%, I want to be 100% certain that there's no penalty if we change from 100% to some other percentage later. County Council, can you give me that assurance?
Well, no, I cannot.
Right, and that's so that is a problem. There may be now. That being said, I'm still saying we ought to be progressive. We ought to move forward with this. But I do want to address one other thing that I think is just, it's the elephant in the room that's not being talked about. And that is, it is true, California is the land of sunshine, and we have lots of solar. And we also have the potential for pretty good wind generation because of the steady winds that we have that come through here. It's not for nothing that you find the kite surfers there. It's a really interesting thing, but they say our wind here in Ventura has fewer holes in it than other places. It's not that it's stronger, but it has fewer holes. That's really good for wind generation. But the fundamental scientific fact is, right now, renewable energy has a big flaw in that when the sun is shining, when the wind is blowing, when the reservoirs and lakes and the rivers are all running full, you can get a lot of renewable energy. But none of those give you 100% reliability. You have to have a backup for that situation. So when it gets between our greatest power generation is between 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the evening. That's when we don't have our great solar generation. and that is potentially you don't have wind. And again, you already see with the drought, you saw some dramatic changes in the ability for hydro. And those are your three major renewable energy sources at this point in time. So when people say, well, we're able to get this, and I think Michelle said it very well, it is a very attractive trade-off. Only pay 7% more and get this big of reduction in carbon footprint. I'll pay that price. I'll pay it personally, and I'll pay it as a representative of the taxpayers collectively. But I do want to say this, I won't force it down low-income residents. When it comes to this residential decision, my view is very different in terms of the default option. I think governments, I think businesses, they know how to handle this just fine. So we default at 100%. If they don't want to do that, I don't have any problem that they can make that informed decision. But I don't think it's being overly optimistic to say, I know I've lived with low-income families working 2 jobs with 3 kids. When they come home, I tell you, they can barely keep life straight. And to say, oh, well, make sure you figure out whether you want 50% or 100%, So I'm going to be much more cautious about the choice for the default option for them. But I'm willing here in this situation, I think it makes sense. And again, the reason I am, and this is the final point I want to make, is renewable energy is fairly inexpensive right now, but that's because everybody isn't buying it. And there's economies of scale, and there are some when you do this, but until we solve the storage problem, we can't have everybody go to 100% renewable. So I know Sue Hughes asked that question of LA, and LA said, yeah, we're such a small player in the whole market, yes, we can do it. But if everybody does it, the price of renewable energy will really go up because there literally won't be enough with the storage capacity that's out there. And again, I'm sorry to say this, but I just think we need to get this out there. Part of why we lead is so that we get more renewable energy generated, but we also have to get a lot more storage capacity generated. We've got to get those batteries, done. We've got to get to that point. So I'm willing to do this as long as I feel like we can, as the individual, opt out, but I'm not certain. And if we've made a mistake, we've made a mistake. But I'm certainly not going to trap the individuals that way at this point in time. So with that, I just want to get that fact out there. We can't all go to 100% renewable right now today in this country. We should lead, but we should lead with also a soberness that we have to really work at the storage side of it to make renewables really work. Because 30 years from now, our children will say, my gosh, what a mess this climate change is. And what did you do? Well, we tried our best, but we've got to do it with common sense and appropriate leadership. So I will support the motion with the strong request. Anybody can bring something forward, but the strong request that in the future, I don't want to do last-minute decisions where we don't have good facts that have been vetted by the CEO, and we have time to say, can you check this fact out? I want to see this in writing. I want to be able to turn to our county council and say, does it say that in the contract? And so that we do that in the future. Thank you very much. And so, yes, I'd be supportive of the motion.
I definitely agree that we need more information. And so to definitely push to the CPA to provide it as well. I have great concerns to say, okay, we're going to opt everyone into this program and they're going to receive a huge bill. And I have a lot of my community that really are looking at their budget and how are they going to put food on the table.
And so I'm very reluctant to go at this 100%, but as our county council has said, we can change out at any time. I have great concerns. The other thing is I have great concerns they're going to put a whole huge solar field or other item in our district. We have the biggest agriculture land and so forth, which is less expensive. And I don't see that as a great result. So I push every time, please don't put it in my district. And I just want to keep saying that. If you want to have your company and put it on your roof of your buildings and so forth, very appropriate. But to take our ag land and so forth, I'm very against that. So I am very leery on this, just to say it one more time.
Mr. Chair, I just want to assure again, the reason I'm supporting is because we can change the default, number one. People can opt out, number two. And also the low-income individuals that need that opportunity can have a reduction in their rates. So again, we can always look at the residential in the future too, that'd be probably a different story, but that's why I'm supporting this
Mr.
system.
Chair, I just want to, if I may, because I don't want to be misconstrued. I'm not given an opinion that we can change the default.
I have been told by the staff in Los Angeles. And, that's another reason why we want to be at the table early as we are, because that is policies that are made. But that is what I've been told. And I know I do take what Supervisor Bennett stated seriously. The other cities have done the residential at the same time that they did. But right now, what they need is the commercial, the non-residential, the government. But we could have done them both at the same time. I like the idea of baby steps, and so doing the residential in the fall when they need it, instead of doing it like Calabasas did with residential all at once, and other cities have done. And then I think that we do have the opportunity to move forward and really
This is our cost.
farther than we could ever go in reducing greenhouse gas emissions by moving forward on this. So I do appreciate your support. I also think that we could go all renewable as a state of California through distributed energy. We have the abilities to do that, and I think that ability is going to continue to increase. But again, that's longer into the future, and it's also really good to know that, for example, you prefer not having solar arrays in your district, as you've mentioned, like on farmland. And that's where I love the fact that, for example, Callegas is coming into the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance and the concept of putting them on reservoirs. But there is rooftop solars, and there's just a lot of different ways of going about this. But I do think that this is really one step, and we'll get back in the fall and see what we can do and have a better understanding, too, of how that outreach will be, particularly to low income, because I agree that is the most important. If we're going to even think of doing 100%, we have to make sure that their rates aren't going to go up, and I think we have a lot that we can do to ensure that.
Well, then also there's the budgets for us. Our county buildings, that is not built into our budget for next year as of right now, from what I understand. And when you put this up at 100%, that's a large bill for Ventura County. And I don't believe that our mission is to be completely 100% renewable. It's to be as efficient and effective with our community's money to get the best. So that's for further conversations down the line, but that will have to happen too.
All right, let me, if I have the chance, you guys have been going. I appreciate you bringing that last part up, because I'm looking at this number, $700,000. That's a big number for all of us at the county. Supervisor Bennett, I appreciate your thing on the storage. I had the opportunity to see this whole video that went on for probably, I don't know, maybe an hour on batteries. I don't know if you've seen this whole thing, very environmental community talking about it. But they even said, this whole thing with solar and renewables, it's great, but what was it, 10% or something, or 11% of the whole we only produce enough for 11 minutes. I think Bill Gates said we only produce enough for 11 minutes of a day, worldwide, and so there's not a lot that we can do. So I agree with you on that. And without this storage issue, we really suffer. We put all this out, and we don't store it all, and we don't use it, as you know, during the day. So that is a big deal. So I appreciate that understanding. I get this concern, and for all of us, I appreciate some business owners saying that, I don't mind if I pay more, that's great. But we also understand, this whole thing about putting people on and then you opt out is a complete marketing ploy. That happens in the business all the time, and every time you try to get people on, you just join, and then you can always opt off if you want, because we know it's hard. People get off, have to go through the process and do that. I don't look at that. To me is we're just, people are just going to end up looking, oh, my power went up, my power went up. It's because power's been going up and power's been going up over the years. I don't want to be anybody that's doing that to somebody. I don't have a problem if they come in and say, I want to do this, like some of these people have said. That's their own choice. They make those. But the idea that somebody's going to guarantee that, oh, my supervisors put me at this rate in my business community, and I would imagine for all of us, as Supervisor Bennett brought up for the poor, and somebody said something like $50 is your average. I don't know anybody paying $50 on an electric bill. So, I mean, that kind of thing is, unless you probably have solar and you're paying a connection fee or something, or, whatever. But most people I know always talk about $200, $300, or $400 or $500, whatever it's costing, and especially now when it's very cold outside, even though you're running a gas, you've got to run electric to do that kind of thing. And I sure don't want to be going and saying, well, the average person is struggling to feed their family and everything else is end up paying $12, $15, $25 more to do this. I didn't want to put that on them. If they want to make a choice for that, that's their idea. So I think that to me becomes crazy. I thought this was going to be, we're trying to help people, we're going to save money, we wanted to try to do that. No matter what you say, and no matter what they told, where'd she leave us? Oh, there she is that, oh yeah, everybody can do this. Well, hold it. If everybody's doing this at a greater rate, they're going to find that they do not have enough power to do that. You can't build this stuff fast enough to do it, and you can't say at the middle of the night, or we've had 5 cloudy days, that we're 100% renewable. I mean, okay, so where's it coming from? At what point are they telling you it's really renewable? They're going to have to use peaker plants to do this. So at some point, I'm just not real comfortable with where we've gone with all this. So I'm not going to support where everybody's going on this myself. But if you wanted to do this, the lower one, and people can opt up, that's fine. I have no, for the business, because it is saving people. At least they come back in the business community would say, you're saving us money. I appreciate what you did. Now we can make a decision if we want to pay a little bit more to get more renewable. That's our decision. You didn't force me to pay more money. And that's not government's position, to go force somebody to pay more money because we have some desire to do something. That's just not our position, to go out and mandate on the business community, because this is what that's going to do. Now they're going to have to decide, and hopefully they've got a business and somebody in their accounting department goes, well, our electric bill went up, guys, what's going on? Why? And they went, look, oh, we found out we can opt out. Hopefully they're going to do that. But a lot of small businesses aren't. They're just going, oh, man, power's up again. It's costing us more money. That's not, and that's why I just will not support anything that mandates people do that. So I'm not going to support this.
If I could, I just want to, I think we've hashed out where we are all philosophically pretty well on that. I just appreciate your comments. You've been told that we will be able to change the default in the future. But a week ago, you were told we can't change the default.
And being told versus in paper is different.
You told me we couldn't change the default. Okay. Okay, yeah, because I said, can we change? No, we can't change the default. So my point, that's my point. And I operated for all of last week on, once you choose a default, you can never, you can never change that default. So that's exactly what I mean, that I want to make sure we need it in writing. We can't have them keep coming to us at the last minute.
I agree. You need something in writing, because everybody can tell you I want it that way.
Can Sue give us, Sue, do you know, do you have any information on that that you can share with us? I think that's important.
I asked the question of Los Angeles County staff yesterday about the ability to change default, and I was told that at any time, whether it's the County of Ventura municipal accounts or a residential account or any other commercial, at any time during this, while you're a member of the CPA, you have the ability to change your default. So it appears that one of the things we really need to do moving forward is make that much more clear to the population.
Well, and also it would be nice if it's in writing, so we go back over somebody, we can say, look what you told us in writing, not what I heard. Because
Right.
nobody's willing to give it to us. I always get concerned when somebody does not want to give you something in writing.
I do have it in an email.
You do have an email on it?
I do. And
But is it from authority?
But that's an email from a staff's
From a staff.
opinion,
Yes.
rather than a contract or a
Yeah,
policy,
exactly.
you know.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for
that's
Leroy to
written.
go and say, oh, well, you didn't have anything on a contract that stated. And those are things that are important, because if we get in here and people come in this room screaming, hold on, what are you doing? You're killing us. Hold it. Okay, don't worry. We have it in the contract. We'll change it. Okay, we thought, something like that. That's puts this whole county at risk.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Leroy, can we possibly approve this 100% subject to the information from, if it's in writing or not? If it's not in writing, then it's a different story. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud because, I think that item, I think, is extremely important.
I think just the same concept, you can opt out at any time, and you also have the ability to change your level. It's the same concept.
That's individually, but not here, though, for the county. That's the difference.
Oh, yeah.
Let's put you on the spot, Mr. Howard. Come on.
Well, it works for the county, too.
To your point, Supervisors, one of the things that we'll do, is we're hearing the direction from you, is work with the CPA to get as much confirmation in writing from the greatest authority that we can from them.
Well, Supervisor Parks has to vote when?
No, we need it now, but you know what I was thinking too, is we could just trail this to after our meeting this afternoon,
Would you?
because we have another hearing, and I'm sure staff can get that for us. I mean, I don't know if that will
I would like to
assuage
see that.
your concerns, if you hear it from staff. We have it from staff, I don't know.
Because Leroy says, he can't guarantee that we can.
I don't know what more we can do than to actually ask the staff that are putting together the program if you can or you can't.
And that's why I was looking at the 36 for the safety of the county.
So, I mean, they're
and
assuring
also
us that you can, and I don't really know what more we could do by, even if we did trail it, because we'd get the same thing. We'd ask again and we get it in writing again.
Do we know, how did Sheila Kuehl in Los Angeles County vote on this? No, she didn't take it to the board?
No, they didn't do 100%.
They did not?
No.
They do 50?
I believe so, yes.
So
I would like to.
Again, it's a rollout, right? So they did their government facilities, and they do the non-residential, and then we'll be looking at residential in the fall. And I think we'll have this as a, basically a pilot project that we can look at in the fall and decide, based on how it worked here, how will it work with the residents. So I would just ask that we do move on this, because they do need to have the information. They submit to the PUC April 1st, and they need to gather up the information to determine what their buy will be.
I don't mind trailing it if you want to trail it till afterwards, whatever, but assuming that we get the same positive information, I will still be supportive of 100%. But I do want to say this because we have leaders in the community there who are really leading on this issue, and for the members of the board, and certainly Supervisor Parks, who's been given great leadership on this. I want to say what I really think it's harder to say, because we're all frustrated, not all, but half of us are frustrated that we're not leading on climate change like we should. And because we get frustrated, when we get the opportunity, we kind of want to go all the way. But I really think that this is the best way to lead is to be really effective. And really, if I was king, what I would give is a 75% option there. And the reason I would give it is this. This is what I think really is the logical thing to do. You ought to say, we want to be 75% for the next 3 years, and then we are going to 100% in 3 years, because that allows you to realistically capture. You're pushing the envelope, but you're still saying, look, there's 25%. There's 25% that we just recognize it's just not available yet by renewable in any rational way, you've got to do this, further, distributed power sort of approach. But that would send the message, that would be so much better. But anybody who makes that motion is considered a compromiser and a sellout and all that kind of stuff, so it doesn't happen.
There will be a 70% option, I believe, in the fall.
But it's not in front of us today.
No, it's for the residents, so that's what
Sure,
they're looking
yeah,
at.
but again, it's not in front of us today in terms of doing it. But it would capture that fundamental next hurdle that we've got to get over, which is the storage side, and it would allow us to do it with a lot less risk. Because I'm going to guess it's the last 10 or 15% of buying that 100% that's really going to get expensive someday. If a whole lot of people are locked into contracts where they say they've got to buy the 100% and there's not enough of it, well, who gets that power from the hydro source? That's what I'm concerned with. I'm not saying it definitely is going to happen that way, but with the possibility of that happening, we've got to be able to both lead, and I would disagree a little bit with you. Our only job is not to just the most efficient, cost-effective way we can do things. We also have to lead in terms of what are the big issues that we have to address in this country. So that's the best way to get that trade-off. Okay. Thank you.
Let me just also say, this idea, this cost, we just had 50 people in here this morning saying we'd like a little bit more money to survive and to pay, and we said we have no more money to give you, and now we're going to go spend $1 million more than we could. 700,000. If we went to 36, we'd save 400. We'd have over $1 million just doing exactly the same thing, maybe to give some people some more increases. So we have to be careful about what we do here. Every little bit has a different thing. So remember, you had these people complaining, trying to survive out there, and Supervisor Bennett is very clear. I think he's making a good point. Look what happened with our former governor, who went out when energy was tight, and all that, went out and made some contracts and got stuck into and prices. You don't know when this is going to, all this kind of stuff happen. So I don't know. I
would like to see that in writing, Sue, that we can change our.
Because I agree. I'd table this anyway. I'm not agree with it, but I would table it anyway if you had some, because you're going to stick a lot of people in your district.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because initially.
There is the choice, and you have the ability to change, and also as customers, you can change. But
yeah, but you're always making the assumption they're going to do that, and I agree, Steve, is that they're not always going to do it. I don't know what happens. Most people don't. That's why they do it that way, because most people won't. So
initially, my understanding is, I thought we had it in writing. But
all right. So what do you want to do? Do you guys want to table, or do you want to finish this motion?
I would say we have in writing from staff. I don't think we can get too much better than having it written by the staff saying that you can. I will ask that we have. Yeah. Well, our staff has it in writing, so we can provide that to our board.
I think we have an email
from misuse, but I'm still saying that we will see that we get it from the board, and that would be the best way to do it, and get it from the board of the CPA to its entities to let them know this. So you need to know.
You suggested that we trail this until after we come back.
Yeah, we certainly. I'm happy.
Because is that a new motion?
And that would be to get the information from Sue Hughes that she received from the staff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we'll hold off if that's.
Okay, so we're just going to. Okay, we're just going to. Then Leroy, we'll just say we're going to. No vote.
Okay.
Until later today.
Okay.
We're voting on trailing, or we're just going to trail? There's no vote. We're not going to vote. We'll just hold this over till later sometime today. We'll bring it back up. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on real quick to item, is it 43? Or since they've been sitting here enjoying all this conversation for about 5 or 6 hours. You're a patient man, Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Chair Foy, members of the board, CEO Powers, Johnson Guild with the Healthcare Agency, here to present item number 43. HCA for the last several months has been quite involved in looking at its operational efficiency. And one of the areas that we have looked at is our staffing structure and the staffing needs. And as a result of due diligence in collaboration with the CEO's office, HR, HCA leadership, this afternoon I'm in front of you with a request to the board that we adopt a resolution and delete 73 unfunded and vacant positions and per diem pool positions within the HCA as listed here on this table, effective immediately. And I am open for any questions regarding
Thank you.
request.
I appreciate you looking through and finding any positions. I know this is not something new to the hospital or we've done it throughout the whole county, and I appreciate that. But I do have one speaker card real quick on this, if we can, unless somebody has a question or comment? No? All right. Danny Krill?
Good afternoon. Danny Carrillo, Tri-County's Regional Director for SEIU 721. I was kind of hoping that I would go after the presentation, but okay. With all due respect, some of my comments and...
Hey, Danny, that was the presentation. There's no other presentation. He's done.
Oh.
So you are going after it.
Okay, sorry. Need to get my hearing aid.
Where are you going?
No.
You're on, Danny.
He already did the presentation.
You're on.
Oh, that was it.
You
That
said
was
you
it.
wanted to go after, you are going after.
All right, okay, sorry about that. I haven't had lunch yet. I'm sure you haven't either. Okay, so again, as I was going to say that some of my comments and requests that I'm making and want to make known now wouldn't necessarily be in this forum, but because, you know, SEIU is taking the stance and the argument that this is the first time that we see this, where they're proposing to eliminate 73 unfunded and vacant regular and per diem positions. Now, I know there's a big dark cloud, you know, in the distance of what's happening or what could happen in the future. However, there's a lot of positions that are on this list that actually, if they're not funded now, they need to be funded. It's having quite an impact on staffing and our members, your employees. In particular, you have a clinical lab specialist, a lot of nursing assistants, principal respiratory therapists. These are a lot of the areas that we've had to deal with either in harassment, hostile work environment, people that are being, you know, threatened that you need to work. We know that there's memos going out right now that if you don't take the mandatory overtime in like 2 requests, there's going to be discipline. I mean, come on, is that the way you want to run your trauma center and your health care? I would suggest that, you know, you table this issue so that we can meet with HR, with your management at the hospital, so we can talk about this. And I also want to propose to you, Mr. Powers, something that's not new, but a concept of working together with labor, whether it be SEIU and any others that are involved in the hospital, so that we can see about better efficiencies and cost saving and revenue generating ideas. I mean, what better experts than the line staff, the people that are impacted? I also know that a lot of these positions that are now represented are going to be going away through attrition. People are retiring, and you got contractors waiting in the wings, ready to take over these positions. So we feel that this is a dilution of our bargaining unit. We didn't get a chance to meet and confer, so we can at least talk what the plan is about here. And also, again, the fact that we would like to talk more about how we can work together to make things better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo, and we do certainly value the input of our employees in all of our operations, so we appreciate that, and I know the administration is very interested in hearing that as well. Kim Milstein, the hospital CEO, can maybe respond to some of your specific questions.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Good afternoon, Chair Foy and the rest of the members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Mr. Carrillo, for your comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond. What the board letter that you see before you is something that, in collaboration with HR, we do on pretty much an annual basis. I think it was about a year ago next month, year ago next month that we had proposed additional deletions of vacant positions. So this is a pretty standard format that we do every year to make sure that our rosters are clean. I would welcome the opportunity to have bilateral conversation about hospital operations. That's something that we have always engaged in with both, actually all three of the unions that we have the privilege to work with. And I do see that the list that you have in front of you is very focused on positions that either have been unfunded, have been vacant for a significant period of time, or have been impossible to recruit for. And so we're very supportive of this list moving forward. We did have an eye to hospital operations and clinic operations as we worked together with HR to develop this list. I'd be happy to take any questions.
No, I appreciate you coming up and giving us some understanding of that. Yeah, like I said, it looked like some of these were long-term. Yes,
And I
Johnson.
do want to add, in response to that, and to your board also, that in the past, when we have needed positions, as healthcare changes, we also have to look at what skill set healthcare needs. And we've come to your board in the past and asked for additional positions in appropriate areas. And that's essentially what we're looking at here. Positions that existed, roles that existed in healthcare 15 years ago in many areas are not needed today. The skill set that is needed today and for the future of healthcare is what we need to be looking at. And those, as those needs arise, as those positions are formed, we will definitely return and ask for those positions appropriately.
Yeah. No, I think, and that's a good point, as there's an evolution in healthcare going on, and so we have a lot of these positions that need changing and redirection and rewritten as different positions. So I think that's very good. And I agree. We've seen you here, and again, you're not the only one doing this. We've gone through all of it. I think Mr. Powers has said, let's go through the whole, the whole county, and a bunch of things have been sitting for years and years, and we're just cleaning all this up. And I appreciate you guys willing to do that too.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Foy. And just, there's a lot of analysis that's gone into it, months and months and months. Hospital, HCA administration, HR department. So
yeah.
A lot of thought went into this, and it will continue to. As Johnson said, healthcare is changing. We need to be nimble.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Johnson, my understanding is that this will help us stabilize some of the other SEIU employee positions that we have in the county. Is that correct? By stabilizing our financial status and so forth, that it'll keep us from having to, it'll help us.
John, let me just do it real quick. This doesn't have anything to do with these people. This is unfilled. There's no.
That's what I'm saying.
They're unfilled here. So this is just unfilled positions. So it
they're
doesn't have
unfilled
to do with
positions,
current
right?
people. Yeah.
But that'll help us in the future by maintaining the positions that are open, right? Is that correct? Am I misunderstanding?
Yeah.
I think the point that I want to make here is the vacant positions or unfunded positions, there is a reason behind that. The reason they've been either vacant or unfunded is because the business is changing. And as the business changes, we just have to adjust to that. And this is as a result of that. And like Mr. Powers said, this has not just been thought of last night and we came up with the list. This has been months of discussions with the operators, with process owners to come up with the list.
And so these positions, no one is in these positions right now. These
No
are
one.
just placeholders.
Unfunded.
And they're unfunded and they're being removed.
Correct.
But we'll definitely be working with our
You're gonna be
SEIU
working with
and
Danny.
others to, okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. So we have a
Quick question for County Council. Mr. Carrillo believes that this is an unfair labor practice, that we need to negotiate this at the table first. County Council, what is your opinion of that?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. We reviewed it, and in our view, this is not a meet and confer item. It goes, in the labor parlance, it's a managerial decision. It goes to the scope and size of the workforce, and because they're all vacant positions, they don't affect any individual employee.
If we were laying off 73 people and it wasn't vacant, would that be a meet and confer?
Even layoff, there you would bargain over the effects of it. We still would have the right to lay people off as a managerial decision. It would not be an unfair labor practice, but then you bargain over what to do with the laid off employees. And here, if there were people holding the positions, we would be talking about that.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate it again, Johnson. So we have a motion and a second. Can we please vote on this item? Thank you. All right, thank you very much. And then item number 44, is this you again, Johnson? Yeah, okay.
Thank you again. Johnson Gill with the Healthcare Agency. Item 44 in front of you is a request that the board approve and authorize the purchasing agent or designee to sign the attached amendment and restated contract number 7704 with Huron Consulting Services, increasing the not-to-exceed amount from $100,000 to $750,000 for fiscal year 17-18, and adding additional services, including initial implementation and operational improvements and transitional finance advisor services. This is, again, healthcare is changing very rapidly, and for us as a system, which is a large comprehensive system that delivers cares to hundreds of thousands of people on an annual basis, it is important for us to have the current best practices and what the future of healthcare holds infused into the system. And that's what this request is about. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Okay, well, thank you. Supervisor Bennett and I had the opportunity to meet these consultants the other day at the oversight meeting, and very impressed with what they're doing and what you guys are doing, so that's great. And I would imagine you'll be coming back with some other different contract or something once you guys decide what or wherever that goes or something.
Yes, so this initial engagement is looking at 4 major areas with Huron Consulting. One is revenue cycle. Second one is clinical documentation integration, which is a very important piece. As we deliver care, it is important that we know what the current codes are for reimbursement so physicians and other providers can document appropriately. The third one is looking at non-labor operations, non-labor expenses, which could be supply chain materials that we use at the hospital. And the fourth one is, again, the labor component. Are we, and this in response to Mr. Carrillo, the engagement will look at what our current operations are and analyze whether we have adequate amount of staffing, but more importantly, the right kind of skill set needed for the work that is being done.
Very good, very good.
And yes, we will return to your board once that implementation is complete and, the assessment is complete and we move into the implementation phase.
Thank you, Chair Foy. Just to supplement Mr. Gill's comments, one of the things we're impressed about with Huron is that they've worked with public hospitals before, yes, which is a really different situation, as we know, much more complicated. And they've had great success at Riverside, for example, and at Kern. So that experience is invaluable. They've also worked with our same electronic health record, Cerner, and that experience is important because one of the challenges that the system is having is on the fiscal side of Cerner. And they've actually worked with and addressed some of the very challenges that we're having with Cerner right now on that piece. And then also helping us with, right now, our Chief Financial Officer is on a personal leave, and so they're going to help us with an interim CFO, very, very qualified. So, and really working very well with our team and really supporting all our operations, bringing best practice approaches as well as benchmarks to our efforts to strengthen our system and put it on a good path going forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor?
Yes, just want to point out couple of things, particularly after the meeting that we had the other day, the oversight meeting, and that is that county hospitals, public hospital systems, at their best, operate right at the edge. It's not like there's a whole lot of margin for error. The way our system is set up, it's just so convoluted. It's a challenge and that's why so many public hospitals go under. And so it should be viewed. I mean, we have a completely open, non-defensive attitude towards this. We may not have all the information that we wish we had because it's so hard with the new Cerner system and everything to always have all that information. But this is not you don't bring in somebody like this if you're defensive, if you're worried, if you bring in somebody like this when you're in this kind of situation that we are, because you got a very good system that you're trying to make sure stays a very good system. And so bring them in early like this is exactly the right step to take. Heaven forbid you wait until you really have a whole problem and you have confidence in the system and you lose some of your professionals and all that. So I just think this should be viewed as a real positive sign that we're willing to have Huron come in. And so I want to congratulate everybody from the CEO on down to Johnson and Kim, and appreciate this. And I really look forward to a year of having real pros come in and help us fine tune it, because we're going to need the pros to keep it right, not to get it where it's running in the black and making, just to be staying right at the edge, which is as good as any public hospital system gets in the country. So,
Yeah, I think those are good comments, because we should be bringing these people in. I mean, most businesses bring in people all the time to try to, because if we think we're the smartest to know everything, especially when you're talking about in healthcare. And, even the big systems. I mean, it's interesting if you look at when they said they were going to use Huron, you go look up who these guys are, and they're dealing with all the people at the big systems and everything else. You'd think they'd have all the expertise. But, as a consulting group that's seen all these different things, they can bring a lot to the table that we can just, keep working. I think one of the things that guy said at that meeting was, you got people flying the plane. You don't need mechanics trying to rebuild it and reach at the same time. That's what we do. And so I'm excited about this. And hopefully, like I said, it's not a short term, it's a long term to keep us on the edges. Healthcare is changing dramatically. So this is good, and I'm looking forward to when they come back with what they're going to do for the next contract we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, supervisors. And yes, you identify significant challenges, and you want to make sure you have substantial resources to deal with it. And that's what this is. And we want Johnson and Kim and their team to have the resources they need to be successful. And the team, also the fiscal team, boy, they can't work any harder than they are. Yeah. So you talk about trying to deal with the structural issue while they're dealing with the day-to-day. That's a big ask. And this way, they'll have the support they need to be successful.
Yeah.
So
and I think
they're doing great.
The other side of that is that whole thing when you talked about, I know Mr. Powers told me something you guys must have talked about the other day, about, Cerner's had some things where there's a bunch of stuff sitting in this, we need to do it. Well, the idea for us to spend months digging it out and doing it versus what I hear is these guys have some bolt-on programs because everybody else that's been part of these systems had these same issues, and so they've already got some solutions that'll save us months of time and issues. That's exciting that our people can move past these other things and keep on to the big things. So, yeah, you can tell we're excited about this opportunity. So I'm glad you guys brought this together.
And I think Mr. Powers in different settings has been able to articulate this very well. Our system in the last few years has gone through tremendous amount of growth. Mm-hmm. So whether those are number of lives that we serve, whether it was building of the hospital, whether it was increasing the number of ambulatory footprint, that has taken a lot of energy in our system for people to deliver on that. Mm-hmm. And just having the opportunity now to perhaps bring in somebody with the expertise to fine-tune what we have is, I think, going to be very, very beneficial to the organization.
No, look forward to it. So thank you very much. So we have, unless I have a question, a motion in a second here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is that all you have? Are you guys done? Healthcare done? That's all you wanted to sit for? That was your whole day. All right. So we have another for 45, adoption of the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura authorizing execute delivery of partial termination release connection. There you go. There's the man right there.
Board members, Mr. Powers, Chair Foy, Scott Powers in County Executive Office. I'd like to request 45 and 46 be heard together, voted on separately. The item is a recommendation to release 2.3 or so acres of land from the bond financing for the hospital replacement wing. Once unencumbered, this land would be used as part of a ground lease with the state for the $61 million health and programming unit project at the Todd Road Jail. your board approved the original carve-out of 2.8 acres in 2015. This is actually adding another 2 acres to that to accommodate some of the state's requests for access roads, et cetera. Once this is completed, the ground lease will be finalized with the state, and we get moving to an RFP to get moving on this project. I've checked with bond counsel, and they've opined that this action does not affect the bond financing.
Move approval.
Okay. Yes. Motion and second. No comments, Ron? Everything good? No, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay. Okay, that was number 45. We'll do 46. Got to need a motion.
Move
When it comes
approval.
up. We're moving approval. There we go. All right, there you go. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Lunch?
Do you guys want to take, do you
I can just go.
take a 15-minute break?
Yeah.
I think a good idea.
That would be good, too, yeah.
You got some?
Can we even do a closed
Yeah, we'll do a little closed session in between. Okay, that sounds good. So we'll take a 15-minute break or so, which will probably end up being closer to 2 o'clock. You ready? Okay. We're going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to go to item number 42, our 1:30 time certain. And here she is right here. There we go. Great.
All right, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Butler, and I am the project planner for the accessory dwelling unit ordinance update. Last year, I presented to your board on the interim urgency ordinance, and that was a result of the new state law regulating accessory dwelling units, or as we call them, ADUs. And today I am back with a proposal for a comprehensive update to our non-coastal zoning ordinance and coastal zoning ordinance regulating ADUs. I wanted to start by providing a brief background on the ADU ordinance and then go into the details of the various regulations that the state law requires local jurisdictions to implement. Finally, I will summarize the proposed revisions developed after receiving direction from your board and from the Planning Commission. I also wanted to mention that the Fire Marshal and staff from Watershed Protection District, Groundwater Resources Division, and the Building and Safety Division are here to answer any technical questions. Finally, Planning Division staff has submitted a public comment letter from Tracy Kemp for your review and to add to the public record. So as you may remember, in fall of 2016, two bills passed and went into effect on January 1st, 2017. This significantly altered the ability of local jurisdictions to regulate ADUs. The new ADU law invalidated existing ordinances that were not in compliance. And as a result, your board approved an urgency ordinance in March of 2017 to allow staff the time that was needed to come up with a comprehensive ordinance update. Not only for the non-coastal, but for the coastal zoning ordinance. Planning staff came back to your board for direction in September for policy options to be integrated into the ADU ordinance. Fall of 2017, two additional bills were passed, AB 494 and SB 229. The amendments provided clarification to the intent of the new ADU law and came into effect this year, January 1st. On January 18th, Planning Commission approved the recommended ordinances with modifications to reinstate the owner occupancy requirement and to reduce the minimum lot area requirement for an 1,800 square foot ADU from 40 acres to 10 acres. And I will cover these later on in the presentation.
And what was the vote of the Planning Commission on that? Was it
It
unanimous?
was 4-1.
Thank you. Do you know who the one was?
I'm sorry?
Who was the one?
I believe it was Commissioner White was the one vote. Yes. In summary, the two ordinances before your board for adoption today were crafted to address state law requirements while following good planning practices and your board's policy direction. In addition, planning staff incorporated revisions in response to public comments received, and the preparation of the ADU ordinances was unique in that we reached out to all the county municipal advisory councils, the Piru Neighborhood Council, and Coastal Commission for feedback as we drafted the ordinance. So ADUs have been a very important source of affordable housing in the county. In the previous housing element, which spans 2016 to 13, an average of 21 ADUs were constructed each year. This made up 13% of all the residential housing units developed in an 8-year time span. In the current housing element, which spans from 2014 to 21, we have data for the first 4 years. Within those 4 years, an average of 15 ADUs were constructed each year, and accounted for approximately a quarter of the total residential units that were constructed. Furthermore, in 2017, the number of permits issued for ADUs have doubled as compared to the previous 3 years. For example, the Planning Division have processed an average of 42 permits for the years of 2014, 15, and 16, and in 2017, we processed 96 permits. 20 of these were issued in Ojai Valley, 6 of these were in the Lynn Ranch community. As you can see, ADUs are an important source of affordable housing, and the county relies heavily on these to meet our regional housing needs allocation. By facilitating the construction of ADUs as affordable housing, we are aligning with goals and policies in the Ventura County's Economic Vitality Plan and the county's housing element. In this part of the presentation, I wanted to highlight 2 salient areas of the new state law that basically a local authority has been usurped. First, being the creation of an ADU within existing structures, and secondly, parking regulations. A full summary of the state law and its application to the county has been provided in your board packet. State law identifies the following 3 types of ADUs. First, being an attached addition to the principal dwelling. The second being a detached ADU, is a standalone structure. And the third is an interior ADU, where you create an ADU from the existing space of the principal dwelling or the existing space of an accessory structure. Each jurisdiction has the discretion to determine the maximum allowed size for ADUs. However, ADUs created from within existing space, or interior ADUs as we call them, do not have a size limit. If you happen to have a 2,000 square foot garage or a basement and you wanted to convert that space, you can convert all of that space into an ADU, and that is mandated by state law. However, in order to create an interior ADU, certain requirements need to be met. To be considered an interior ADU.
Could I ask a question on
sure.
the last slide? Looking at the new ADU, in all these pictures, they show it as smaller than the existing. Is that a requirement?
Not necessarily, Supervisor Parks. I guess you could have a principal dwelling that is smaller than an ADU. We allow for an ADU up to 1,800 square foot in the county.
Okay, because I think of something that's an accessory to a dwelling unit, that it wouldn't become the primary dwelling unit essentially by being the predominant building on the site.
The most common case scenario in this situation would be we would designate the smaller home to be the accessory dwelling unit and the new unit to be the principal dwelling.
Thank you.
To be considered an interior ADU pursuant to state law, the ADU must be located on a single-family zone lot, and the ADU needs to be created within the existing space of a principal dwelling or an accessory structure. The ADU needs to have its own outside independent access, and the side and rear setbacks need to be sufficient for fire safety. If all these criteria are met, the interior ADU does not need to comply with minimum lot size, maximum ADU sizing thresholds, or parking regulations. Furthermore, interior ADUs do not need to obtain a planning permit. They only need a building permit to be issued.
Could you please fill me in on the fire setback, if you could go back one? So side and rear setbacks are sufficient for fire safety. What's the definition of sufficient for fire safety, or is that an independent decision made each time?
We have staff from the building and safety division that might, and we also have the fire marshal that might be able to answer that question.
What is it, 3 feet or so, 4 feet?
Can the fire
5
marshal
feet?
help answer that question?
It's a building code requirement, and it is my knowledge that even if a structure has 0 setback from the property line, if it meets certain building code, like having a firewall along the property line, it would meet fire setback requirements.
Is there somebody here that can tell me specifically?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
On an attached, we would require a 1-hour firewall between the occupancies. If it's a detached structure, we would require 3 feet separation between structures to.
Say that again.
It would be 3 feet between structures, which would total of 6 feet between the structures for a detached building.
So could somebody be right at the property line if there was no structure on the other side of the property?
No, the property line setbacks would be independent of the buildings on the same parcel.
But this thing, does property line setbacks, are they exempt by state law? Or, I mean, for fire safety, do you need 3 feet?
Fire safety, we're going to need 6 feet between structures. So if they would be 3 foot from a property line,
They need to
if
be
you had a
3 feet.
non-developed-
They need to be 3 feet from a property line, even if there's no structure on the other side of the property.
Correct.
Because there potentially could be a structure there.
Correct.
So everything has to be 3 feet from the property line.
Minimum, yes.
Got it. Thank
That's
you.
minimum.
That's even if they have the firewall.
Correct.
So what's the firewall needed for?
For reduced setbacks between structures to reduce the possibility.
Between structures, got it. Okay.
Because the 3 foot is the reduced setback, is that what it?
That would be the minimum setback.
That's the minimum, that's
That's
for the
minimum.
firewall, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
We got a question.
I just wanted to point out one point with respect to these interior reviews. They're inside of an existing principal residence, so in order to have, for the residence to even been built, it would have had to comply to planning and zoning setback requirements to begin with.
Right.
So I think the main concern are the attached and detached, but is with respect to this issue, it's within an existing structure or one that's going to be built, and that primary residence would have to meet the zoning setbacks to build the residence in the first place.
But if that primary residence was built without that setback grandfathered in, that's where you're more likely, that's you wouldn't be able to put an interior ADU in that inside
If
a
it's
structure.
an illegal
that didn't-
structure, you mean?
What's that?
If it's an illegal structure?
Or, I don't know whether it's illegal if it was built in
before?
1920 or 1930 or 1940, before we had that. Those are grandfathered. They're not illegal. They're non-conforming, right?
Right.
But in a non-conforming unit that was
That's a
right
good
on the
point.
property line, could you put an ADU in and meet fire safety requirements?
Yeah, that would trigger, I think the planning would then review that with building and safety to make sure it met that criteria.
I would
Make
agree.
sure that with criteria, because that's laid out in the ordinance as one of the checklists that they have to meet to issue the ministerial building
So
permit.
you would agree with what? It is or does not meet?
That it would require a review from the planning department and building to look at the particulars.
That'd
of
be an
that.
individual review thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So moving on, updated parking requirements have been a big game changer in the new ADU law. Parking space requirements were lowered from 1 space per bedroom to 1 space per ADU. And in addition, the 1 space that's required can be provided on a driveway. Additionally, when a garage is being converted or demolished to create an ADU, the replacement parking for the principal dwelling can be provided as covered, uncovered, or again, tandem on a driveway. This provision was clarified in the most recent ADU legislation. What's more, parking for an ADU is exempt altogether if an ADU meets one of 5 requirements, the 2 most applicable to the county being if an ADU is within half mile from transit, or if an ADU is created within existing space, or again, an interior ADU. Some of the communities that are completely exempt from providing parking based on the transit stop criteria include Casa Conejo, North Ventura Avenue, Casitas Spring, El Rio, Nyland Acres, Strickland Acres, Saticoy, and Oakview. Sure. I'm sorry.
They were exempt from,
What did you say before those communities?
So the communities that are exempt from requiring
Yeah.
parking for an ADU based on the half mile from transit stop requirement
The
include those
exemption.
communities. This map shows the parcels that would be exempt from providing a parking space based on the half mile from transit stop criteria. An initial assessment shows that less than 0.5% of all county parcels will be impacted by this exemption, with a majority of parcels located within city limits or within an area plan. The following slides represent development standards where a local agency has more discretion. Your board provided direction on these standards at your September 19th hearing. Minimum lot area is a sizing requirement to be eligible to build a new detached or attached ADU. Please note that interior ADUs don't have to meet these standards. This means ADUs that are built within the existing building footprint of a structure in a residential area is allowed on any sized lot. State law allows for local agencies to determine the minimum lot area for detached, attached ADUs as long as it does not unreasonably restrict opportunities for ADUs to be developed. The former ADU ordinance had a 10,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement in non-impact areas. At this threshold, approximately 62% of the non-coastal, non-impact parcels were eligible to build a detached or attached ADU. During the interim ordinance, the minimum sizing threshold was reduced to 9,000 square foot. At this threshold, the approximate eligible parcels is 65%. In September hearing, your board directed the minimum lot area to reflect the chart that you see here. During this hearing, the direction was to continue to utilize the 9,000 square foot threshold countywide in non-coastal areas, and to reduce the minimum lot size to 6,000 square feet in the communities of North Ventura Avenue and El Rio del Norte area plans, and to maintain the minimum lot size of 10,000 square foot for the existing community of Somis, Oak Park, and neighborhoods located in the Thousand Oaks area plan, such as Casa Conejo, Lynn Ranch, and Ventura Park. I'm going to walk you through a visual illustration of how the minimum lot area requirements play out in the various communities. Further discussion on the various minimum lot size requirement is available in your board packet. Additionally, we received 3 public comments regarding the proposed minimum lot area requirements, and those were also included in your board packet. Let's begin with the El Rio del Norte area plan, which includes the communities of Nyland Acres, Strickland Acres, and El Rio. The yellow highlights the lots that meet the proposed 6,000 square foot threshold. At this threshold, approximately 90% of the lots are eligible for a detached attached ADU. But please remember that 100% of these parcels are eligible for an interior ADU as long as they meet the state requirements. Many of the lots in the El Rio del Norte area plan have issues with water availability. Currently, only the lots with the pink boundaries have water availability. Lots within the red boundaries are being assessed by Public Works to determine if there is sufficient water for development.
Mr. Chair, the question here is that so they have to meet the water pressure that the fire department proposes to add an ADU in El Rio. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the North Ventura Avenue, the yellow again highlights the lots that meet the 6,000 minimum threshold, and approximately 81% of the lots in the North Ventura Avenue area plan will be eligible for an attached or detached ADU.
Can I just ask you real quick?
Sure.
When you, like Supervisor goes talk about that pressure, and maybe the fire department talk about that, but if you're taking a current structure, current home, let's say it's a 4-bedroom, you take 2 bedrooms out and you put an outside door and you kind of do your thing. So why are they requiring you to have this additional, have to go through this additional man? It's the same number of rooms, same number of everything you had before, because it does put a little bit of a deterrent, because in that area there's some pressure issues. It could have been the same as I had 4 kids in there, and now my kids have gone, it's just me and my wife, and I'm going to make those 2 bedrooms. I mean, is there something that, or is that just the fire department telling you that's what's required, or?
I think, well, when it comes up, I think right now you can only go up to about 400 square foot, right?
Yeah, but I guess I'm just, if they already had it before, why are we not giving them the opportunity? I mean, they're not going to use any more water, I don't think, unless there's something.
Well, both you guys sit closer. I'm going to keep asking you lots of questions.
The fire department
marshal,
also
come
has
on
that.
down too.
Yeah.
In answer to if you're repurposing existing bedrooms or
Right.
existing bathrooms to create a accessory dwelling unit, then yes, that would be judged, and we would not be looking for an additional will serve letter. But to create a new ADU unit with additional plumbing load, we would need to make sure that there is adequate supply.
So if there was already a bathroom and a bedroom and you kind of turned that into like a single little apartment or something, there wouldn't be this whole need. But if you added more capacity, you wanted to put another bathroom or two in there, a couple of bedrooms or something,
Correct.
that might be something different.
Correct.
But I think currently in El Rio, you can only go up to, 400 square foot without
Additional?
without the letter? Yeah, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think that's an opportunity if we make it simple enough
Yeah,
for
that's
people to
right.
do it.
Yeah, good
Go ahead.
afternoon. Any new addition to an existing, then that's the limitation we're talking about. Or a new structure will require the fire flow calculations and going through the water availability. But any interior ADU doesn't require any of these requirements.
Or up to 400 square feet, or does not require at all?
I think up to 50% of it.
Oh, 50%, okay. That's a good point.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I appreciate that clarification, so if people are thinking that's what I wanted to do there, somebody, thank you, Jennifer, I appreciate that.
For the existing community of Somis at 10,000 square feet, approximately 47% of the lots will be eligible to develop a detached or attached ADU. And for the Oak Park area plan, approximately 17% of the lots are eligible at 10,000 square feet. The Thousand Oaks area plan at 10,000 square feet will have 45% of the lots eligible to develop an attached or detached ADU. Going down to the community level within the Thousand Oaks area plan, approximately 38% of the lots in Ventura Park will be eligible. 15% of the lots are eligible in Casa Conejo.
Can I ask a question on Casa Conejo?
Sure.
Before you go, if you want, do you want to finish on this slide first?
Sure. Okay. I'll finish on this slide in case it might answer some of your questions. Again, as with all the areas in the county, 100% of these lots are eligible for an interior ADU. After the Planning Commission hearing in January, the board received a comment letter from the Casa Conejo Municipal Advisory Council requesting several unique ADU development standards for the Casa Conejo community. The letter and planning staff's response can be viewed in Exhibit 12 of your board letter packet. Some of these issues are already addressed by the ordinance, and at least 2 of the requests are prohibited by the new state law. Ultimately, in order to adopt ordinance amendments that would apply entirely different development standards to the Casa Conejo community, as requested in this letter, further analysis would have to be done and taken back to the Planning Commission for consideration.
Okay. And I know I was able to pull it up at one time, but it's not pulling up on the screen here, which is the letter from the Casa Conejo MAC. But they had, as I understand, as I recall, 2 primary concerns. One had to do with the ability to do a second story, because in Casa Conejo you'll have neighborhoods that there is not a second story in the whole neighborhood. And it would be like the only second story. So we generally, with planning, say you've got to be compatible with the neighborhood. And I would say a 2-story among 50 homes that are all single-story is not compatible. So is there any thought of addressing the compatibility issue in that respect?
At this time, because that was not a development standard that was considered in front of the Planning Commission, we would have to go back to the drawing board.
Okay. Or it may not be that complicated as we move forward to have that just included in the ordinance to say that, that we have to strive for compatibility in neighborhoods. And then that would be left to the planner saying, hey, the only 2-story in a neighborhood of only 1 stories. The second, as I recall, the concern was the size of the accessory dwelling unit, because in Casa Conejo you have houses that are 1,200 square feet. And if you allow another 1,200 square foot house in that same lot, it's almost like mansionization in a sense, except it's with two buildings instead of one. But I also wonder how that plays out. Do we, for example, have setback requirements so that someone who lives in the house behind could have a pathway between the building and the fence sufficiently to, use that as their entry and exit? It just seems like all of a sudden all these other things come into play. If you're going to have essentially another house, as big as the house you have in the front, now in the back too.
Tricia, did you want to?
Chair Foy, members of the board.
Yes.
For the record, I'm Tricia Meyer from the Resource Management Agency Planning Division, and I just wanted to go ahead and address the two issues that you brought up, Supervisor Parks. The first one on whether the planner could make a determination of compatibility with the neighborhood when reviewing new accessory dwelling units. That's not something that would be considered a ministerial standard. A ministerial standard, which is what we're required to do in the case of these accessory dwelling units pursuant to state law, are standards that are objective criteria that you could, that are measurable, that you could look at. And unfortunately, that's not one. Looking at compatibility is not one of them. However, as far as addressing the single-story or two-story issue, the setback requirements, the development standards for the Casa Conejo neighborhood, and for many of the neighborhoods, most of them, I think, require that you have a 20-foot setback in order to construct anything that's over 15 feet in height. So that's from all property lines. So that in itself would restrict someone to some degree. However, the state law does have an override when we're talking about a second-story addition over a garage. So if you had a detached garage and you wanted to build a second story, we're not allowed to regulate that. So, and that might be a very unique situation when that occurs.
Okay. And I'm still trying to get my arms around the concept of allowing for two 1,200 square foot houses on the same lot. And
right.
For example, in the city of Thousand Oaks, which is the way Casa Conejo is, it's an island of basically city-looking development among a whole city. Their size of ADUs is 600 square feet. Ours is twice as big. And when you get these more postage size lots, that's where it really comes into play. And it's just interesting that we don't really consider the lot size with the size of the accessory dwelling unit. Sure, when you get up to 40 acres or 10 acres, but just everything in a semi-urban setting like this, everything's allowed to go to 1,200 regardless of the lot size.
Well, it is and it isn't. So we do have other development standards that come into play when we're talking about the attached or detached accessory structures that aren't the interior units, where we have less discretion. So when you're talking about someone building a new detached structure, they have to meet all of our development standards for that zone. And so we have lot coverage standards, which is sort of how we handle it here in the county. And we have setback standards. And I think it would be very difficult. A lot of those lots are between, I think, between 7,000 and 9,000 square feet in size in the Casa Conejo neighborhood. It's going to be difficult to build a completely separate 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit that meets all of those lot coverage and other standards. But I understand your concern as it applies to these interior conversions, because we as a local jurisdiction have a lot less authority to regulate those or the size of those.
And mine's more, and they're really not postage size. I'll take the words back. It's just the idea that you've got two houses of the same size, because you think of accessory dwelling units as a granny flat, or something like that, not just capitalizing on every square foot you can get to get maximization.
Right.
I guess it would be an example. If you provided an example, she could have a better idea of what you're talking about when it says, it depends on the location of where the initial house is on the lot. Is it in the middle? Is it in the front? And then the width and the back, all the area around it, you might be back at 600 feet is the maximum you could do on that lot.
Right, that's correct.
It's just not.
Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, in the community of Lynn Ranch, 99% of the parcels here are eligible for an attached or detached ADU because generally this area has lot sizes that are larger than 10,000 square feet. The former ordinance regulating ADUs imposed more restrictive standards in two impact areas, the Ojai Traffic Impact Area and the Arroyo Santa Rosa Tierra Rojada Groundwater Quality Impact Area. The ordinance limited the minimum lot size and the maximum ADU size in these areas due to traffic and groundwater quality issues. In reviewing the update to the new ADU law, your board directed staff to re-evaluate the standards in these impact areas with the intent to facilitate the development of more ADUs while maintaining protections. Additionally, your board directed staff to consider creating a fire hazard impact area that would address potential emergency vehicle access issues. So this slide shows the current sizing threshold for the Ojai Traffic Impact Area, which have been in effect since the former ADU ordinance was passed in 2003. The proposed changes are in red on the bottom. The changes include a lower minimum lot area option at 20,000 square feet to be eligible for a detached or attached ADU up to 900 square feet. And now at the 1 acre threshold, an detached or attached ADU is eligible for up to 1,200 square feet. Within the last 10 years, approximately 23 ADUs were built in the Ojai Traffic Impact Area, and that's approximately 2 to 3 ADUs that were built per year. When staff presented these sizing thresholds to the Ojai Valley MAC, they voted unanimously to support the proposal. This map shows the eligible parcels in the traffic impact area that will be eligible for a detached attached ADU. Approximately 40% of the lots will be eligible at 20,000 square feet or greater. Similar to the Ojai Traffic Impact Area, the groundwater quality impact areas were adopted in 2003. While updating the ordinance this past year, planning staff asked the county's groundwater division staff to re-examine these areas for nitrate impacts. The result is shown in a memo for groundwater division staff in your board packet. The numbers on this slide reflect the updated minimum lot acreage requirements for an ADU in the groundwater quality impact area. You will notice that the minimum parcel sizes have been reduced slightly. Additionally, Groundwater Resources Division staff recommended that planning staff utilize bedroom equivalency versus unit size, since that is a better determinant of groundwater impacts. The end effect is that you can now build a 1,200 square foot ADU if you meet the minimum lot area, but the number of bedrooms will be limited. And this map shows the groundwater quality impact area, which has not changed, but the proposed minimum lot area requirement, with the proposed minimum lot area requirement, approximately 22% of the lots are eligible for a detached or attached ADU. In September, Planning Division staff was directed by your board to work with the fire marshal to identify fire hazard impact areas that could be a potential issue for emergency vehicle access with increased ADU development. Fire district staff recommendation was to utilize the CAL FIRE Fire Hazard Severity Zone maps. These maps are available as Exhibits 10 and 11 in your Planning Commission staff report packet. The new ADU law does not allow local agencies to regulate on-site parking except when specific findings are made that fire and life safety conditions exist. When these findings are made, parking for new ADUs in setback areas or tandem parking on driveway can be limited. Lots that are unable to accommodate a parking space for an ADU within setback areas or on driveways will not be able to build a detached or attached ADU. By limiting ADU development in this way, the potential for increased street parking can be mitigated. Please note that ADUs proposed to be a half mile from transit or interior ADUs pursuant to state law will not be subject to this restriction since they are exempt from parking requirements. The CAL FIRE Fire Hazard Severity Zone maps are very comprehensive and take up a significant portion of the unincorporated county. Planning staff realizes that not all of these lots in the zones will be a barrier to emergency service vehicle access, and the proposed ordinance includes a waiver option, which will be granted by the fire marshal. The waiver will be based on Fire District Ordinance 29, which specifies road width requirements for emergency vehicle access. Certain communities that already meet the road specifications according to Ordinance 29 will be automatically exempt, and those communities include Oak Park, Bell Canyon, and Lynn Ranch. Any questions regarding this process may be addressed to our Fire Marshal Masood Aragi, who is here today. Now, I want to direct your attention to ADUs in neighborhoods that are not zoned for single-family homes, specifically areas zoned for open space and agriculture, or OS and AE zones. The county has historically always allowed for ADUs in OS and AE, since they typically have much larger lot sizes and can accommodate an ADU. These lots range from 10 acres to 40 acres in size. However, because they are not a single-family zone lot, the new state law does not apply in the same way. This means that your board has more discretion to regulate ADUs in OS and AE zones. Planning staff brought this to your attention at the September board hearing, where the issue was converting existing detached agricultural structures to ADUs was discussed. The issue was how to best regulate these structures, which can be 20,000 square foot in size, from becoming oversized ADUs. The proposal before you today is to restrict new ADUs in these zones, even those that are created within an existing permitted structure, to the same development standards that would apply elsewhere in the county. This means that the size of the ADU allowed will be dependent on the parcel size, and that the largest ADU allowed would be 1,800 square feet. The same development standards that apply in other zones, such as height limits, setbacks, minimum lot size, designated impact areas, would apply to ADUs in the OS and AE zones. The only exception to this will be interior ADUs created within the footprint of the principal dwelling unit. These types of ADUs would not have to meet all these standards, but would be subject to the same regulations as interior ADUs. This slide shows you the restrictions that would apply for these interior ADUs. The assumption is that if someone is carving out a section of their home for an ADU, the size, height, and setbacks will naturally be restricted to the existing building footprint, which is a very different scenario from conversion of a detached accessory structure. Finally, your board directed that the ADU ordinance to not allow for short-term rentals. This is consistent with the short-term rental ordinance that is coming to your board for adoption this spring and would apply to both the coastal and non-coastal areas. In addition, minor amendments to the coastal zoning ordinance have been proposed to make the ordinance consistent with the new state law, and these revisions are shown in Exhibit 3 of your board packet.
Could I stop and ask there? I just have a question on that. And I don't know who on staff, and I know Chris isn't here, and he's probably more involved in that, but so I'll turn to the other planning staff. One of the big issues with the short-term rentals is just the issue of enforcement. So you can say these ADUs can't be used for short-term rentals, but turning that into an actual enforceable, making that enforceable. Anybody do we have any thoughts or experiences on that, or is it the same challenge that we have with short-term rentals already? I assume it is, right?
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. I do believe that we are going to have the same issues, right? So we're going to say that we're only going to issue this. They will sign and acknowledge, right, that there are no short-term rentals allowed in these, and then if we find out that is the case, then we would have to just take enforcement actions.
I mean, it's just going to be a real crime if we create these units and then they don't become housing stock for Ventura County residents. They instead become just additional income for tourists to visit the area. But thank you. Okay.
On January 18, 2018, the Planning Commission approved staff's recommended ADU ordinances with the following modifications. First, the commissioners recommended that your board reinstate the owner-occupant requirement in the non-coastal and coastal zoning ordinance, which planning staff originally proposed to remove at the Planning Commission hearing. The new ADU law allows for local discretion on owner occupancy, except for interior ADUs. The proposed ordinances before you, as seen in Exhibits 2 and 3, have been amended to include owner occupancy requirements as recommended by the Planning Commission. They would allow for the owner to occupy either the principal dwelling or the accessory dwelling unit. If approved, planning staff will continue to utilize an affidavit to confirm owner occupancy prior to approving a zoning clearance.
Back to Supervisor Bennett's point, how do we make sure that, how do we make sure that that happens? How are we regulating? Do we go back? Or is this just words? And so I'm questioning the strength of this and why the need for the reinstatement if in fact we can't follow up with it.
And that was, the enforcement issue was one of the reasons why Planning Division staff had originally proposed to remove this requirement. And I think Tricia or Kim might have further things to add to that.
Supervisor Long, members of the board, yes, this owner-occupant requirement is virtually impossible to enforce. And that was something that we had brought forward to the board when it was originally integrated into the accessory dwelling unit ordinance back in 2003. And I would say that it remains so. There's no provision that would allow us, for instance, to remove someone from their home because it was not owner-occupied. That's one issue. But also we don't have a proactive program in place to go looking for accessory dwelling units that are constructed where the owner is not living on the property or where something may have happened over time that led them to leave the property for illness reasons or other reasons. So that's the situation we find ourselves in today.
Okay, because I had that concern. We have an older population, and if the son has to move into the house and they were renting out the place behind them and the father had to go into the home, what do? You have to sell the property. So I was trying to understand what position this puts us in and if it's relevant at this time, because the new ADU law states that it allows but it doesn't mandate. So I'm just trying to understand if we're going to put something in place, I think it's something that we would want to follow.
I've been wrestling with this issue a lot and trying to think this through. I want to increase the housing stock available. I think additional dwelling units are really the best way for us to go in Ventura County. They're in existing urban areas. They'll increase the density in existing urban areas. I want them really to be for new housing, not be used by short-term rentals. And so quite frankly, I'm open. I want to hear input from my colleagues on this one. Notice it says, at the time of application, the owner of the property shall reside in the accessory dwelling. So I see a possibility that, this is just like the bank. The bank has difficulty enforcing. You go get a loan and you get a lower interest rate if you live in the house, and then you're really just buying the house and you're going to rent the thing out. The bank has difficulty after the first year. I don't think the bank can do anything, right? But for the first year, the bank sometimes would go and check. We wouldn't go and check, but it would mean that you wouldn't have somebody coming in and, you'd have this possibility, somebody coming in and literally buying up a whole lot of homes in an area just to throw additional dwelling units in them. That's, I don't think, the intention of the spirit of what we're trying to capture with additional dwelling units. This requirement would stop that. But if an older person did it and 3 years later they died, there's nothing you could do to say you're not going to make the unit illegal any longer, right? So it's only, I think, at the time of application, and it's only, I think, narrows down the potential for that rush. That's what I'm thinking, but quite frankly, I'm open to hearing more today from anybody else about this. I would offer this other thing. Every city has an owner-occupied requirement. And tell me if I'm wrong, but every city currently has the owner-occupied requirement. So we would be in very different position. So you think I'm wrong on that? Oh, I thought I saw you nodding your head.
On ADUs or STRs?
On ADUs.
I was just looking through the exhibit that we put. I believe it's exhibit number 7. So it was the difference between counties and cities, and most counties don't. The city of Fillmore does not, but the rest of the cities in Ventura County.
All the cities except Fillmore have an owner-occupied requirement. So we would be different from all of them if we didn't have this, and I'm trying to think through what the potentials are for that. So I'm really getting it out there to talk about it. I'm open to talking about this, but at this point in time, I could see
I could see trying this for a while because it's a whole new thing, and the Planning Commission did reinstate it, and it puts us similar to the cities, so we could all march forward together and go, well, how's it working with owners doing it? And then do you want to open it up so that it literally could be done by investors coming in and potentially changing the character of neighborhoods?
Mr. Chair,
that'd be my thought.
I think on a owner-occupied mortgage, the owner has to live in that house for X years, before he can, and maybe that's some, 1 year.
Yeah, and I doubt that we would be able to enforce much more than that. But what we could do is do a common sense enforcement that at the time they're doing it, we have pretty good assurance the person is the owner of the house.
Yeah.
I mean, they're an owner-occupied house. If you didn't have this, literally somebody could come in with 10 applications at the same time for 10 properties that they were getting ready to do. Right?
The reason why I brought it up was just in the body of the letter. It stated that we do not have the mechanism to thank you, to confirm that the property owner is continually living on the site, and therefore I just didn't want to put us into something that.
It's an enforcement issue.
Yeah, it's a budget and enforcement and all that. So
Yeah, well,
if we're not going to do it.
Well, it's not continually living on the site, but initially living on the site is the way the language calls for it, which creates a little bit of a filter, I guess. Right.
Sounds good.
I can see where you're going. The only problem is if we have transient type, where you're only there for 2 years and somebody else, now the person's moved out, then what do? I can't rent it then? Because
No. It's only when you first come in for your permit, you live in the site.
Oh, that's
After that, the ordinance, that's the language right there.
Okay.
The ordinance doesn't say, ordinance is silent.
Doesn't say you have to rent it.
After
You have
that,
to be living there to rent it, no. Only to build it.
Only to build it, right. That's how I'm interpreting that, and I'll turn to county councils for that interpretation.
It's number 1. Okay, sorry, so what it is on the end it said, the owner shall agree to occupy either the auxiliary dwelling or primary dwelling unit after construction. So.
Yeah, that's what I was.
And that was a question to legal counsel. Is it, you only have to live there in the beginning when it's constructed, or do you have to live in there later on?
Anytime it's rented.
Well, the way it's drafted, it would just be upon application.
In the beginning.
This feels like a reasonable compromise.
I mean, part of this, I think, is to try to see if we can get more housing available.
Sure, absolutely.
And we wanted to, sometimes, I may not be able to afford it, if I'm an investor and I bought that house, maybe I have the ability to have more money to build another place, and so we can get 2 people living there. And I mean, if you go to Santa Monica and stuff, they do a lot of this kind of stuff because they need housing the same way. So but I guess there is, we're worried about what it does to a neighborhood. I'm not sure, because still, I'm sure 70% of neighborhoods are owned by owner-occupied people, so it's not really that big a deal. But I think down in you may have some in Ojai, and you might have some by the beach that are more of the, short-term rental stuff that we don't put.
We're already pretty heavily impacted with short-term rentals, and a lot of investors. Literally, there are investors in New York that are being given information about, hey, Ojai is a great place. Come here, buy the houses, turn them into short-term vacation rentals. The math works. You can, and the housing stock is just getting hammered.
That's right.
It's literally, so we're not building new stuff. We're losing.
And there's no question. I might look at this and some of the stuff that's happening in the community where people come in, and as you read that, there's an article that just talked about people leaving California, but the people are coming in and have more money, so they're buying second homes and they're taking stuff off. So we need to figure this kind of stuff out to have more stock, housing stock. So, okay. Sorry, keep.
Okay. The second area revision recommended by the Planning Commission came in as a response to public comment. During their hearing, the commissioners recommended your board reduce the minimum lot area requirement from 40 to 10 acres to be eligible for an 1,800 square foot ADU. Currently, lots between 10 and 40 acres can only build an ADU up to 1,200 square feet. This is consistent with the sizing thresholds for farm worker dwelling units in AE and OS zones, which can be up to 1,800 square feet. By reducing the minimum lot area to 10 acres, the number of potential lots eligible for an 1,800 square foot ADU will increase by approximately 2,000 lots in non-coastal areas. The proposed ordinances as seen in Exhibits 2 and 3 have been amended to include both the revisions recommended by the Planning Commission.
I just want to be clear. So it used to be 1,200 that you could do on 10 acres, and now it's 1,800?
No,
So
yeah.
you're adding 600 square feet. Right.
yes.
So really, by doing that, what you've allowed is an extra couple bedrooms, basically what you're doing. So if somebody wants to, I couldn't have my family in a 2-bedroom, so I had a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom. That's really what it's.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
So Planning Division staff has determined and recommends that your board find that the adoption of the proposed ordinances, Exhibit 2 and 3, is exempt from CEQA review pursuant to the Public Resource Code Section 21080.17, which provides in pertinent part that CEQA does not apply to the adoption of an ordinance to implement the provisions of Government Code Section 65852.2 for ADUs. In conclusion, planning staff recommends that your board approve the actions listed on pages 1 and 2 of the board letter. And that concludes my presentation, and I can take any questions.
All right. So, Jennifer, very good. Thank you very much. That was very clear. We have a public hearing. Do any board members have any? We have some public speakers to talk, so anybody? Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. We'll hear some of our public speakers, and we'll start with Stuart Greenberg.
Do I state my name? Or? Okay. Yes, Stuart Greenberg, owner in Oak Park, California. I reside there. I have a quick question regarding Oak Park and the ability to have an external or detached ADU. Based on the table that I received from Supervisor Park's office, it shows a 9,000 square foot limitation in terms of lot size, and we now know that you guys are proposing 10,000 square foot. So the number of units goes from 1,009 to 569. That brings it down to about, almost 10, just over 10%. That would be, according to the HCD, which is the enforcement agency here in the state of California, that would be a very effectively making it, ineligible for a detached unit in Oak Park, clearly running contrary to the Sacramento law. And it becomes a burdensome and unnecessary restraint. So it's not, I just like to know how you guys would respond to a community which would not be able to have a detached ADU.
Jennifer, you can do it from right there, just responding. So we did say that we're 10,000 in Oak Park. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's the proposed threshold.
That's the proposed.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what it was all the way up until the state law?
Correct. That was what was proposed countywide in non-coastal areas when it was adopted in 2003.
In 2003. So it's been 9. Now it's being proposed to 10, right?
The proposal is to remain at 10,000.
We remain at 10,000. And so so that's what it has been. So your thought is what?
Well, there's a new state law that takes precedence here, and this is contrary to state law. In fact, you probably all know about this document from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which is their memorandum. And on page 8, it clearly states, however, standards and allowable areas must not be designed and applied in a manner that burdens the development of ADUs and should maximize the potential for ADU development. Designating areas where ADUs are allowed should be approached primarily on health and safety issues, including water, sewer, traffic flow, and public safety. Right. Utilizing approaches such as restrictive overlays and limiting ADUs to larger lot sizes, burdensome lot coverage and setbacks, and particularly concentration or distance requirements may unreasonably restrict the ability of the homeowners to create ADUs contrary to the intent of the legislature.
Okay, so let me have County Council respond if we could. Do you want to respond?
Well, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I agree Mr. Greenberg is correct. The ADU, insofar as the ADU law is designed to increase housing and has obviously these new amendments were enacted to restrict jurisdictions around the state from enacting regulations that would ultimately become too burdensome to create any ADUs. There is obviously some discretion in determining what that is, and some jurisdictions have been extremely onerous, and it's been almost impossible to build ADUs, and the legislation in the state is addressing all of these concerns across the state. Legally, the state legislature, with that said, has still given local jurisdictions a tremendous amount of discretion as far as determining what's correct for their community as far as allowing ADUs, with the caveat that, and I'll just read from the briefly from the statute, as long as the requirements are not so arbitrary, excessive, or burdensome so as to unreasonably restrict the ability of homeowners to create accessory dwelling units in zones in which they are authorized by local ordinance. So again, it's looking at it's from a broad perspective throughout, in this case, the jurisdiction of the unincorporated area of the county as a whole, and our zoning as a whole. And if we were to create regulations that apply throughout the county, and we're allowed to make specific adjustments for certain areas, it's also authorized by state law. As long as that burden is met that I just read, it's not so overly burdensome, then our regulations would withstand scrutiny under the standard. So from looking at it with planning over many, many months, and they can give you the statistics or the specifics, but overall, throughout the unincorporated area of the county, it doesn't seem to be at all overly burdensome as to what we're allowing as far as accessory dwelling units go.
And if I could, specifically going to 10,000 or staying at 10,000 means that still allows 500 ADU units in Oak Park. Is 500? Isn't that what you said? Went from 1,000 to 500? Huh?
Yeah, I believe the percentage.
So it's
Jennifer, do you know that number?
But certainly you wouldn't have brought this ordinance forward if you thought 10,000 in Oaks Park made this ordinance illegal.
Correct. In my opinion, I don't think it's overly burdensome.
You believe it is legal. Great.
Overall throughout the county.
And Jennifer, what was the number? It went from what is it?
The approximate eligible lots in Oak Park at 10,000 square feet is 569 or 17%.
17%. Okay.
Yeah, and I also wanted to add that almost all of the parcels are eligible for an interior ADU as well.
Oh, interior, it's just the exterior. So have you heard that?
Well, I spoke with Mr. Greg Nichols over at HCD. He told me of the situation, I believe it was Orange County, or could have been, not sure exactly where, but they were closer to 56%, and he created enforcement action to adjust that. So here we're at 17. It's actually less based on your table, but 500 out of over 5,000 is close to 10%, and that's a little bit burdensome.
So you're saying if it's at 9,000, then it opens it up too much?
No, I'm saying 9,000, we're talking only 17%. According to the table that I have.
Right.
No, what I think you guys should do is just make a limit on the size of the unit, 500 or 600 square feet, and that takes care of all the problem.
Yeah, I think. Okay, well.
But you're going to have issues with the state.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to, just let this be a burdensome on the Oak Park community.
Right. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. And then get a Mensko or something, I don't know. Where is she? There she, oh, I'm sorry, right here. And then Wendy Zimmerman is next. And Sean Prosky. Thank you.
Hi, welcome. I'm sorry, I haven't been here before. Is it a 3-minute time limit?
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, 3-minute time limit.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Geeta Manasco. I came
That's
here
why I
to
didn't
speak in
pronounce it.
front of the commission in January to discuss the ADU law. Our particular interest is in having the owner-occupied ordinance removed. I have to admit that I was a little upset by what I heard. The council declared to have emotional, non-evidence-based objections and countered fact-based arguments for the law. They had a tangible prejudice and disdain for renters and landlords alike. Quoting members of the commission, they stated that they felt the law would create legalized substandard housing, create a proliferation of slumlords, cause the degradation of neighborhoods, and was a no-win deal. A no-win deal. I fail to see how creating housing in an area with one of the lowest vacancy rates in the country for people who have lost their homes to fire and mudslides, or for kids who might otherwise be living out of their car is a no-win deal. I would like to remind the board that California is not suffering from falling property value crisis. There is not a people aren't mowing their lawns crisis, nor is there a too many noisy barbecue crises. We are in a housing shortage crisis. It is deemed a crisis because people do not have places to live. Factually, we know there's an incredible housing shortage in California. I was reading an article the other day about the middle-class homeless in our area. These are professionals living in our area who cannot find places to live. I have 14 people living in the house next door to me. This housing crisis is why the ADU law was passed. When there is adequate housing, there is further community stability and economic growth. My husband and I are particularly interested in seeing the owner-occupied ordinance being removed. It's excessive, unenforceable legislation that is intended to slow the creation of needed housing. The ordinance creates large, vague areas. What happens if the owner moves out of their home? Are they then forced to sell their home? Must the entire property be left vacant? If they are forced to sell their home, what are the regulations guiding the new owner? This creates a legal quagmire. How can a property owner follow a law that is incomplete and unthought through? I was told the reason the ordinance was initially put into place was so that the owner could babysit the tenants. I was told otherwise slumlords, which is a derogatory term, would abound. I can't help but wonder, if there were a bunch of slumlords set to make huge amounts of money, why aren't they all here to speak today? Oxnard was recently listed by Forbes as one of the 10 hardest cities for first-time homebuyers to buy a house in the country. Only a little of over 60% of people in Ventura County own their homes. When we're reviewing applications, we get a wide range of people with credit scores in the 700s. They're working paying jobs over 100. They're making over 100K a year. I think they would take offense that they're not emotionally invested in where they live. I would suspect everyone in this room was a renter at some point. I personally did not become a better, more worthy person, more entitled person when I bought my first home. I became a person who owns a house. I'm out of time, so I had a longer speech prepared. I didn't realize there was a time.
I think we got the point, though, so thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Appreciate that. Wendy? There she is, right there. Thank you. No questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Zimmerman. I am the Vice Chairman of the Casa Conejo MAC, to whom you replied to our advisory letter. I want to let you know that you really do owe us an apology. The city did not come to our Casa Conejo MAC, and we welcome speakers on a regular basis at our meetings. Supervisor Parks sets up many speakers for us, and we appreciate getting that input until November, at which time we heard what the Planning Commission had to say at a presentation very similar to the one that you just heard. We had a time for question and answers, and the Conejo MAC decided that we wanted to write an advisory letter and take an active stance on this issue, which is near and dear to our hearts and has a great impact on our community. We did so. We drafted a letter, amended the letter, changed it at the very next meeting we had. We meet every other month. There is no way we could have done anything faster than we did. If county had a time of the essence matter, then county should have come to us sooner. We acted promptly, and as such, we deserve the respect of a full and proper response from county on this issue. We have taken more interest than many communities, as I don't see a lot of advisory letters from many other people, and one of the objection letters came because the speaker came to our meeting and had his chance to say, I chaired that January meeting, and one of the reasons he was opposed to it was because he already has an ADU on a smaller lot, so he's protecting his own self-interest, not those of his neighbors. So I want to let you know that you really do owe us an apology and should really say thank you, Casa Conejo people, for caring about what happens on this issue and how we are going to work together to try to accommodate more people in our county and in our areas in a constructive fashion. Secondly, the size ADU is just that, an accessory dwelling unit. Allowing a second house on a property is not an accessory dwelling unit. Earrings, for example, and ties are accessories to your clothing. You have to wear shirts and pants to cover yourselves. Our houses are about 1,200 square feet to 1,400 square feet as originally built on. Many owners in our area have extended their properties with additions and room additions, and we're not fighting room additions. We're fighting second houses being built in backyards that would put second families. 1,200 square feet will easily accommodate 3 bedrooms and 2 baths.
My own house is 1,250 square feet on an 8,000 lot. It's small, but it works. They're livable floor plans. But having a second family in my backyard is not appropriate. It might be okay to have a granny flat in the backyard attached to the house, but as it is, when my neighbor who rents rooms in his house, his people come in through the side gate, they slam the gate, it slams my house. It's attached through the fencing. Further, he doesn't provide parking for his people because he already has 3 of his own cars and renters. There's always somebody parked in front of my house. Their comings and goings are very disruptive. The radios blare, they throw trash on my lawn. They don't care. And if you look at the rental property with the big apartment building at the corner of Bella and Wendy, the litter around there is huge. It's a trash heap. There's broken bottles, glass, etc. They do not respect our time. May I please continue?
No, thank you.
Can I have another minute because of the MAC to make my points, please?
No, it's 3 minutes with everybody. I appreciate it. I think you were pretty clear on your point. Thank you. All right.
And I'm going to hand out the letter from the MAC to the board after testimony.
Sean Prosky, please. I think that's our last speaker, if anybody else is going to speak.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Sean Porosky with Ventura County CoLab. We want to thank you and county staff for your sustained attention to expanding ADU availability throughout the county. The ordinance before you today is a good first step toward providing more affordable housing opportunities for the people of this county. As you know, Ventura County is one of the least affordable areas in the country, both for renters and for home ownership. This point was made very well by the young lady who was speaking, a couple folks before me. Now that voters have reapproved SOAR, the path toward affordability necessarily means increasing housing density on already developed land. We are taking a step in the right direction here with ADUs, but going forward, the county and cities should remain open to other opportunities to increase the housing supply in ways consistent with the SOAR ordinance. For cities, this will mean allowing more mixed use and denser developments. For the county, we are encouraged by the board's suggested improvements on the past policy in allowing more homeowners, at least in some areas, to create more ADUs. We support the change recommended by the Planning Commission to expand the availability of 1,800 square foot ADUs to lots of 10 acres or greater. And one issue we would like the county to provide a little bit of clarity on, however, was brought up by Supervisor Bennett, as well as county staff, the Planning Commission. The requirement that the property be owner-occupied raises questions both about the enforcement of this requirement, as well as whether it is consistent with the goals of expanded housing affordability. The question of what happens when the property owner leaves, whether because of retirement, death in the family, or moving for a new job, is a good one. Will one of the houses be forced to remain vacant and unrentable? What happens if both units are rented? The county can't force an eviction. Neither of these options appear to match the law's goals of expanding the existing housing supply. It would be a real crime if we do the exact opposite by reducing the county's housing stock. While the Planning Commission voted 4-1 to force owner occupancy, Commissioner Phil White cited his objection to this requirement when he cast his no vote. It would be best to simply eliminate the owner occupancy requirement, since as staff noted in his Planning Commission report, the trend has been to eliminate this requirement. However, if members of the board feel the need to include this requirement, the ordinance's language should allow property owners to still fully utilize both units in the event they move out at a later date. And we need to change our approach to housing to help the poor, the homeless, young people, and farm workers and working families. They desperately need relief from the high rent and path to homeownership that is currently out of their reach. The proposed changes to the ADU ordinance are an excellent step in the right direction and one of just many future changes we should make to improve our housing. Thank you, board members.
Okay, that's all of our comments. So I'm going to close the public hearing. Nobody else has any comments. Do you have any more comments from the board or Jennifer or anybody from?
I don't know if the board was able to have the opportunity to read the staff response to the Oak Park Municipal Advisory, not Oak Park, Casa Conejo Municipal Advisory Council letter. But essentially, they didn't agree with any of the requests, correct? And that if we wanted to move forward on it, because it was submitted after the Planning Commission could see it, they suggest the Planning Commission should take a look at it. So because of the delay in the process, that is the only way that staff is looking at being able to incorporate any of the changes if the Board of Supervisors is interested in any of them. And of the ones, I definitely feel that accessory should be smaller than if you have a neighborhood, a tract, and all the houses are built on it with a certain size, if you're going to put new houses on that tract that are equal to it, to me, it just really disintegrates the whole plan that was put in place. It's not that I'm opposed to accessory dwelling units. I'm opposed to putting equal-sized units on the same lot in a neighborhood that's designed for one house per lot. If we're going to put two houses on it, it should be an accessory, and I agree, an accessory is not an equal-sized house on the same lot. It is a smaller house. And right now, it may be difficult, but it still allows for two 1,200 square foot houses on the same lot in a neighborhood that really isn't designed for that. So from a planning perspective, the same concept with two-story and a one-story neighborhood, putting two houses of equal size on a lot, it messes up the character of the community, but more importantly, that is what it was planned for. And this is, I understand there's a real emphasis from the state of California, but this is rather a haphazard look at putting more units on without considering all the considerations that were made probably back in the 1950s, 1960s when this track was approved, where they really gave consideration for what needs to be there. And I don't feel like we've had that opportunity. It didn't get a chance to go to the Planning Commission. But what they suggest is the secondary dwelling unit shouldn't be more than 50% the size of the primary dwelling unit. If there's something we can do to at least acknowledge the fact that we shouldn't have two houses on one lot designed for one house of equal size. This Mr. Greenberg, who spoke of 600 square foot and allow them everywhere, that's to me is kind of a consideration, because that is at least acknowledging the fact that you're talking smaller units, and that's what is consistent in the city of Thousand Oaks too. That's what they're doing. So it does allow for the single, the grandma, the kids comes back from college and doesn't have a place, instead of accommodating another entire family, another house on the lot. So that is something that I would like us to consider in developed residential neighborhoods. And I understand that some of you may not have these kind of neighborhoods, but that's what we have here. And it's a very much a planned design. It is a residential planned development, RPD, and it's designed for a certain amount of building on the lot and allowing for the use of the backyard, for example. So if we're going to get rid of that, I think we should do it in a more measured approach and consider the neighborhoods.
Okay, because I thought that was a reasonable thing you were talking about, so I just asked County Council, maybe they can apply, or how that applies, or how we would do that. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, so just to clarify, make sure I understand your concern, is that you do not want to see accessory dwelling units that are the same size as primary dwelling units.
That's pretty much it, just two equal-sized houses on a lot.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that restricting that size of the unit is something that's within your discretion to do. However, from what I'm hearing is to make sure that we don't have two units of the same size, that would be a parameter that would have to apply throughout the unincorporated area of the county. I don't think we could justify singling out special neighborhoods for that. So if you had a 1,200 square foot house in Ojai, they too would have the same restriction as anywhere, because that's the basis, to not have two units the same size. So it is something we could do. It wasn't something that was considered by the Planning Commission, and in order to pass the zoning ordinance today, it would have to go back to the Planning Commission, because it could impact the number of units. It could have, I don't know. I mean, we didn't analyze that. I don't believe planning can address that, but I don't believe that was
It
looked
really,
at.
coming from a planning background, sitting on a planning commission for years, it is a crying shame that we would just blanketly say you can do it without even looking at the neighborhoods and say, what is a two-story going to look at in this neighborhood? What's another 1,200 square foot building behind this 1,200 foot going to do to this lot? And it changes the original design, and it does give me concern. I don't know how big of the houses are in your districts and which areas, but if you're looking at something that's 1,200 square foot houses on lots, I would consider what they're recommending is 50% size of the primary, and that to me sounds okay. Then you're getting that 600 when it's a 1,200 square foot lot. If it's an 1,800 or 1,200 square foot building, if it's 1,800 square foot building, a 900 square foot accessory dwelling unit, et cetera. So I think that is kind of a fair measure, and one that I would consider. I don't know if the board would be interested in it, but or sending it to the Planning Commission and letting them deal with this issue. It's unfortunate that the timing didn't work out, that they couldn't have this before them. But those would be the
Can I just ask you one question about the area? Is the area restrict, like if I just wanted to remodel my house and put a second story on, does it restrict that?
There are places where they allow. I can think of like a corner lot. You know, they'll be real considerate as to where it was at, and maybe the planning staff has that historic knowledge. But I can think of one, and the way it got through was because of where it was located on a corner lot.
But I mean, I'm just asking, is there restrictions within that development? Are they
Is it
restricted to do that?
in the area plan on one story?
I didn't know you could do that, and I guess if I have the right to build.
It isn't restricted in that. And sitting on the Planning Commission, I remember specifically a case that came before us in the city of Thousand Oaks for a second story on top of a garage, but there was not a second story anywhere in the neighborhood. And I'm talking neighborhood like 50 houses wide, you know, and this would be the only one. So it's just, we are making an impact. And at that case, the Planning Commission denied it, and that's where it ended, because that's the neighborhood they moved into. So it does have an impact on a neighborhood, and we're just not even looking at that impact and what we may want to do if we were looking at one, unit, if you had it as a development or a permit that has to go through a hearing.
I don't know if I want to hold all that up, but anyway, any other comments on this kind of thing, or what, anybody? I don't know if you guys want to comment?
Personally, if that's...
Hang on, just to see if she had something real quick. Sorry, Supervisor.
No problem.
I would just offer that I can understand, right, and the timing of it wasn't good. So if we had had the information before the Planning Commission, we could. So it's possible that we adopt what we adopt today, and the board could send us back to address the issue of that neighborhood specifically and look at that. But I would say, in my 20-plus years here, I've never seen anybody that comes in and has a primary unit and a secondary unit the same size. The restriction is the lot coverage. So you have to build to the lot coverage, and you have to build to the height, and you have to build to the setbacks. So it is true, if you want to build over 15, if you want to build a accessory structure over 15 feet, you have to have a 15-foot rear yard setback. Once you have a rear yard setback, a 15-foot rear yard setback, and add the restrictive lot coverage, you really do end up with a smaller house. So maybe what we need to do is come back through the Planning Commission. We can go forward with what we have, come back, and we can show you some different scenarios about how it just wouldn't be possible, except on a few individual lots, maybe to have two equal size houses. And so when somebody comes in, we make them pick the house, right? The larger house is always the primary. The accessory dwelling is the accessory, and it's the smaller, because you're absolutely right. Accessory is subordinate to. So, right, we look at the subordinate to your primary residence. So there is a choice there. But I haven't seen anybody come in and exactly build two 1,200 square foot houses on a smaller lot.
And what do you think of the recommendations that they put forward? I guess we have the Planning Commission or the Planning Department's comments. So if you've never seen it, then it shouldn't be objectionable to have something in there. It says it can't be more than this percentage size of the primary unit. And since you're not going to see it anyway, is what you're saying. And same thing with the second story. There are general conditions you could add that said, that it can't be the only one within, 20 houses or something, you know, I mean, there's a way that we could do this that would be making it consistent, compatible with the neighborhood. That would also make it, so it doesn't disrupt them.
Can I ask a question? What if in that one area, it can only have an attached dwelling? That attached dwelling in what is being proposed cannot exceed 50%. So do you have to have it as an individual, or could you do it as, in that area, you can only have an attached dwelling? And then that only goes up to 50 cents. That puts you back to what you're looking for.
I would think that would be something that they would require countywide.
Well, I was going to say,
it's the
because
same
some of the
issue.
stuff you're talking about, by doing that, unless we start specifying, just like she had said, we're going to end up restricting everything across the county. Is it better to do what Kim said, is to approve what we're doing here, and then you want to bring back something on that, so that then we're only bringing back something, and that way we don't do what county council said here, is we end up blanketing the whole county on that issue, because there is some that may want.
Is there a time frame that this couldn't be heard by the planning commission? And, you know, with both the second story and the, they're talking about, and the 50% of the, you know, shouldn't be more than 50% of the primary building.
Not under the urgency ordinance that we're under now, if that's what you're asking. So we wouldn't be able to go back, do the analysis, do the research, come back to the planning commission, and come back to the board.
Can I ask two questions? One, you said you haven't seen that before because of setback requirements and lot coverage requirements, et cetera. But doesn't this state law mean we don't apply setback requirements and lot coverage requirements?
Supervisor Bennett, members of the board, the state law, when it takes away our ability to apply those regulations, is only to the interior accessory dwelling units.
Oh, not to the exterior. Okay, great, thank you. My other question is similar along these lines here. I mean, I know we have some sense of we got to get this done. We've got the urgency ordinance out there and all of that. If we pass this, could we? I want to have county council help also. I'm sensitive to giving this a fair hearing. Can we give this a fair hearing? And is there something that we could come up with, or is it something that we could come up with for Casa Caneo? Or perhaps some other thing, or do we have to apply it countywide, or could it be applied to that particular area? And I'm asking both. Do you guys have some solutions for us to be able to let this, if in fact the Planning Commission hasn't heard these concepts? In this situation, I'm pretty respectful. The Planning Commission went through this. They heard it. They're thoughtful about it. If they haven't heard these concepts, then can we have them hear these concepts while we have this going and see what's going on? What can you help me with in terms of that?
Well, from a legal perspective, what's going to happen is this interim ordinance, if we don't adopt an ordinance today, will become ineffective on, I believe it's March 18th, at which time we will not have an ADU ordinance of any kind, at which time the default provisions in the ADU law would take effect. And by the time the Planning Commission heard and we came back again, I don't know how long that would take, but probably a few months. So then to answer the question, well, what can we do now? We can only modify this ordinance to the extent that the Planning Commission considered the options that are being presented today. And if they had considered it, then we could look at that right now. But from what I understand, from what I've heard from Supervisor Parks, those issues were not considered by the Planning Commission. So aside from the interim ordinance issue, we still have to go back to the Planning Commission to have them consider it. And then the question of whether we can single out the Casa Conejo area from the rest of the county needs to be analyzed too. There has to be some reason why an ordinance that would typically apply countywide would have to have special findings for it to be limited to a specific area. So there's a lot of issues that are floating out there that I would have to say would prohibit us from doing it today. But with that said, of course, we can go back to the Planning Commission and you know, it's up to you, planning to consider.
Given that, you have any disagreement with what we just heard from council?
Oh, no, I completely agree with what Ms. Shass
Great,
just said.
okay. So given that, and given the Supervisor Foy loves to run such tight meetings that we want to get it done.
We don't have enough time.
I'm proposing a solution here, right? And that is, I know we've had the issue raised about owner occupancy, and almost all of those issues are about, well, what do you do if somebody dies? What do you do if somebody moves? What do you do? And so I'm just going to ask County Council straight up. The way the ordinance is written right now, somebody needs to own the place when they come in for the application, right?
Right.
After that, a year later, they don't own the place. Can the place still be a second dwelling unit, a legal second dwelling unit?
Yeah.
Correct. That's the way it's written.
That's the way,
Okay.
yep.
So I think we've addressed, almost all of that, and it's just some kind of verification where they have some kind of verification that they're the owner occupant at the time of application.
And just to be perfectly clear, also, in the second sentence is a provision that requires a scenario where you have a applicant coming in, say, for example, on a vacant lot to construct a primary and an ADU. Obviously, he's not residing in it because it hasn't been built yet.
That's right.
So there's just a provision that upon the initial construction, that applicant owner will live in it initially after construction.
Same thing you do with the bank, and the same thing that gets manipulated, by the bank after a year, right? Okay, so anyway, if people can live with that who are concerned with that side of it, on this other side, I think we're far better off adopting this ordinance just like it's right now.
And we have to.
But then giving a fair hearing to Casa Caneo, go back through the Planning Commission, let's hear these issues, let's see what the planning staff comes up with to address these issues. But that seems like the far more prudent way for us to go at this point in time, so that we have something. There was a good faith effort to vet it. It didn't happen, partially because you meet every other month. If you would have met every month, or if you would have said, hey, this is an emergency, and you had to meet, but it was the holidays and
It was the
and the
holidays.
fires
Would've
and
been-
all that other stuff, so it's just tough, So it just happened. So that's what I think is the best solution. So I'm going to make the motion to adopt staff's recommendation at this point in time.
With that addition?
Make the motion to adopt staff's recommendation and to take this back, to have our planning staff take this back to the planning commission, vet this, and county council and them talk about what are the options in terms of, if in fact the planning commission says we want to adopt some of these, what are the options about how you do it, where you do it, et cetera, to keep it all legal. All right. That was very legal language right at the end, all that stuff.
We got it.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you. It really does abide by the process that way.
My only thing was that, as you know, this doesn't happen quick. So, because they meet, whatever, and it takes time, and then council's got to figure how they're going to adopt to, there has to be a finding why they can only do that area. So, okay, thank you. Well, this whole thing scares the heck out of me because we could open a can of worms here that could be. I don't like eating those. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I don't like worms. All right, so are we done?
No.
We've got 3 more to go at the end.
Okay, so,
How are we done?
so much fun.
I don't think there's very many people here.
All right, so while Steve is talking, you guys want to adopt number 48?
Yes.
Okay, do 48?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'd like to recommend Jonathan Light as a Campaign Finance Ethics Commission for the term ending in January 4th, 2021.
Could I have the PowerPoint clip?
Okay, so we have a motion.
Yes, sorry, I need to hit it
And we have a
faster.
second. And let's all vote, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have another Supervisor Long. She's just putting all these people.
Thank you for working through that, through the
Yes.
different applicants. Appreciate it.
That's what we're here for.
Vote, yes.
Did everyone vote?
Okay, and then 49?
All right, moving on. It's my pleasure to appoint
Nancy Borchard and Kay Wilson Bolton to continue to work on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board to term ending in January 26, 2021.
Also both excellent nominees.
They're doing a fabulous job.
Okay.
Yes.
And what
And
Kay
we'll
is
vote,
doing is
and then we're
just
going to closed
remarkable out in
session.
Santa Paula.
I would agree. I apologize, all three
I
that
have
are
a
being
feeling this could be
recommended
a long
are
meeting.
fabulous.
Oh, item 41.
Oh, yes.
Should we go? Okay, we should go to closed session, then come back to 41 after? Okay, good. So we're going to, okay. All right, so we're going to go to 47.
Can we move it?
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I hope that supervisors had a chance to read my revised motion that I put out there. And quite frankly, I revised it after reading the article from the trauma doctor that treated those people there. And so I have a brief, what is this here? These are letters that have come in? Okay, great. All right, great. I have a...
Is the letter updated on the, it's not.
No, the letter, my motion, you're talking about my letter, right?
Yes.
My letter's updated, correct, on the...
No, it's not on here.
On the screen, it's not?
He's not on the screen. He sent an email.
I emailed it, but it's not on the screen, the new letter?
No, we
It
never
was
did
sent to
it.
county.
I don't think we got the letter, just the email.
Well, the email had the new recommendation. What's the new recommendation? Well, I've got copies of the recommendation if you, here you go.
I got it, don't worry.
All right. You want to pass those down, right, good. And as a result of reading that article, I just wanted to narrow this down some because I'm afraid that in my perception, people are starting to deflect from the most critical part in terms of action that needs to be taken. I want to emphasize, I recognize this is a very political issue in the country. It could be a political issue.
We didn't do political issues.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I did not make this time certain. I didn't try to fill the boardroom with everybody. It would have been very easy to do both those things, make it time certain and have a lot of people here. But I do feel compelled to say we may be in an inflection point in this country, and everybody ought to weigh in on this particular issue, particularly this problem. In California, we have already put in a ban on assault weapons, weapons that fire like that, et cetera. But what we're getting is we're starting to see Congress actually erode the ability of states to do that. So we have in the House of Representatives a bill passed that allowed concealed weapons permits issued in other states, allowed those people to come across state lines. A congressional representative representing Ventura County voted for that legislation. So even though we have it here, we need it done at the national level and the federal level. So I'll try to be, I just have 5 PowerPoints and I won't belabor this, but if you look at this chart and you see where the United States is over to the left in terms of gun murders per 100,000 residents, all of those countries have mentally ill people. All of those countries have other, many of the same challenges we have. The one thing that distinguishes us from those other countries is how many guns we have on the street, how many assault weapons we have out there, and the incredibly strong gun lobby that we've had here, that the NRA has been very successful, and the gun manufacturers early were great funders of that gun lobby. And if you look at this, then I think you go to the next one, and hopefully I'll do this right there. If more guns made people safer, we'd be the safest country on earth, said Carolyn Maloney, and we're far from it. So this idea that the only thing that protects a person from somebody from a bad person with a gun is a good person with a gun it's certainly not making our country safer in terms of that. The next, and I just found it really sad that brave teachers, coaches running towards a gunfire to protect students were gunned down because the shooter didn't even have to stop to reload. The shooter could fire so many rounds so quickly, and there is just no need for that assault weapons to do hunting, to be defending yourself in your home. And I think that's really sad. Americans are paying a terrible price from the gun lobby's success at blocking virtually every common sense restriction on gun manufacturing and sales, even those that are strongly supported by Americans. And then my final thing is, it is time for all of us to go beyond thoughts and prayers. Each time one of these tragedies happens, everybody says, now's not the time to be talking about that. Now's the time to be talking about the victims and praying for the victims. I think we're really seeing in this country people saying, no, we got to go beyond that, and Congress has been too much on this. So you have the Florida State Legislature just in the last 24 hours saying they will raise the gun buying age from 18 to 21 for assault weapons, and then go, that's it, and not address this whole issue, this important issue. So that's why I've identified the things that I think we should make clear to our congressional representatives are things that we support here from Ventura County. And that's make it illegal to buy or possess firearms that fire like military-style assault rifles. The reason I say that is we got all these definitions about what's an assault weapon, et cetera. Bottom line is the thing fires a lot of bullets really fast in this military style at the super high speed. If you read that article, bullets, the same bullet fired out of the assault weapon, the AR-15, travels 3 times faster and does so much more damage. And that trauma doctor talked about how he used to be able to repair a liver that a bullet went through, and now it just completely shatters the liver when it went through. And then it's the number of rounds. I have a lot of friends that are very gun friendly, and they're saying there's just no need to have more than 10 rounds for a gun to fire more than 10 rounds, forcing a shooter to have to reload. And then the other items on here, I don't want to belabor them, but the Center for Disease Control started to do some research on this, and they've been blocked by Congress. Federal legislation has been passed through the House of Representatives, not through the Senate yet, but it would reduce California's ability to enforce our gun protections in our legislation, and just communicating that. So I'm trying to focus on what the federal government needs to do to help us at the state level, and these are the key items. The other things are things that people want to talk about to distract us and deflect us. Thank you. I won't preach any more on this. I appreciate that we don't normally do this. I don't try to normally do this, and I tried to do this as respectfully as I could at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I support Supervisor Bennett's recommendations, and it's my sincere condolences to all the victims of gun violence, especially the victims' parents and family members in Parkland, Florida. It's just a horrific event that happened in Florida. It's important that we free our children to be free from fear during their education. And I'm really proud of the youth that spoke up over in Florida and throughout the United States. And I think that we've been very fortunate that we have not experienced something like this here in Ventura County. So I think it's important that we protect our children. It's important that we act now rather than later. You know, I just kind of compare this to the Thomas Fire. We always thought of fires or horrific events happening in some other state or some other country. But potentially something could happen here if we don't take action now and share with our representatives that we need gun control in Washington, D.C. So I support Supervisor Bennett's letter. Thank you.
Supervisor Long.
Well, actually, I was hoping you were going to bring the last letter back. I think I could definitely support that last letter. I think that mental illness, making sure that we prevent guns from being bought by mental illness, I think that we need to make sure that guns aren't in the wrong hands and that we're not putting them in their criminals. I think there should be a mandatory waiting period for all gun purchases. My question on this, because it is short term, got it yesterday, but haven't been able to run the numbers. How many guns are you talking about when you say make it legal to buy or possess firearms that fire like military assault? What are we talking about? I mean, is it your discretion or my discretion? So I appreciate it stayed here. Ban on modifications that make semi-automatic guns work like an automatic gun. In the information that I've been researching, that seemed pretty straightforward. But really,
I hope even after we do this voting is that we have our law enforcement here to talk about what are we doing in Ventura County. I want to talk about making sure people know what the schools are doing. What is our law enforcement doing for our public entities and also our businesses? We are doing a lot of training and so forth to make sure that this happens, and I want to make sure that the community knows as well, because I think a lot of the news, whatever news you're reading, creates a drama that is amazing. I agree that a letter to our federal is important, and I would ask that you bring that last letter back so that I could vote for this, because I haven't had even a time to research what you've provided. But I would like to ask afterwards that we do talk about what we're doing for this county and ask our law enforcement to come and speak about that.
It's important.
I agree with Supervisor Long on all of that. I liked a lot of the stuff that got removed from the letter.
So,
but I definitely support the motion too.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong with a separate motion that deals with anything else somebody wants to send a message to. But I think it's important, just like this, I think it's important that we not distract from, we can do all kinds of things as a result of allowing all of these weapons to be manufactured and possessed by private citizens in the United States. And then you're doing all this and all of this energy on this side of it, when the difference between us and all those other countries is we don't do the first thing, and that is we simply don't have the gun culture out there that we have right now that has made it where the gun manufacturers are making huge profits off of the manufacture of these assault-type weapons. And we had a ban for 10 years by the federal government from 2004 from 1994 to 2004. We had that ban on assault weapons, and we ought to bring it back. And so there can be a separate motion, but there needs to be a motion on that particular issue, and that's what this is an attempt to do. So I'm happy to do the other one also, but that would be the motion.
But I think the bottom line is that we protect our constituency.
Well,
that's the bottom line, and our children.
Could you answer how many firearms is in this? Is it every firearm that, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Here is the point. You could spend an enormous amount of time on all the specificity. We're trying to send a sense to our Congress that assault weapons, the Congress banned assault weapons once. What the exact details are, I'm very flexible on what the details are, but come up with some kind of assault. Right now we have at the federal level no ban on assault weapons at all. None. So how many? Anything they do will be an improvement, but they won't make an improvement unless they feel politically that they have the cover from the enormous hits that they're going to get on the other side. So that's what I'm trying to think.
I understand your passion for an all or nothing, this letter or nothing, but I will state that I appreciate the letter before.
This is something. This says do something with assault weapons, right? Do something with assault weapons that whether it's 3 assault weapons or 20, but you got to start to ban some assault weapons. All right, that's what.
Let me just make a couple comments.
Thank you.
First of all, there's no question, John, I think is right. You're talking about the tragedy that goes on down there. But one of the things that is always interesting to me, we see this kind of stuff happen after something like that. But I've never, I go to bed at night and I've got guns in a safe, and I never worry about those guns coming out to shoot me. I sit here in this boardroom, and I know there's a lot of people that have concealed weapons permits, and I never worry about something happening. We have deputies out there, and he's got a weapon on his hip, and I've never worried about that deputy causing any problems. So I guess I look at this and I say to myself, okay, we're trying to stop this based on whatever. A weapon is an inanimate object. It's always a people issue to me, and I think we saw a lot of that thing that happened down there. It was a young man who had some issues, and we saw some of that, and we took we had some, sounds like we had some failures of people doing that. I think we've put some really tough things that we would go after these kind of people, and I think nobody has a problem with that. But I just want to be careful, because every time we do this kind of comment, we take it off really the issue of putting anything in the wrong hands, because, if we had the sheriff up here, he'd probably tell you, look, there's probably more people, I know there's, because I've seen the statistics, more people dying of blunt objects. There's more people dying. It's interesting because I can go out and play golf and hit a golf club, but I can take that golf club and hit somebody with it. Now it's an assault club. It really is. I mean, we understand, but it all goes back to who's behind that situation. We've had so many more people killed with automobiles, people running over. ISIS is using that all the time, but we don't ban automobiles. Why? We don't. I mean, we have a culture of driving in this community. We do that. So I just want to make sure that we do not lose that human nature. There's evil people in this world. There's evil in the world, and that's what we have to deal with.
But
now, on the other side of it, we have done. I mean, California does have you can't. The idea of the passion, I'm so mad at this person, I'll go buy a gun. You can't do that. You have to wait 10 days. That's great. I mean, I don't think anybody cares about that. I mean, I know when I've been out hunting in Montana, all of a sudden I'd rather have this kind of gun than go hunting with, but I couldn't buy it. I mean, because I'm not there, but local hunters can go do that. I mean, we don't see a lot of these issues. What is the largest military in the country ends up on opening day in Minnesota when opening day is there. There's 1.1 million people out. I don't see people getting shot. I don't see guns causing problems. I see people that have a bad something going on with that. And so the idea of banning certain things. Now, I have an assault rifle. I don't really shoot it, but I've had it. But it's not a big deal. But I don't see that rifle jumping out to cause problems. And I want to be careful what we do, because I don't want to take away from the idea that we've got people that we don't want to see things in certain people's hands. And I think that's critical. I don't want anybody who would ever say anything against that. So I just want to be careful that we don't start to take away from that the idea that there's evil people doing evil things in there. And if you look at it, and you look at most of those shootings that you look at, those losses that Steve put up there, that's usually gang members against gang members for illegal drugs. That's where, if you look at where most of that shooting ends up and most people getting killed, it's in gang-infested areas, people shooting people they know in gang. Because and if you look, and so if you really put the guns, that can look really bad. And it is. Anytime you shoot somebody and somebody's dead, I don't care if it's a gang against gang and somebody's losing their life. I mean, that is somebody's, daughter or somebody's son. That is a human being, and that's critical.
But see what's happened here, that we've had shooting after shooting after shooting.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're going to have those all the time. But we don't have it. But I got a piece out here. I can show you. There's more mass shootings outside the United States. There is, outside the United States.
I think that my key thing here is that we protect our children and protect our
we're not disprotecting the kids.
We have kids going to school. I have grandkids.
So do I. So do I.
Kids. We need to protect them, and we don't want them to happen.
But I'm just saying that is not what you're going to protect, because, as Steve said, they had 10 years of no. We didn't see that stop anybody.
I didn't see that stop anybody. I think we just start someplace.
Yeah, but I mean, say you did that. I'm not. The idea of what that whole thing is. I just don't want us to deter what the real issue is, which is it's somebody behind that weapon, it's somebody behind that knife, it's somebody behind that car that runs people over. But again, I don't see anybody saying we got to ban cars when they've killed so many more people than we've ever killed, yearly, hundreds of thousands of people, but we don't ban them. Why? Because we all drive.
I think it'll help us send this letter to our legislators.
And if you will. Well, of course not, because the whole mindset is anything can be called an assault at the end of the day. So
sure,
anyway, that's right. It can
you want to say
like,
assault rifle? Then you have this response. That's why I'm just saying.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Anything can be. I don't think it's the end of the day.
That's exactly proves my point. I just want to say in response, you said it's evil people. There are evil people all around the world. There are evil people all around the world. But those evil people, you see, the guy, an evil person in China grabs a knife and starts stabbing people in the cafeteria. They're able to control that so much better than they could somebody with an assault weapon in that cafeteria. So in these rest of the places in the world, what you say you wanted, what's the real issue? The real issue is we have the guns here. They simply don't have them there. They ban them. And that's the fundamental difference. And we can disagree.
Sure, we can disagree on that. That's fine. Yeah.
So
anyway, that's fine.
So thank you for the time. I don't want to belabor this. I'll make that motion.
Good.
And see where it stands. And then if somebody wants to make another motion for these other items that I took off, we can make a separate motion for that if you'd like.
But this makes it harder for people that has the guns that shoot hundreds of bullets at the same time, So anyway.
I'd just like to find out whether we can tell our congressional representatives we would like to.
Well, like I say, I appreciated the first letter.
And certainly, we do want to see that violent people don't have access to them. We don't want people with mental illness to have access to them. And right now, it is so accessible, you don't even have to buy one. You can take out a loan and get one and pay back later if you are still around. So it is incredibly easy to get these, and they can easily get in the hands of people who would be a danger to society and to our children. Back in the day when the right to bear arms was put into our rights, people were using muskets, and you have to reload them, and it takes a long time. And the difference between that and what we have today is not what our founding fathers had envisioned.
Okay, so we're going to go, we've got a couple things. We've got trailing on the one thing, and then let's go to closed session first, and I think there may be some announcements out of closed session, and then we'll finish up with that trailing item we had. Okay, if we can do that real quick, that'd be great. All right?
Or we could do the trailing item and close from closed session.
But I think
adjourn from closed session.
I think we're going to be coming
since we're
out.
already here, would that be okay?
Huh?
Could we just finish our last item?
What?
Yes.
Sure.
You want to do the item you trail, or you want to come back?
Your pleasure.
Well, I don't know. You guys, do we have the information we want to do, or are we still waiting on that, or what are we doing?
Looks like we got it.
We have actually a memo, not the email to Sue Hughes, but yes, the memo, if you could pass that out.
It's just the email?
And this is a memo, a 3-page memo that includes a frequently asked questions. And unfortunately, I did not receive this memo previously, or I would have shared it. But if you go to the page 4, can my city change the default option in the future? Yes, we expect that we will ask.
Hang on, what's that? What's that? What's 50?
We're going on 41.
Well, I think it's already going to be going down. We're going to go and finish up on 41.
That way everyone can do what they need to do.
We got some other items, though. We got some announcements, maybe possibly out of closed session, so we got other stuff to do. Where's this note?
Look at page 2.
It's ready to go.
If you read page 2, it gives you, if you choose 36, what happens?
I also wanted to point out, when we were showing a cost figure, that was if we were to choose to have all our facilities, including the ones in the city of Ventura, be in the 100% renewable. But this proposal that we have before us is just for the unincorporated area, and the cost to the county for just the unincorporated area, I believe, is it $60,000? Yeah, roughly $60,000. And that would be the cost for going to 100% renewables. 63,000, I think it was.
Well, if I read correctly,
100 to 63.
Well, because what I was proposing was 100% that the county choose it for both what we would do as customers, as well as what we would have in the unincorporated area. But what we're applying for today, this is only unincorporated area. So we don't have that many facilities in the unincorporated area.
We have about
so
almost half.
No.
We have 40% of our 40,000 of the 79,000 is generated in the city.
There's a difference between generated and also how much electricity. So for
40,000 in the city of Ventura.
That's 40 million.
75,000 General
million?
Service Agency. Total production. See, that's 75,000. And 40,000 of it's a little bit more than half. So it couldn't go from 719,000 down to 63,000.
This is the calculation that was done by staff, and they estimated it was actually 80 facilities that we have. And that, would you like to come up?
Hi, Alejandra Teguecillo's office. It's actually 85 accounts in the unincorporated with Edison, so that's how we came up with the 63,000. So we only have 85 Edison accounts in the unincorporated county of Ventura.
So we're saying if we go with the 100% renewable option for the city and the county, the cost to us, is this the cost or the savings? Is this $719,000 that we're going to have to pay?
I think you're looking at the all county facilities, meaning every single city, every unincorporated will be 700. Is that what you're looking at, annual cost? If we only do unincorporated, that's only 85 accounts.
But unincorporated annual cost, you say, is $63,000?
Yes.
But if
you add in the city of Ventura,
Yeah,
it goes
what
to
happens there?
$719,000?
No, if you add in all of the cities, so
Thank
all
you.
10 cities, and there's 505 facilities, all of those, so City of Camarillo, City of Oxnard.
I mean,
all
our
of
facilities in the city of Camarillo,
them.
or
All of them in Oxnard, all of them in Ventura.
all of
them.
county facilities?
All of the county
In
facilities.
Oxnard and all those cities?
Yes, it's the 700,000.
Oh, I got it. Okay, because we got it.
But what we heard is, according to what we heard, is all these cities are going to be part of it, except one, Port Hueneme, right? And if they're going to go down this same path, we're going to be stuck with this $700,000.
No, right now, all we're
I
deciding
understand
today
that,
is
but by
unincorporated, but we
going,
can do that in the
but
future.
ultimately, we're going to be stuck with this $700,000 or more.
So that's when we're customers and we have the choice to go up or down. So whatever the city chooses, that if the city chooses 100, like say Ojai chose 100, we have the choice to say, no, we're going down to 50 or 36.
Yeah, but you're not going to see that here. I just got to take what I think it's going to be. It's going to be $700-something thousand bucks. So.
I think it's reasonable to say if we choose 100 today.
It's going to be 100 no matter where it's going to be.
be.
Yeah, it's going to be 100. That's
So Alejandro, can I ask a question? So the facilities that are in Oxnard are included, like the ones in Williams and so forth?
All of our facilities.
The facilities in
Including-
Oxnard,
and what?
county facilities, would they be?
Yeah,
included?
that's what she's saying. Every single facility, we have 500 and something of them.
Regardless
all
of where
included, no
they're
matter
at.
where they're at in the county.
Okay,
In
okay.
cities, and county, yeah. all of
Okay,
them.
like this building here?
Exactly.
Officially, we're not choosing we're not choosing what we're doing as a customer. Right now, we're just choosing the default option.
Yeah.
So we're not even, we could choose this 100% default option, and we could still, at a later meeting, choose 50% if you.
And we can also change the default, which is what we held this meeting over to see, and that is answered on page 4, that they're going to check with the cities and the
You want to
county
comment?
once a year to see if they would like to change their default option, so that will
But-
come before us.
But what wasn't
And
mentioned?
I just,
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
and then one last thing, and I think of it as kind of baby steps, or I called it a pilot program. This is our first go at it. Let's see how it works. Go for the 100%. We found out it's a lot less costly because we're only talking about the unincorporated area. And then when we come back in the fall, we'll have this as a way to decide what we want to be as customers of the cities, as well as decide whether we want to change this one and what we want to do with our residents. So there's just a lot of choices out there, but this is kind of the easiest one, I think, and in terms that it's just the unincorporated area, which doesn't have as many customers.
Can I, you want to ask a question?
Yes, I am a little frustrated, sorry. So on this page 2, which I'm glad you guys found this. So it tells you your options if you get 36 or 50 or 100. And it states that also that if you pick 36, they'll always be moving ahead of Southern California Edison on your renewable. And that at 50% and 100 will increase levels of renewable provided. I just bring this up again because as I just heard, this might make whatever we hit today might carry out for residential and so forth, and I'm extremely concerned. I like getting us renewed energy and making sure it's as clean as possible. What I don't like is going against what we said is also a cost savings to them. So again, I would stress the 36, which really isn't a 36 because they're going to increase every time, at least from what this document you just provided us is.
And we have the ability to change it and go down or default out.
Once a year, right?
That's the question I had.
That's for the default, but as a customer, which is where the biggest amount of our funds would be going towards to get to 100%, in all the cities and the city of Ventura, we have as a customer, we can make that change if we want to, and it doesn't have to be once a year.
But don't we want to do what we say?
One time.
So if we tell people we want them to do 100, wouldn't we want to do 100 as well?
baby steps. So this is the first, and we can make that choice as we see it. We can default and change it if we want to later, if we don't like it. And
So-
I think that's a key.
Let me ask that, Leroy. The, page 4, you know, where it says, can the city change the default option in the future? Would that be county also?
Yeah, yes, Supervisor, that's how I read it. I think it was written for cities, but I think the idea would apply to counties. My issue with it is it says we expect, so there's no promise.
Yeah.
It's probably pretty reliable. And
Okay.
the other question, I just bring it up, it's not directly in your question, but when you say, can we change our default, there's an issue in my mind. Does that change apply only to new customers, or will it actually switch everyone at the time? In other words, when we choose the default, we're choosing for
That's a good question.
everybody.
That's a good question.
But, and I worked with my CEO on some language, I think that covers this.
Mike?
If it's,
yes,
if it's all right with the chair of the board, we crafted something that's just a draft, so bear with us, that tries to capture some of this. So if Lori, if you could put up the slide. Thank you.
Okay, then, okay.
Clarity. Thank you.
So you said non-residential. So you're saying we have this ability once a year to make a change?
We're trying to incorporate what's in this memo, understanding that the CPA hasn't really, as our understanding, has not adopted these rules yet. Based on our correspondence with Gary Giroux, their Chief Sustainability Officer.
We're making rules they haven't adopted.
So Michael, is that going to be okay with the Clean Power Alliance Board?
I believe it is. I mean, Sue, you've had, that's what I was trying to say, is that we, based on our conversations with Mr. Giroux, the Chief Sustainability Officer, we believe this is consistent with what they're saying.
Okay.
And that they would still deem this to be the county, making its selection.
It just makes it clear. Yeah.
And we have 1/3 of the votes on the board.
And this was what we were discussing too earlier, that we would have it conditioned on the fact that you can default out of that if we are unsatisfied with it. But I like the idea that it also helps us in thinking forward what we want to do next and see how it works.
Yeah.
So with that,
It's amazing. Thank you for giving this. It's been interesting, this Ralph right there. We're going through an awful lot of hassle for maybe our best option is 2% more than what Edison has to do by law. This is crazy.
Yeah, except that what we're looking at is significantly more.
Well, I mean, you're going to say that, but I'm just saying, but across the whole state or our areas, PG&E and Edison, everybody else is already doing this whole thing. It's just amazing to me we're doing and all they're saying is possibly it could be 2% better. 2%, and we're going to pay more for it. I just don't understand. Okay. Anyway, where are we at?
That's why you ran for office.
So I can be totally
situation, right?
So the motion would be what we have on the screen. Thanks for putting it together with 100%. And we'll come back in the fall and have further discussion on it.
So I want Kathleen Wilson to say, when I vote against this, to say that all those people who came in and were looking for $1 million to pay for those people that are taking care of people, we said we're going to spend $1 million on this. Okay, that's what I want to hear.
No, I would say it's not $1 million on this.
Right, John? I'm going to ask you. I'm going to say, John voted that your $1 million just went out the door to this. Okay.
But we're going to save money.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Clean air.
We're 7%.
Now Mike's doing this to me. I know, Ron is looking at you. I don't. All right, so we had a vote, and now we're going to go into closed session. We may have some announcements out of closed session.
So can we just state that we're going to bypass the board and CEO comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, let's do, we'll just do them after you come back. That way you have to come back. All right, thanks. All right.
Thank you.
That's where we get announcements, whatever they are.
We can do them real quick.
Okay, I got a 4:30.
Okay, Leroy, you have no announcents? We have?
No, but from closed session, you may have 2 announcements.
Yeah, I think we have 3, and I'm going to make 1, and Mr. Powers make 2.
Okay. Want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. On item 56, Ag Commissioner, Public Employee Appointment. So Pleased to report that the board has concurred with my office's recommendation to appoint Susan Johnson as Acting Agricultural Commissioner. Susan actually started working for the Ag Department in 1999. She was promoted to Chief Deputy in 2007. In that role, she served as day-to-day Chief of Operations, managed all of the programs of the Ag Commissioner's Office and the work of 3 Deputy Ag Commissioners. She has also assisted the county as an extra help employee since she retired in 2011 on many different occasions. She's really respected by her team there, and so we appreciate her willing to come back and serve as our acting interim Ag Commissioner, and appreciate the board's support.
Yeah, that's great. No, I think that's going to be exciting, and it's great to see people willing to continue to, even though they've left and gone on, to want to be part of the mission and do what they're doing. So it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was, as I say, unanimous. And then on item 57, thank you. Very pleased to report again that the board has unanimously concurred with my office's recommendation to appoint Pete Pringle as the acting local mental health director, as well as support HCA Director Johnson Gill's recommendation to appoint Mr. Pringle as the acting behavioral health director. Pete's worked for behavioral health for 30 years in so many different roles. He's got his master's in clinical social work, bachelor's in psychology. He's an LCSW, licensed clinical social worker, since 1991, and that therefore he meets the state criteria to serve as the local mental health director. He's currently the BHD Division Chief over Youth and Family. He's worked in all areas of the department, hospital, clinics, and field throughout his career. He's really well respected by his colleagues and his peer and his leadership team there, and I think he'll just do a great job. And as I say, really appreciate the board's unanimous support for Pete serving in this role.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate those. You're good picks, and look forward to it as we go through the other process. And I have want to make one announcement, and I hope everyone is right before 5 o'clock, and they're all listening to thousands of people. This is it's an opportunity for us to compliment somebody who's done such a tremendous job, and that's Mr. Powers. We've all conferred together that we want to extend Mr. Powers back onto a 5-year contract, extend his contract back to 5 years for his tremendous leadership during really difficult times, and his staff and his team that have all come together. We know that happens all based on leaders. And you want to see what happens during the crisis, and you squeeze people, you get to see it. But it all comes down to, I think, what Supervisor Bennett has said is this: people have really understood the mission. And we believe that the mission of what we do, and it all comes because of Mr. Powers' leadership and his desire in this mission. We know he can go someplace else, make a lot more money, do other things, but he believes in Ventura County, the people of Ventura County, and we just want to make sure that he understands that we truly believe in him. So I appreciate it, Mike, what you're doing, and any other comments from anybody real quick if they want. But
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mike, as we spoke in closed session, he's done an excellent job, and to his staff, and we believe that you are the role model for your staff, and you've done an excellent job, and you've been that excellent quarterback, for this Thomas Fire and getting people together and partnerships and just working overall an excellent job for all of us, and we want to thank you for that.
Kelly?
I just also would like to appreciate how well you communicate with our organizations and really reach out to the community to make sure that the voices are heard. It's extremely important to be able to have buy-in to the community, and so many people are just feel very valued, and just employees as well, and we just really appreciate the time. So thank you.
Mike, you know how I feel.
That's right.
As I said to the board in the back there, support means the world to me, both personally and professionally. And we couldn't do what we do here without a supportive, unified board that fully supports our county mission and our county employees and our leadership. And that's what you do. And I'm just privileged to serve in this role and to have great teammates like Matt Carroll and our entire leadership team, these great people here clerking with us. We have special people in the county. It's a privilege to serve with them. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just do also, Supervisor Parks had a run to do some polar papers, but I know she was highly, highly complimentary in there about you and what you're doing. So I know she's 100% on board with us. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks for the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So I'd like to adjourn in memory of those folks on this list.
I'm going to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, too.
And I adjourn on the memory on this list as well. Dang it, I've already put.
Stop.
I'm going to keep, yeah, don't put the pictures right here.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to get there. All right, there's my list. Thank you very much.
Well, we can't, all we do is talk, we have